저는 딱히 홈버프 그런 거 신경은 안 쓰는데 뭔가 있는 것 같기도 하고 그런 것 같아요.
They don't wait for that. And just listen to that crowd as the Nexus goes down.
如果我们状态一直保持，应该可以打到 MSI 的总决赛。
확실한 건 전처럼 그렇게 쉽게 무너지지는 않을 것 같고.
Would it be the revenge game against Counter Logic Gaming? And it is. SKT will continue to put wins in the win column. And that is gonna be the ace. SKTelecom with some confidence back.
我觉得 CLG 的 AD Sticks 让我蛮感到惊讶。
A triple kill. We're gonna win the ace. Bluebird is down. CLG. Do you believe, Kobe?
we've proven in the group stages that we can beat every single team.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of what has been an absolutely insane mid-season invitational group stage. We are coming to you live from the Oriental Sports Center in Shanghai, China, where fans have packed the arena and will be cheering on their favorite teams as they fight with their eyes on the next week's bracket stage. Our beautiful venue again playing host to the 2 weeks of games, and some cosplayers here out in form. Fans ready as ever to cheer on their favorite teams. Flash Wolves making their way into their practice room. They've got a couple big games ahead of them, jockeying for position in the playoffs, and SuperMassive taking to the stage, looking to go out swinging. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson, and joining me on the analyst desk today is Clement Chu, Mitch Krepo-Vorspals, and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. Gentlemen, I mean, it's been a great ride so far, but is it safe to say that the way that this tournament is shaping up, we could be in for one of the best league tournaments we've seen in a long time?
Yeah, and I think it's telling that everyone is super excited for the next stage, because nobody knows, what's gonna turn out now. With the fall of SKT, there's not gonna be that dominating force coming in. Maybe it is even RNG. They've actually replaced them.
Yeah, I'm just really happy I wasn't here day one, wasn't asked for any predictions, so I can just say, yeah, I knew this was going to happen all along.
Yeah. Flying under the radar, Krepo is. Well, let's check out how the teams are stacked up going into this final day of group stages. In first place, it's the hometown team, China's Royal Never Give Up. Then tied for second, once again, are North America's Counter Logic Gaming and the LMS's Flash Wolves. SKT are now even with 4 wins and 4 losses, which is good enough for 4th place. Europe's G2 Esports are in 5th, with Turkey's SuperMassive in last. But all will be decided with our final day of action, which gets underway with RNG versus SuperMassive. Then Flash Wolves will look to claim second with a win over CLG before SKT goes up against G2. If any ties remained at the end of our regularly scheduled broadcast, we'll immediately play out any required tiebreakers, up to a maximum of 2 tiebreakers that we have today. So not in for the longest day ever, but possibly a couple really exciting ones that really come down to the wire and determine some serious positional advantages when it comes to the bracket stages.
Yeah, I mean, G2 technically could still get in. If they win both their games today and SKT lose both their games, then you still have a shot at a number one seed.
We can get our seed back. But yeah, Perks tweeted, he's like, yeah, we need to go 3-0 today. And a lot of people's like, Perks, you only play 2 games. But that's obviously including the tiebreaker.
But that is the right mindset, exactly. Just like we're gonna fire through all 3 games. If that's what they're gonna do, they can at least take care of things on their end, and then they've got to rely on some other stuff to fall.
How crazy it is that SKT is coming in as the 4th seed. Like, it doesn't feel real if you're the 1st seed and you're like, wait, I have to play SKT? That's just insane, man.
Yeah, for them, the most realistic move is to play CLG in a tiebreaker to maybe get to that 3rd place and avoid RNG in the first round of the bracket stages. We'll see if we can do that. One interesting thing to note, of all the teams here, CLG and RNG are the only 2 teams that have beaten every other team in the tournament so far. Of course, we still have some games to play today, but that's at least indicative of they can beat anyone and they should be confident moving forward.
And it speaks to the variability that we've seen in all of these games. So many of these games are coming down to late game team fights or late game Baron steals. These small decisions that teams are making in the late game, easily the standings could be almost completely reversed.
Yeah, and it's almost even affecting the draft that teams are doing here, going for very teamfight heavy compositions. We've seen some 1-3-1 compositions, but they decided, you know what, we'll just play them as teamfight anyways. I think I've maybe seen 1 successful 1-3-1 in the entire tournament.
Yeah, like we keep saying, you can play that style, it's just the margin for error is so small, and everyone's going with these Azir comps that have the late game teamfight so secure. It's really risky to try.
I just want to say I'm so surprised by CLG's performance here. I think they gain a lot of respect for playing their own style here, because we really didn't see them coming in that good individually, but they've been able to drag the game out. They're doing the range supports and all that, and they're winning games.
And this is where we saw that margin of error that you're talking about, Kobe, play out. One small mistake, one bad team fight for RNG means that CLG have the opportunity to get back into the game, and they do play it out properly to get it.
The game delivered a lot of good things, though, especially in the context of the tournament. It showed us that, yes, you can play aggressive champions. Yes, you can kind of open the map, look for picks, and still snowball and take complete control of the game. Nidalee is still an S-tier jungle, but then even with that 16,000 gold lead that they had at one point, CLG still managed to claw back, and it also showed the other side is like, yeah, this is what we usually talk about, RNG in the LPL. Fantastic early game team, and then a happy little mistake happens sometimes, but it was a little bigger than just a happy little mistake.
And the thing is, after that game, even though it was such an amazing, ridiculous comeback for CLG, I'm almost more fearful of RNG than I was before. RNG have proved they can run the Nidalee style, they can run with an assassin in the mid lane. They did it against G2 as well, and they won team fights with an assassin in the mid lane versus an Azir comp. It's really scary to go up against them. They basically should have had that game if it wasn't for the epic comeback there from CLG.
Yeah, and I look at CLG, like they're playing Azir into Faker LeBlanc and they're getting away with it, but RNG are actually just blowing them up.
Yeah, Jahu's LeBlanc has been absolutely insane. I mean, everything about Jahu has been insane, but the fact that he could make that champion, which is very inherently a pick-off champion, work in team fights by always finding flanks, also together with his team. There's always a pink ward for him. Either he places it himself or Mata will just do it for him. So they're just in unison, and then when they have so much vision and so much knowledge, they win every team fight because they're just so damn good at team fighting.
The only thing I can ask for more in this tournament is a little bit more champion diversity, because we've had some very, very small champion pools for most of the lanes here. Aurelion Sol's made a small appearance, but I was hoping for Vel'Koz and Cassiopeia and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, as we come down to the wire, who knows, maybe someone will pull something out of their back pocket in order to try and make a win. Otherwise, teams will have a little bit of time between the group stages and the bracket stage to go and retool and find something else that they want to put into play. Now, as we look forward to next week's bracket stage, we want to get your take on the round robin. Tweet at LOL Esports and tell us what is your #1 highlight of the MSI group stage and why. Send us your responses as the action unfolds, and be sure to use the hashtag MSI2016 so we can get your take later today. And with the playoffs on the horizon, be sure to stand behind your region, equip your MSI in-game icons, and help your team continue to own the Rift while chasing that Party IP weekend. Party IP weekend never hurt anybody, right?
Yeah.
Nope. I would be happy to get that in North America.
Not a party without an IP party. Something. That was terrible.
There we go. Yeah,
all right,
it
let's
was.
keep rolling.
Moving on. All right, well, as Royal and SuperMassive take to the stage for Game 1, we'll get a closer look at one of the game's greats.
The player that I'll I'll say will be Mata. Like, he was like a player that I admired a lot when I was like not a professional player, because I thought he was really smart about the game, and then actually put a lot of time to analyze like what's the best way to win the game.
Two players back in Season 4 changed the way the game was played. Dandy was one of them, Mata was the other one on Samsung White. Coming into Worlds, people didn't really understand vision properly, people didn't understand how to set up tower dives, people didn't understand how to actually create big map advantages without forcing big team fights. Well, Samsung White, they showed the world, and it was Mata who led the way.
Mata was the first support after Mad Life that was ultimately God tier. When he played, he was the master of the map.
Anytime I ask Afro what he thinks about Mata, he has like really good things to say about him. And Zach doesn't usually say that about a lot of players.
Mata and I go way back. Last year, when we did our Korean boot camp, we were talking on the Korean client. He tells me every single time when I see him, oh my God, big fan, right? And then I do the same to him. He also has these great level 1s that can completely screw over the enemy team's strategy, as well as playing a whole variety of supports. And also, he always knows where to be at the right time, and he just enables all of his players on his team to get the most out of them. Any team he is on, he is just ridiculous.
We have seen with some of the Korean players in the past, when they do move to China, they enjoy it for like a year where it's a bit up and down, very inconsistent in many ways, and then they kind of realize that winning is the fun thing. It's not about earning a lot of money. It's not about having a big gaming house or whatever. You need to win. And I think once you have tried losing and played with a team that didn't work, as a Korean former world champion, that's not acceptable.
Out of the heel. Oh, works with a nice flash, but the hook comes through. Mata! He's going to come down. Woosh picks up the kill.
我觉得 RNG 是一个，就是他们算是 Mata 就是带起来的队伍吧。因为之前麻辣香锅他的经验没有很够嘛，但是因为 Mata 他的经验，所以可以让他们队伍变得 更有系统的感觉。然后再加上麻辣香锅的入侵，所以他们是一支就是有头脑又有操作的一个队伍。
But RNG, they don't wait for that. In a flash over the wall, Mata stays alive with a triumphant roar.
메인 오더를 맡고 있긴 한데 또 그냥 혼자 한다고 되는 게 아니거든요. 팀원들 다 할 수 있게 이끌어주는 것 같아요.
Mata 来到 RNG 是就给我们整个团队提升了很多，就包括队员的对线细节，还有团战处理都提升了很多。
他主要是教我们每个人的一些对线啊，或者是团战，或者是一些运营的吧上面的问题吧，还有特别是沟通上面的问题，把我们全部改变了。
Yeah, if Faker did not exist, Mata probably had a good shot at being the best League of Legends player in history. Sadly, that Faker kid showed up, kept winning things overall.
His career's not over yet, right? There's still room to
No,
climb.
he's actually just a fantastic player to watch. And even a lot of what he does is kind of invisible because we don't really get access very often. We can't really ask these players what he does. But every single teammate that he's played with has said, like, yeah, I didn't even have to talk. Mata just guides me. Team fights, one step back, go in now. You can see him constantly talking, especially very early in the season, week 1 and 2. He was pretty much blabbering the entire game, telling people what to do, and it worked for RNG.
Yeah, he's one of those guaranteed players will be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I think it's great for the LPL that they finally found a formula to work their Korean players in. RNG coming in, they said they want Korean brain, Chinese muscle, and it's working out fine for them.
Paying dividends for them here at this tournament now.
Who's ripped then?
Yeah, he is.
Later today, we'll be unveiling our all-tourney team based on the play we've seen here in week 1, highlighting the best players from across the rift. Mata, some might say, is a front runner in that support position. But now it's time to head over to the caster desk to get our game started.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. We are here and we're ready to cast some League of Legends. I am David Fricterly. With me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And we're actually going to see Mata on the Rift in a little bit here.
Yeah, and I love the story about it. RNG, they were King, Royal Club, these teams, even the mid laner from Garden Tier that came together. Very young players playing with 2 Samsung White Greats, and Mata definitely the leader in that regard. And he really has brought them together. This is a team that went 13-3 in the regular season. I don't think people understand how hard that is in a best-of-3 format, grueling LPL season. And Mata kept them at the pinnacle for the whole time.
Yeah, he's really an incredible player here, and honestly, Royal, the Chinese squad here have just a little bit more to play for here in this one. As long as they win one more game in this group stage here, and of course they're up against SuperMassive here, they win one game in the next 2, they guarantee #1 seed in the playoffs, top dog coming into the post season of this tournament.
I think after the disappointing loss versus CLG, they were 17,000 gold up, and I credit to CLG for sticking with that game and really fighting. I think that this gets back down to business for RNG now. They're going to look to close this game out in very clinical fashion. They'll give maybe SuperMassive the respect they didn't last time around. This was a very brawly game the first time Fabulous was in the top lane and running around on Fizz and doing crazy things. So I think that RNG definitely going to respect SuperMassive's lineup and just try and close this.
Definitely agree, and I think Royal are obviously the big favorites here, but talking about SuperMassive a little bit, they have a little bit more to play for here, though. If they 2-0 and G2 goes 0-2 today, which is entirely possible, 5th place goes to SuperMassive, which means a Pool 2 seed for International Wildcard, which is an upgrade over last year, and it's something that, of course, it's a long shot. They're up against Royal, tough opponents here for them, but still a chance that SuperMassive can pull some upsets and improve their standings.
Yeah, and definitely. And look how important it is. Pain were put in a very difficult group last year and nearly managed to claw their way out. Getting any advantage in seeding for the wildcard regions is absolutely massive. So credit to Turkey's SuperMassive for doing a really big solid for the wildcard regions right now and proving that if we put together these great teams, we can come to international events and have a splash. Pain and Brazil were doing it in the past. Kaboom before them. And now SuperMassive definitely adding to that legacy of providing the upset victories.
Definitely a possibility, so we'll see if they can make that one happen. Thaldrin is, by the way, back in the lineup here for SuperMassive, and I actually think that's a good choice. He seems to be a better team fighter, and team fight seems to be where this match will likely be decided. Laning phase probably not going to be a win here for that squad, but we are going to be getting ourselves into the starting lineups for these squads. Off on the blue side of the map here, LPL's Royal, Never Give Up from China, Looper in the top lane, MLXG, KDA leader of the tournament in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane. Many think he's the best one at this tournament now. at this point, Woosh at AD carry starting for the whole tournament here, and Mata, we heard about him a whole lot. World-class support player. Their coach Fly as well, helping with the picks and bans, and this is the top team in the tournament for a reason.
Yeah, it certainly is. And facing off against them for the first game of the game is Turkey's SuperMassive. Doldrin in the top lane, Stomaged in the jungle, their superstar mid laner Naru, as well as their good AD carry, Achu. He's actually the best laning AD carry at this tournament, CS differential. Dumbledore's their support, and their coach Hachi standing behind the team during the picks and ban phase. And that bottom lane really is where, like, I think a lot of teams will start focusing in the future for SuperMassive, because Achu, Dumbledore, they've stepped up huge.
Yeah, those guys are actually very good. We heard in the very beginning of the tournament, we heard Afremu say, oh yeah, this is actually a top 3 bottom lane at the tournament. It's like, well, but you're up against like Woosh and Mata, you've got Bang and Wolf, like top 3, and they held on to that point. Well, guess what? Achu, highest CS per minute of any player at the tournament, like high amounts of damage. Dumbledore's crazy aggressive, really fun to watch. But that can be, I think, a bit of a downfall because they're so aggressive. I see those players get caught out a lot, especially when you've got a jungler mismatch in a battle like this, where MLXG is 5 times the player Stomage.
Yeah, and I think that this is one of those matchups like where there are games where I love Dumbledore's roams and games where he just has to stay home and win the 2v2, because I think he actually, if he adds chaos here, that's where MLXG thrives. We've already seen the Lee Sin, the Nidalee play, so Dumbledore, if you can do anything, find the 2v2, search it out at level 1, match that with Mata, and then see if you can get into this bottom lane, get a winning lane, something like a Bard, and see if you can take it to the Chinese lineup.
And we'll see if they can do just that. An aggressive lineup will maybe be what they're looking for. We are here in a picks and bans in game 1 of the final day of the group stage. Royal Never Give Up here to secure a #1 seed heading into the playoffs. SuperMassive need to win this and their next to upgrade themselves to 5th place in this one. You're seeing the bans coming through. Twisted Fate and Bard off the table. Sort of one-sided bans against Naru and Dumbledore. MLXG not going to get that Nidalee. And it's funny, we had seen that champion fall off the pick ban list for a while and then come back once we realized MLXG is so good at that champion.
Yeah, and I talked about it yesterday. I mean, mission accomplished for the LPL squad, because they've now guaranteed that Nidalee will almost nearly always be banned. And I think that was a big, I guess, upside for how MLXG did play yesterday's games, even though one of them was a loss against Counterlogic Gaming. Really targeted bans actually out of RNG's lineup as well, giving Naru and Dumbledore the respect they deserve on these pick-style champions.
Definitely agree, but it does still leave up the support Poppy. It wasn't banned away. Dumbledore's probably most famous support.
He's also got the Elise. He played that a little bit too.
Yeah, he's hovered it. I don't think he's going to go for it, honestly. I like Maokai for Thaldrin, and honestly, with Echo and Poppy still up, there's like not a lot to pitch for the top lane, so they're going to grab the early Lucian instead and make sure that Achu can have a decent landing phase for himself. It says picking that has been locked in, though. That Maokai is there, and it's Royal's pick right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's actually a really clever switch here from SuperMassive, so showing their adaptability in the draft. I mean, we've already seen Stomaged play the likes of the Gragas and Elise, so he's definitely comfortable on these junglers, so they get pretty much the best top laner in my opinion, especially in a teamfight meta. Up there for Doldrin, who has shown that he is a great teamfighter, very safe. Also a powerful AD carry for that 2v2 lane.
And I just like the fact that Maokai does bring the reliable crowd control. If you TP in with an Echo, you still got to land the parallel convergence. You're going to outplay it. Poppy has to find the wall stun. You can flash that. But Maokai is guaranteed lockdown. And so I know you were talking in rehearsals about wanting to see a Lissandra come out from Naru at some point. And with a lot of targeted CC, you can find those pickoffs, and SuperMassive can maybe break this game open a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly can. And Lissandra, to me, has been a little bit underutilized because she does bring the best. She's a pushing 1-3-1. She doesn't really pressure turrets, but she will shove the lane quite hard and then can telefight and have immediate impact, which is something that you always have to look for in a mid laner that teleports into these team fights. Gangplanks, you know, Azirs, they have to have setup time to be able to get there. Lissandra arrives and delivers instantly.
And especially, you consider the fact that Azir will have to run cleanse into the match if you can have a teleport advantage. Try to make plays elsewhere on the map, and just maybe SuperMassive can find those edge cases. The Elise hover the Thresh as well, and looks like they are going for heavy pick potential. All of these are crowd control focused champions. To me, this screams Lissandra.
Yeah, 100%. And I also think that now vision control becomes key for SuperMassive. If they are able to make any area of this map dark, they can just set up for their style of gameplay. I mean, we've seen them unsuccessfully try and do it a couple of times against G2, but have pretty good early games with it. Powerful laners, as well as the potential to rotate into that pick.
Absolutely agree. We haven't seen much of the Royal bot lane just yet. The Twitch is up and was considered sort of a counter to Lucian in lane. But it is always scary playing Twitch into a Thresh. If you can't dodge the hook, you're almost guaranteed to die.
Mata
There's the hover.
hovering is covered a Jace support, of course, that we saw in the Demacia Cup last year. Don't know if that one's going to come out again.
I do, and I'm going to say no.
No, yep, good, thank you.
Yeah, that's going to be my guess on this one here. They do need to still pick themselves a top laner, and there is a Rumble hover, but no, Echo seems much, much more likely. Poppy's always a chance, but there's the lock in on Echo. And to make the final seconds choices, 2 to go. I think Twitch, though, is the pick here, and Woosh will play Twitch again with a Braum and a Azir to help keep him alive. Honestly, feels pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that really the only team that has seemed to favor Poppy over Echo right now is CLG, I think it's fair to say. When you see Darshan's proficiency on the champion, I definitely respect the decision as well. But Echo seems to have a cleaner 1 or 2 item, whereas Poppy is just that powerhouse the later the game goes. I like it against LeBlanc, however, because it just shuts down so much of the aggression. So I still think Poppy has its place, but in this game where LeBlanc isn't probably going to be taken in, although potentially could in the pick.
Yeah, we need a mid laner either way, and now it's the choice to go for. And we had thought about Lissandra a whole lot, but we haven't seen a lot of people really going for the counter picks in terms of playstyle. We see Assassin into Azir, but we haven't seen the Dal'Cos, we haven't seen the Varus just yet, but this hover is one of these champions we used to see against Azir to try to punish the matchup.
And this is what Kobe was talking about. Where's the Varus, the Valkos, where's the Cassiopeia into Rise? Like, these champions we know are tried and true in the current meta and can perform. And it looks like SuperMassive agree. No, they don't.
No, they don't. They hovered it for a while, but they actually just want to go back to that same playstyle, play an Assassin into an Azir, Naru on the Zed, but now this puts, honestly, a pretty small clock on the game where you will lose team fights to Azir, Braum, Twitch later on.
Yeah, but thank goodness there isn't a Kindred for the complete shutdown. I think that he will move away from hunting to the Zed to hunting out Wu Xin as the game progresses. I mean, it was always kind of said as long as Zed is in the meta, Kog'Maw, Twitch really do struggle to find their footing because they don't have a way to get away from him. But that is quite a strange composition to pick Zed into, at least in my opinion, because Zed kind of thrives by himself. Maybe they can set up some picks in the rotation in the darkness, but I don't know if I completely agree with it over something like LeBlanc if you do want to run an Assassin.
It's a lot of single target based champions, and you don't have a TP mid laner coming in unless Zed wants to go teleport mid, but currently he's got a Knight for himself. So strange comp coming out of Supermassive. They're going to hope they can find something to do here in this one against the heavy team fighting of Royal Never Give Up. We are here into the last day of the group stage of Midseason Invitational 2016. And you guys at home, tweet hashtag RNG win or hashtag SUP win for which team you think is going to take this one home. I have a feeling the Western fan base probably votes for Supermassive. It's fun to vote for the wildcard teams, though, but the Chinese Royal team, clearly the favorites coming in.
Yeah, they certainly are, but Supermassive, definitely an endearing team, making fans around the world. They're such a good group of guys and playing the game at a very good level coming into this tournament.
Definitely agree. So the lineups on your screen, the players loading in, and well, it's no surprise that China, the LPL, owns the Rift. They won the head-to-head before. And the lineup on your screen, the red floor beneath everybody's feet. And we are into the game. Here we go to start the day out. Royal from China versus Supermassive from Turkey.
And I want to see whether Royal still pull a quirky level 1 with Twitch as well as Braum. They like to set up some traps for their opposition. You actually heard Afro mention it in his kind of little speech about Mata, and CLG have done a good job of replicating that success, so Supermassive have to be on their toes here.
Well, first bit of damage to Xiao, who 100% of damage to champions. Never mind anymore. Uh-oh, Stomage gets stunned up, exhausted as well. The flash to follow, and he will be stunned up. There's the level 1, there's the hit over the wall. Nocta securing first blood for Woosh.
And people will look at that, and it really started with Xiaohu. He forced back the Zed, allowed the duo lane to sneak into the river brush undetected, and that just meant that Stomage wasn't ready for an extra 2 people to show up there, flashing out a Fog of War. Such a good level 1. Now with Summoner Spells down, you do expect them to want to lane swap this, but that's an early huge advantage for the Royal lineup.
Woosh getting 400 gold to start the landing phase out, gets a longsword and a potion if he wants it, but he's actually going to stay up there due to how they want to play the lane swap. So Woosh will not get a catch or capitalize any of this gold, but he will be heading top lane, which means it's a 2-on-1 lane. I think that's advantage to Royal. Honestly, they're not only better at lane swapping by a little bit over Supermassive, but the 2-on-2 matchup would not be good for them here.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't. You kind of have to look at the Graves and the Elise as well.
And he's spotted. So Twitch is going to fight him. A flashless Elise has to run away from his own jungle to start it out, and gives a nice, happy, healthy Elise to the Royal duo lane.
Yeah, so they're able to take the little ones away as well. That was greedy, starting on the top side of the jungle after you knew that they'd set up vision there, so
totally agree.
Stomage gets punished.
And he's going to be late around his jungle. Meanwhile, MLXG and Looper were just simply duo jungling. Thaldron pushing as hard as he can, but now getting flanked by this. He knew they were up there as well. He wanted to shove the lane, but a nice dodge there. Royal don't have many summoners up, but Mod was able to land the auto attack, which means Thaldron is caught out here. Takes a whole heap of damage. Not going to choose to flash the wall. He will go for another kill. Huge misplays to start the day from SuperMassive, and Royal are crushing it.
And they knew that they were still in the top side of the jungle. This is just SuperMassive not respecting the Braum Twitch early power. And Looper joins the push straight away to try and get it rolling. We've already mentioned that Twitch maybe not the quickest pushing AD carry in the game, but with Graves, with Echo being able to help him out, this should be quite a quick 3v0.
Yeah, shouldn't be too big of a problem for them. Eventually you're going to see Maokai join the rest of his teammates at the bottom side of the map. And they will probably equalize the turret score, but nice healthy 900 gold lead for the Chinese squad thanks to this early game.
And let's talk about what this does to the mid lane, because all of a sudden, if Azir can get there uncontested, you know, start getting some levels, doesn't have to burn a summoner spell in what is a kill lane of a Zed and an Elise ganking him, that's just so good for Xiaohu. I mean, we've seen this matchup a few times, and the Zed does seem to win out early.
Yeah, but not like this, though, with no threat at all of Stormage being anywhere near. He just, sorry, Stomage, for some reason the R just shows up in my head for some reason. Yeah, bot lane turret will go down. Stomage gonna actually run through the bottom side of the jungle. No big surprise there. It's a lane swap. MLXG couldn't take those camps away. Top editor will die pretty easily. Looper will be getting solo gold on that one. And as far as tempo goes, those turrets are dying at very similar times.
Yeah, but 2 kill advantage. Xiaohu needs to be careful here, because there are 2 people below him, and he's walking to the wrong side of the lane.
And here comes the Thresh. Here comes Stomage on Elise. No flash for Cocoon, and Xiaohu gets to walk away with, despite having no mana at all, couldn't dodge away from it.
And that's important, right? Playing towards the strong side of the map, you know that you've got multiple members up there. I mean, MLXG was doing the Rift Scuttler. He still has double buff and has had a quite successful early clear. So that's smart play out of RNG. But honestly, like, this is things that would go wrong in the LPL for the team. They would lane swap properly, but then make that one mistake and lose everything. So it's quite promising to see them being able to clean up their gameplay.
Well, here comes the nice little attempt by SuperMassive. Echo does have teleport, so Looper can come down to help the team, but looks like Super going for a 3v2 in the bot side of the map. Even though they could get behind Woosh and Mata, who don't have a turret, they haven't pulled the trigger. They could have just literally walked behind them through Tri-Brush. Now they're waiting until they push even farther to remove some of their attempt to go away. Now Mata's going to face check, gets Cocoon. Here comes the attempt to deal damage to Braum. A hook in as well. The flay, the shield comes up. He's going to take a lot of punishment, but damage back out of Stomage. Mata still will go down. Woosh is alone. Looper finishes teleporting in, goes for the stun, and everything dives into Stomage. Gets the kill, turns one around, but now Thaldron back onto Woosh. Gets the root. Will be getting the kill. A 2 for 2 overall, but now Naru's here. This could be advantage, and it will be SuperMassive 3-2 in that fight.
So a patient setup out of SuperMassive, and they get their targets. However, MLXG looking for Naru.
Naru, he's not watching. He's got to run away from this one. He's not going to get away in time. The red buff takes him down. MLXG slays Naru.
And all of a sudden, all of that hard work becomes undone because there is a 20 CS advantage in the mid lane for Xiaohu. But this is a patient setup. Nice job of using that pick that we mentioned out of the Elise, out of the targeted CC of Maokai, and they execute beautifully on this. I mean, great repel. I actually don't like Looper's target prioritization here because he chases so far and kind of leaves Woosh for dead, which means that they trade very evenly in what was an early game that they were winning.
Because they probably could have killed Thaldron and saved Woosh, you're right.
Yeah, so Thaldron instead gets a double kill. He's now back in the game after being heavily focused out, and that is a mistake out of RNG, but honestly, MLXG kind of saves it here.
Yeah, saves it. Naru, you can see how long it took to realize what was going on, and that Q hits way too early.
Naru's a window shopper.
Yep, sadly the case. And here we go, an attempt in the top lane. Achi is going to get away from Looper's stun, but it's still a level 5 Bomby Cinder, double Thorns Ring Echo. He can walk back to his turret safely. Still a 1,000 gold lead right here. Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm watching the wrong side of it. It's the Sheen and the Ruby Crystal and Echo. I'm all kinds of terrible right now.
Actually a really greedy build out of Echo because he's going with combat as stats here when he's going to be against not really all of that many people.
Oh, Azir Kama comes in from Xiao, who wants Naru, who's forced to jump away, but he's flashless thanks to MLXG's gank earlier, and he will be going down. Another kill picked up by the Chinese jungler.
And this is dangerous because you need a snowball Zed mid lane. Maybe Stomage needs to get there and give a little bit more focus, but Xiaohu's kind of having his way with Naru right now. They're going to actually even trade out a mid lane turret, which is hugely
Oh, that's just so not good for SuperMassive. It's a lot of bad things at the very least for them. They were able to pressure the top side. The Twitch solo push by Whoosh only really has attack speed, so won't be killing that turret very fast, so it should be a turret trade at the very least. Top lane will be going down, and Thaldr will accept the experience here. So the kills are still what's giving a lot of money over. And I take it back, the bot lane did go down. Twitch plus the minions was enough, so it's multiple extra turret kills. StoneMage now finding MLXG, who's able to jump away in the back towards his side of the map. Double Judge can look for the hook. Mata tanks it with a shield up. He's in a decent spot here as Looper's not far away. Yeah, I don't think there's much more SuperMassive can do. They've got to respect this kind of damage output. The flash actually out Xiaohu in here as well to deal some damage. Thaldr forces a flash as soon as he engages back in. And there's a loss of summoner spells for SuperMassive, but now Achu finding Whoosh, who has to flash away. We'll see if that chase happens. Looper does go down to StoneMage, so a nice re-engage by SuperMassive. Whoosh does limp away safely. Achu burned flash to get nothing done. He could have just let him go.
Yeah, he certainly could have, and he probably should have, because he has a BF sword. He just regained control of that lane. He can freeze up nicely for a couple of waves, maybe try and deny the Twitch or Looper respectively.
So he's pushing instead, which surprises me a bit. I don't think he's anything to push for.
Yeah, especially because, you know, they've already lost all 3 outers, and they're not really in a position for Zed to go to a side lane just yet. They probably do want to turtle this one up for another 4 or 5 minutes, get that completed item, and see what they can get done. That's, once again, a little bit disappointing out of the RNG lineup, because MLXG was Xiaohu was obviously, like, very clearly pinging his team back there, as Naru will escape there. But they just continue to fight, and the tankiness of this Maokai, who did go the early tank items, was just able to absorb so much of that pressure and continually re-engage.
You mentioned the greedy build by Looper. Sheen has no defensive combat stats except for, I guess, cooldown reduction to have your shield come back up again, and lo and behold, actually gets killed. Only level 5 on this Echo. Dirk, certainly not tanky yet, but now building towards the Spectre's Cowl to deal with Maokai and Elise. We'll see which lane matchups end up lining up, because the thing is, if Thaldr matches up with Whoosh, he's got a Chain Vest. If Looper matches up with Achu, he's got no armor.
Yeah, and Archer's already shown that he's not really all that scared of the members of RNG right now. So they will continue to just try and press out and shove these lanes. Naru's the player on his team that's in trouble. Everyone else is kind of within touching distance. I mean, StoneMage also a little bit struggling. But honestly, the top laner and AD carry right now for SuperMassive should be where they are trying to play around, get them the advantageous side lanes.
And the problem is, it's just not been good for Naru. 1-2-1, down 34 minions against his opposite member, Mata. Clearing some wards away and doing just fine. MLXG just invading right into the face of the SuperMassive, taking the red buff away. Looper's there to help support that as he's level 6 and nearly immune to dying. And yep, MLXG grabs the red buff, nicely done there. StoneMage actually just sitting there watching the entire time red buff was dying. He just stood there saying maybe they'll misplay and the red buff will kill them, and it didn't happen. Thaldr down a level under Looper, forced out of his own jungle as well.
Yeah, so top side of the map firmly belongs to RNG right now. However, on the bottom side of the map, Achu is 35 CS over what the LPL considers an advantageous lane for the Twitch that started off with 2 kills.
Problem is, Whoosh is ahead in gold because of the extra turret kills, because of the 2 kills and assists that he has right there. I would still take BF Sword versus Hurricane and be happy to be the Lucian here, but Whoosh is honestly not in a very dangerous spot here, so he'll get some farm back. He's got most of his team's gold lead, and Achu recalling on a ward, has to jump away. He'll be okay.
And I was wondering whether they were going to still go the Hurricane build. I mean, they're going Hurricane into Youmu's right now, into Infinity Edge, instead of going for something like a Blade of the Ruined King when you don't have the Kindred on your team. I agree with the build if you do have the Kindred, but I think it also might be one of those things where if you get caught out at the later stages of this game, like when you're 1 or 2 items by the Zed, you have significantly less dueling power.
Definitely agree, but as long as Whoosh can get himself a Quicksilver Sash 3rd item, I think he'll probably, especially with an underfed Naru who probably can't even kill a melee minion by himself without some supervision, I feel like Whoosh will be okay. And it'll be a very mid-game spiky team, right? As soon as he maxes Contaminate, the Hurricane bolts stack up, he hits everybody for like 500 damage on a nuke. That'll just win you a mid-game team fight. And so I agree, like it's a little bit risky. If Naru were doing better, this would be a rough situation for Whoosh, but it's a mid-game spike he's going for, and right now this is going to be totally fine as long as Royal can close that game out from a mid-game lead. They're certainly winning right now. 3,000 gold lead for the Chinese squad, which will lock in the #1 seed heading into playoffs, and they would even have to beat SKT to stay #1 later in the day.
Yeah, and that's where Royal can start, you know, showing new things. I love the fact that they're they've stayed very consistent so far, but Royal can play multiple styles. So if they do win out on this game, lock in number 1, I would love to see them play another early game comp. Like, do they show SKT that they definitely have more than just this brawly team fighting meta?
I would honestly wait if I was Royal, right? One thing that's happening in the group stage, Kobe was talking about it on the analyst desk, we haven't seen a lot of really different picks here, right? Cassiopeia into Ryze, Vel'Koz or Varus into Azir. At this point, a team like Royal should just save those picks for playoffs. And if they play SKT or they play CLT or whomever in the semifinals, say, oh, by the way, you think we're going to pick LeBlanc here. Just kidding, entirely different composition. You weren't ready for this. And at this point, strategically, that would be the sort of outlook I'd be looking for. But either way, we're looking pretty far into the future. And right now, it's about Royal just playing a reasonably clean game. Some mistakes, certainly, that SuperMassive capitalized on, but a game that they are winning.
I like the fact that they slowed it down, right? They opened up the map early. That would be in the advantage of the pick comp, especially now that they've wrestled control of their own jungle back. I mean, props to SuperMassive right now. They've got the defensive line of wards through the middle of their jungle. That means they can start to push up. So, honestly, RNG, wow.
Oh, looking in onto Woosh, exhausted and reminded to keep himself alive, and Achu has to force a flash away. Stomage very, very low, and Double Doge will likely be the first one to be killed. And when she kites away, Mata gets the slay. Actually takes down a fellow support, and this late TP by Thaldrin just in the middle of the Royal lineup. He's forced to run, and now here comes Xiaohu. A great knockback takes down Stomage, and by the way, Achu still forced to run away. He will be going down a double kill for Xiaohu, making the flank happen. That's a 4 for 0.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that right now, both teams should just be content to farm up, because if they ever do go aggressive here, SuperMassive, they still are weaker, and Xiaohu just able to absolutely light up the backline.
Great mistake by SuperMassive. You mentioned the fact that they had wrestled control back of the top side jungle, not the bot side. They dove well past what was safe. Turns out all of RNG was there. Now we're seeing the attempted play there to take down Woosh. He nearly gets the damage, but it's not going to be enough. He ults the wrong target. Actually hit MLXG. Woosh lives with 100 health, and didn't need it.
I actually think that was a little bit greedy. He thought he could make the play where you kill one target, jump to another to make your grand escape. Instead, he gets neither there, Naru. Doesn't even ignite Freak to just secure that kill.
Oh,
so
wow.
That was honestly like, this is just one of those little mistakes. I mean, we saw Kickers make a similar one on the first day in the turret dive. When things are going wrong, they just really go wrong for you.
And they really have. Now a 5,000 gold lead already is huge at 14 minutes. Rift Herald's going to be an easy one as well for Royal Never Give Up. Chinese squad looking to lock in number 1. That's pretty likely here. Watch that fight again. There's no word because they have no idea how close everyone else is. Yeah. Right here.
So as soon as they're in, you can see that there's already a split. The teleport actually completes right here.
Before Thaldrin even starts his.
Yeah, and that's just crazy. Then Thaldrin actually completing out on his own teleport. That's a little bit, I'm going to say questionable. And Xiaohu just showing what the Emperor of Kurima can really do when in the hands of a master.
Definitely an incredible player, Xiaohu, a great mid laner. It's nice to see him have a standout tournament. We haven't really seen him in international competition. A lot of times it's hard to watch Chinese League of Legends. People don't often know who the big Chinese stars are. And it's nice to see MLXG and Xiaohu really have huge breakout tournament.
And consistent performances. I mean, the team that Xiaohu was on, Gamti, they really did wait for him, and he had some great performances against Masters 3 and Dade in particular, which people will be familiar with, so that kind of speaks to him. But MLXG was the same. They beat out EDG when he was on King coming into the LPL, and then kind of flopped as EDG won out on MSI last year, so not performing to his skill cap either. So these young Chinese players, now with the leadership of Mata, they kind of call it the classroom environment, definitely showing that they can get it together consistently at the highest level.
And something I really enjoy about high-tier League of Legends is it happens a lot with teams, but also with players, where you line up with the right team, the right player, and they start teaching you how to play the proper game, and you can be a great sort of matchmaking player, and then you join a competitive team, and you get the right tutelage, and you start skyrocketing to the performance. And so what happened with Royal Never Give Up, really. Most of these players, I should say 3/4 of these players, kind of not very notable.
And look at what their champion pool was. I mean, MLXG was like a Lee Sin player. Like, Lee Sin Elise, he wanted to carry when it wasn't a carry meta. I mean, Xiaohu, he was a LeBlanc Z main when he was known by Angel Beat, so they very much were solo queue style players, and now they're playing control mages, like very stylistically meta-appropriate champions for MLXG, all patch long, so really does speak to the evolution that has come out. And you can see that they're just that step ahead right now, that little bit more classier and polished than what this SuperMassive team can bring.
Yeah, definitely a pretty polished lineup here. Great collapse in the bot lane team fight earlier. Now 4 turrets to 2 in this scoreline here. And those 2 turrets were only even because of the lane swap game. They've really given SuperMassive almost nothing to do here in this match. 7,000 the lead here. Xiao, who continued to just beat up on Naru. And look at the damage up in here. Has to force the death market. A perfect Emperor's Divide. Soldier's already there on the other half of it. Beautiful play by Xiao for the solo kill. Now stuck amidst a lot of enemy champions. A great hook comes out. And yes, that will be an execute. Stomaged gets one back. Actually an advantage to SuperMassive because of a shutdown gold, but still looked way classier from Xiaohu.
And honestly, that's one of those times where you can accept that Xiaohu went for the play, but maybe a little bit unnecessary. The rest of the lanes aren't pushed up. They don't get any advantage from 4 people collapsing mid lane. So actually props to this SuperMassive lineup, because you can see that Naru really doesn't have any chance in a 1v1 team fight, but 3 members rotate quicker than their counterparts for SuperMassive, and you can see that they really are starting to get that team play rolling on the international level.
Oh,
That's
nearly got
hook.
away from the hook. He nearly lived. Although I think Thaldron would have caught him at the backside.
And they're the 2 players that I really want to talk about right now. Thaldron, who had a really sloppy early game. He's back within touching distance, 2-3-2, maybe a couple of mistakes. Archu, he's still up 20 CS. He's doing really well in this lane swap situation. So there are individual standout players right now for SuperMassive for people to be able to look towards. It's just that their mid lane and jungle fell so far behind because of an early, I guess, greedy path out of Stomaged after already giving up first blood that just set the tempo of this entire game.
Yeah. To talk about SuperMassive a little bit, since it'll be probably the last game I get to cast them this tournament, still a better team than people had expected. Honestly, coming in here, they were a real threat. They took down Counterlogic Gaming, which was a great win by them. They've had a number of close matches. Okay, yes, they're outmatched right here, but you were seeing them keep many of these teams very close throughout the early and mid game. There were definitely some winnable matches for these guys. If they can't close one out, they are guaranteed 6th place, as G2 owns the head-to-head tiebreaker, so they can't get out of 6th, even if they win later on in today. SuperMassive still, I think, doing better than Turkey did at last year's MSI. And I want to see more of them if Turkey can re-qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and it's the little things, right? Like last MSI, it was very much about, you know, we're just here, we haven't really done it before, we're here for the experience. This year, Double Doge came out and said, I want to be known for something that wasn't killing Faker. I mean, I think we use that to death, but it just shows that the change in the mindset of that this guy is, he's here to play and win now, and it has reflected in their gameplay because they're drafting really well, at least in my opinion, and they still are playing to their compositional strengths.
Definitely are, but now you're seeing some strengths come out of Whoosh. A lot of damage down to Double Doge, force a flash away. Nice shield by Mata, blocks the culling, and he's going to be all right with that. But 7,500 the gold lead now, Royal. Really not taking any major damage, just pushing in, looking for the next turret to kill. They've stacked 2 dragons already. Baron's up in 25, and maybe they find another assassination.
And look, Royal did the hard work against CLG as well and threw it all away. So pressure's now on. Like, we know that they can get early gold advantages. We know they're talented individual players. We want to see more of the discipline, more of that refined style that we saw against SKT the first time this team played them, and the ability to not go for the over-aggressive plays and respect your opponent.
And they gave respect right there. They run away and don't get caught out by Double Doge's Lantern gank thanks to the Elise. It's going to be just fine getting away from that one. But now the attempted Baron, a nice little sneaky play by Royal Never Give Up from China while their dual lane distracts the bot side and then walks away cleanly. The Azir turret falls down in the mid lane. No one is the wiser. This is going to be a clean take. Well done right there. Baron at 20 minutes for Royal. 10,000 gold lead. All that's left is just to attack move into the base.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be pretty clean right now. That's actually really smart out of Royal. I mean, they knew that SuperMassive were looking for the pick on the bottom side of the map, that's where all their vision was concentrated. They hadn't been on the top side for about 5 minutes. So, you know, a good play, but probably SuperMassive probably even at the back of their mind were like, we have to get the 2 kills because they're doing Baron. But there's just nothing they can do about it at this stage.
Yeah, nothing anymore. Just the gold lead's too big. So, Spawn, I have a did you know for you.
Okay.
So right before Baron Nashor was killed, MLXG took the Rift Herald. Did you know when you get Baron, you lose the Rift Herald buff?
I did know that.
Okay.
Because otherwise, like, what would the creeps do? They can only be so
that would
purple
be awesome.
creep. They just get even bigger.
They just turn into Barney the dinosaur. Just as purple as possible.
I like the fact that that is actually across both America and Australia there, so I actually picked that one up.
Good, I'm glad.
That was good.
I'm glad I could find a suitably purple character that you knew about.
Yeah, whereas if I said Harold the Giraffe, you would think I was crazy.
No, I just think that was cute and Australian. Or maybe it's Kiwi, I don't know.
I think it's actually both. I hope so.
Okay.
I am Oceania after all, you know.
Yes.
Try and get the Kiwis.
Doesn't matter which country. which means you're also notable for Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, definitely. I would take responsibility for that
You
scenery.
will take
any day of the
responsibility
week.
for Lord of the Rings.
Not Lord of the Rings, the scenery.
The scenery.
Obviously, the cinematography
Shire.
that shot it. But yeah, the actual the wildlife in both New Zealand and Australia is spectacular.
That's true, but oh, look at this spectacular. There's the ulti on a Stomage, forced to run away. Achu dangerously low as well, and Rat-a-tat-tat coming out from Woosh, dealing plenty of damage, and well, it's just going to be SuperMassive able to walk back into their base, staying alive, but they are getting strangled out of this game. It's a 13,000 gold lead now. Top lane out of turret went down. A great 1-1-3 style push coming out of Royal.
And that's crazy because they're not the ones with the Zed. They've got the Azir in their lineup. They should technically be forced to group here, but they just have
Oh, well, forced to get hooked in, and Mata taking plenty of damage, but Stomage couldn't get it across. Mata's going to survive as somebody else coming out of Woosh to keep his support alive. Only one death for the Braum, and now into the mid lane they go with no thresh to stop them. Thought in the front lines, but Looper is tanky, happy to walk forward. They land the stun, the tree is gonna go down, and everyone's gonna hear him in the forest. Now the inhibitor will fall next. No one to really stop them. Oh no, actually they're gonna give up a little bit of control, but a few more attacks should do it. MLXG will take it down. Looper TP's back in, and now it is a 5 versus 3. Into the front line he goes, can't kill off Wuchi. Qs has off the ultimate. Achu goes down as well. Stomage forced to run. Looper gotta run away through the ignite. Stomage will be next off, falls down out of the turret. Elise will just fall off. Legs pried off as well. Down to the last few Nexus turrets, and in a blistering fast game, only 23 minutes. Royal Never Give Up from China secure the #1 seed into the playoffs.
Yeah, and that was an important game for Royal against what is the 6th place team now officially at the tournament. They're able to close it out. You can see on your screen, all business right there. Like, not really the big celebration. They know that they dropped the ball yesterday, but back to playing great clinical League of Legends today.
Absolutely the case. Really good early games, good early pressure, capitalizing massively on the mistakes by SuperMassive. You can see Dumbledore on your screen there, knowing, all right, 6th place is the place for us. They still have one more game to play to come out with a win, and that record 2-8. And Royal, of course, will have one final game against SKTelecom T1 from Korea, which could be a preview of their semifinal matchup, actually. And honestly, Royal owning that 2-0 feels like a good confidence boost coming in.
And more importantly, like, MSI, EDG versus SKT, I mean, the start of the rivalry was already there, and then RNG taking out SKT, the favorites, that is well and truly a rivalry. Like, if people think that that game is just going to be a throwaway game, I really would question it, because RNG are a proud team. I mean, this is an organization that's been to 2 World Finals.
Yeah.
They lost to SKT in one of them. They do not want to give that team anything.
I mean, honestly, yeah, China, since last year's Mid-Season Invitational, okay, they won that, but ever since then was basically laughed at. Only one team made out of groups of the World Championship. LGD continued to do really badly at IEM San Jose. Then, you know, we saw them just continue to do really poorly throughout the various international tournaments we did have ever since Worlds. And now back here, China once again back on top. The question is, can they keep this form?
Yeah,
right?
and that's always been the big question. We know that the raw mechanical ability of Chinese players and the Korean imports that they brought over, top %. We had questions about their teamwork, about their communication, and most importantly about their consistency, because some games pop off and go absolutely berserk, but other games, like, we've seen some crazy stuff in the LPL. It's a very long season, so I think that the focus is important. The fact that they clean out up the wildcard region, like, very disciplined play, not overreaching at all. I think that's a great sign for the LPL as a whole, that we're starting to learn these traits.
Definitely agree. And I think also just talking about Chinese League of Legends with all these Korean imports, I was normally not a fan of bilingual or trilingual teams who have to find these weird ways to communicate with each other. But as time goes on, you know, these players learn a little bit of English, the Korean players learn some Mandarin, and it gets a little bit easier over time. And you find systems that actually work for these teams.
And it's really funny because Aaron was like, they need enough communication to be able to talk to each other. I'm talking about EDG's coach, by the way, guys, on Summoner's Rift, but not enough communication to be able to fight with each other. He was like, for League of Legends, for young League of Legends players, this is a perfect balance, you know? They need to be able to communicate on Summoner's Rift, and then only through their coaches and translators when things start going a little bit wrong, because it actually brings everyone down when you have to speak through someone else. I mean, a lot of the passion goes and you just speak about business, and that's what they said about EDG going into MSI last year, and I think that is something similar that we would have seen out of RNG this year.
Well, Royal Never Give Up doing a great job here in this one. The Chinese team securing a #1 seed in the playoffs. And for now, to break down that game and talk about the rest of the tournament, send it over to Dash.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Dominating victory out of RNG there. 23 minutes and 15 seconds, our fastest of the tournament. And I feel like these guys are really just turning the screws, right? It's final day of group stages. They did suffer that loss from CLG yesterday, so they're coming back into it saying, we're not pulling any punches today.
Yeah, there's not much left to analyze this game. I think everybody at home could be like, yeah, this is where they won the game. But there was a couple individual plays. I think that was really awesome to see, and they happen almost consistently every game.
Yeah, consistently, but in different ways, right? These level ones is what Crepo is talking about, and how Mata does push the envelope with that.
Yeah, I just want to say something about the Turkish thing. I think they had a good draft coming in. They said they're not going to win the top, they're not going to win the mid. Let's just make everything about Achu and let's just play around him. Highest CSD this tournament so far, My Burn 3. Stretch that even further this game. And if you look at the early proactive play, they actually got a 3-for-1 in the bottom. But then everything else happened.
Yeah, so let's talk about, back to Kobe's point, the level ones, right? What this team is able to do very early on in the game on the side of RNG. The first blood, I mean, coming before minions spawn, but this is the kind of thing that RNG seem to do time and time again.
But like, which support's actually gonna flash in an exhaustor? Like,
Braum. Probably the only one.
Not in terms of champion, but just for Mata, just to go for that. Like, he gets a stack, and there's almost no hesitation, because he also knows, if I flash, my team knows that they better flash, because maybe he doesn't go through a translator, and if they don't flash, he'll give them the short end of the stick after the game.
I think he's just like, kill, and everyone's like, okay, we better kill this guy, or else we're gonna get. But the thing is, they weren't even done after that, right? It's how they capitalize on things that they gain in these level ones. Then they set up with the Twitch, and they do a second invade, and Stomage was out of this game after that. Absolutely. As a jungler, he got pushed off his own jungle level 1.
And that's, for me, is the most impressive thing about Mata. Like, not only is he really good at warding, you know, knowing where to be in the map, but he can read the situations like, okay, if I go in here, these are the limits. And then he generally always is right. Like, so many fights he gets out on a sliver of health, or he just initiates a team fight where, yeah, he loses his life, but his team will convincingly win that. That example, too, so many first spots here on the back of his game reads, you know, and his team blindly follows him because they clearly trust him.
And Stomage being out of the game means MLXG is even more in the game, and that's a terrifying prospect for any team going up against RNG. And I want to fast forward a little bit, 13 minutes into the game, which is it's a little past the halfway mark of this game, actually, which is what's crazy. 4-for-0 in the bot lane for RNG, but again, this just kind of shows their ability to set up and create plays so easily.
I like the opening. It's good. Ash is going in, going ham, but sadly they're so far behind. Another instant teleport, something RNG have worked on and didn't do so well, and then Xiaohu comes in later for the swag points.
Oh man, yeah, we want to put the spotlight here on Xiaohu for the roam for Azir here. This is such a beautiful slide from him, and he's going to be able to get two. Since we didn't see the full second 1-versus-1 that he had with the Chu here, there's just nothing that he could do get away from him. But man, you talked about earlier the Chinese muscle on RNG, and Xiaohu and Woosh and MLXG are definitely a big part of that.
Yeah, I actually think that if you look at that play, like, the Turkish team is going proactive, but the scary thing about RNG is they're playing reactive and then they're just winning off mechanics.
Well, right. I mean, SuperMassive, proactive, yet their TP comes in second.
Yeah,
Looper is just on point with those, making sure that he's backing up his team anytime they find themselves in maybe a hairy situation.
But to touch on that play again, I think so many Azir players would they would do the QE play, but they would just go up. They would go and then walk around the brush and see if they can slow them down. Like, to see that you can actually curve over that wall and just get at the end of that is actually a really good read.
That was almost a full screen of distance.
Yeah, I don't see it that often anymore, so it's really good to see really skilled Azir players, because it's such a fun champion to watch with an incredibly high ceiling.
All in all, starting our day off with a very quick win for RNG, padding their stats as they move into the bracket stages. Now, though, it's time to send it down to Shox for a word with a member of the group stages #1 squad.
Thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined here by Wuxing, as I was advised by Wenson is the correct pronunciation, for the 80 carry for RNG after locking in that first spot in the group stage going into playoffs. Now, Wuxing, after that game yesterday versus CLG, now you played the fastest game of the tournament so far. How important was it to have a good showing here on the final day of group stage after that loss?
就是你们昨天最后一场比赛输给了 CLG， 但今天你们非常快的，应该是这届 M 赛最快的一场胜利，23分钟战胜了这比赛的对手。你觉得在比赛的最后一天，小组赛的最后一天有这么快的这么一场胜利，对你们意味着什么？
首先，因为昨天输了之后嘛，可能也是当时打的有点大意了，而且 也自己很认真的检讨过，所以说今天打的稍微特别认真一点，所以说不会犯那些不必要的失误了。
So they did play a little bit careless yesterday, and this game they're trying to correct their attitude and play the right game and try not to make those mistakes again.
And it was a very good game indeed. Now, you've had a good tournament so far, but there's been a lot of popping up AD carry talent. What do you make of the competition AD carry-wise this MSI?
这次 MSI 有非常多的优秀的 ADC， 你觉得其他 ADC 你怎么评价？你可不可以跟我们稍微点评一下？
每个 AD 都很屌，但我觉得就细节处理最好的 AD 应该是 CL。
哎，明显大家这个热情程度不够。
可以再说一遍吗？
就是我觉得他每个队的 AD 都很厉害，但是我觉得细节上处理最好的 ADC 应该是 CLG 的 AD。
Maybe repeat. It was
Yeah,
hard for
it's
you to
pretty loud
understand.
in the stadium. 最好的 ADC 是谁
？CLG 的 AD.
Okay, so he's saying that all the ADC in this tournament are playing phenomenal, but the best one you think is Stixie from CLG.
Wow, fantastic. Well, he is a very much up-and-coming AD carry. Now, we saw you talking in a video about your support Mata and how important he is for the team, but I'd love to know what he has meant to you as an AD carry player and his, of course, sidekick specifically and your growth.
这次 MSI 呢 ，Mata 表现非常好，大家也都知道 Mata 对你们的重要性很大。那你觉得 Mata 对你有什么特别的作用吗？
每次比赛完吧，不管是输赢，他都会就是跟我说特别多东西，让在我没有发现的很多东西上，他会提醒我，然后告诉我要我去怎么做，所以说对我帮助是特别大的。而且我觉得我这次来这边这几天进步也挺大的吧。
So Mata actually means a lot to him. Like whenever they play, Mata will comment on his gameplay and teach him a lot. So coming to MSI, he think he learned a lot from Mata, and it's really good.
All right, well, it is getting really loud in here, so we're going to cut this short. But thank you very much, and congratulations, Wuxing and Wenson. Thank you. It was a little bit difficult here under the circumstances, but that is RNG locking in the first spot in the group stage. Going into playoffs, we're going to take a short break, and we're going to see that man he talked about, Stixie, on the Rift in just a second as CLG goes up against the Flash Wolves. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Game one of the final day of the group stage. Royal Never Give Up go to secure a #1 seed heading into the playoffs. SuperMassive need to win this and their next to upgrade themselves to 5th place in this one. Takes a whole heap of damage, not going to choose to flash the wall. He will go for another kill. Huge misplays to start the day from SuperMassive, and Royal are crushing it. The kill turns one around, but now Thaldrin back onto Woosh, gets the root, will be getting the kill. A 2 for 2 overall, but now Naru's here. This could be advantage, and it will be SuperMassive 3-2 in that fight. To the front line he goes, can't kill off Woosh. He QSS off the ultimate. Achu goes down as well. Stomage forced to run. Looper gotta run away through the ignite. Stomage will be next off, falls down out of the turret.
Welcome back to MSI 2016, where CLG are about to take on the LMS Flash Wolves as they battle for position in next week's bracket stage. We have we've lost Kobe. Yeah, exactly. Kobe is not on the desk. He is he's trimming the faith beard. He knew that, you know, in order to put CLG in the best possible position moving into this game, he had to go take care of that. That was more important than the pregame analysis, I guess. But that's all right. We're more than capable of handling it ourselves with these two gentlemen here on the desk. And I do want to return to that point that although both of these teams are locked in for the bracket stage, this is a hugely important match when it comes to playoff positioning.
Yeah, exactly. Because the 2/3 seed, if you get the higher seed, you get side selection. And so far, CLG has only been able to win on blue side. They have no wins on red. And the reason I think that's happening is because they don't do much with the mid counter pick, while taking away first pick actually matters a lot for Flash Wolves.
Now that's a very interesting point. You know, we heard Woosh in the interview with Shocks, though, pointing out that Stixie is that best ADC in the tournament, is the carry for CLG.
Yeah, and it's just a lot harder to do a lot of target bans, I feel, on purple side, because the blue side dictates. I just want to touch on Clement's point. So if CLG win here, like, and they get the blue side later on, it's really important because the blue side dictates the kind of the pace of the pick and ban. You can force reactionary bans. If you ban one jungler, they force to ban the other tier 1 jungler, for example, and that leaves little room to ban like a Caitlyn against Stixxay, because that was been his best champion. Yes, he performed on others too, but I think CLG with the Caitlyn in the lineup can be incredibly strong.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the 80s a little more. I think Stixxay has really blew my mind in terms of performance. 67 kills, that's 24 more kills than the next 80 carry. And also on the flip side, I think NL has been a bit of a disappointment. Coming in, the Flash Wolves game plan was to win mid and bot, and that's how they got the LMS finals. But right here, it's not working that much because NL is being called never lucky in the LMS currently.
Yeah, Stixxay being the carry of the tournament is definitely supported by his stats, highest damage per minute, highest gold share on his team. So CLG funneling a lot into him.
Yes, they're funneling a lot into him, and they're also building compositions around him. This new, more teamfight-oriented CLG is no longer going with carries in a side lane. Darshan is still playing towards the team.
And then, go for it.
And they're just allowing like Afromood to just peel for him too. Like, for example, the Janna, it just allows Stixxay to walk up, do whatever you want. Hui is literally diving in head first in some of these fights to create space. But Stixxay then, the good thing about it is he steps into that space. He's not afraid of dying. He stays on 10% for like 3 seconds in a fight, relying on Afromood to pull the trigger on the Janna ultimate whenever he wants.
The final thing we have to hit, Clement, is referencing the last time that these teams met. Flash Wolves were ahead. They had established that lead, and it was another comeback out of CLG, which we've seen a couple times. We see here on the gold grab. Wow. I mean, that's a pretty substantial lead to then hand away. CLG is very good at taking things back if you give them an inch.
I think CLG are the most disciplined team right here. They have 3 comeback wins so far, but I think Flash Wolves has also changed their mentality a bit. They're going for the dragon control now, and they actually rank 2nd in the tournament as of now.
Yeah, I love how we can spin that narrative. Yeah, they're the consistent team in coming back, or maybe they just stop falling so far behind, you know? Like, guys, can you play that the entire game?
What do you know, Kreba? What do you know?
They're actually really good at playing without towers, like staying in their base and then not losing the map somehow. They're actually fantastically good at it. Some of the Barons, for example, they stalled against SKT. I was like, okay, that's Baron, that's game, it's over.
I think if anything, it just shows the team's ability to refocus when they are down. They can still operate as a squad. It's time now to load up for Flash Wolves versus CLG, and as we kick it to the caster, Swordart tells us that his strategy won't change as the pressure ramps up.
我觉得今天的比赛就一样，照我们之前的那个想法，就是我们就开心玩，享受游戏就好。对，因为我发现我们赢的场几乎都是我们很开心，然后都有在唱歌啊，都有在就是在互呛的那种场，我们才会赢。然后如果我们什么话都不讲的话，我们那场就不会赢。不管是遇到什么对手都是一样。
Well, we're going to see if they can keep that pressure on here. We're going to get ourselves into the game for LMS's Flash Wolves versus North America's Counterlogic game. We're going to start with the lineups for the Flash Wolves. It's a great team, of course. We'll see if they can keep it up. They did lose the first match to CLG. You can see MMD in the top lane, Karsa in the jungle, Maple, that team's most valuable player, easily in the mid lane. NL and AD carry is Swordart. Just heard from him on support. Their coach, Fluid Wind, was actually interviewed live a little bit ago over on the stage here in China. We didn't get to see that ourselves, but it's always fun to see both shows here in the Chinese one as well.
Yeah, it's really exciting and how loud their one is. And from the North American LCS, it is going to be Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane, it is Darshan, Xmithy, their jungler, Huhi in the mid lane, Stixxay, my MVP for AD carry as well. This guy's definitely shown up. Afromu is proving that he is a godlike support, and Zix, their coach. I really think that I love this Counterlogic Gaming lineup because I had so many questions, and they've answered every single one. I always say a question isn't a bad thing in League of Legends, right? You have to ask the question. Yeah. But CLG have consistently come up with the right answer. The range supports, that's the right answer. Stixxay, he's the AD carry that's arrived. Huhi's weird team fighting. Like, if he didn't get Z ulted in the last team fight against, RNG, Stixxay probably dies later. So honestly, him going aggressive just opens up space around these team fights for the Kalista to go nuts.
Sure, who needs 2 tanks when you just have Huhi running and pretending he's one in the first place? I'm in the front line, guys, focus me! He's basically Galio. He should just play Galio.
It's a bait and switch, freak. It's a bait and switch.
Well, we'll see. Huhi channeling his inner Galio spirit animal here. We are into picks and bans here for our second game of the day. LMS's Flash Wolves and North America's Counterlogic Gaming are currently tied in the standings, by the way. Neither can catch Royal, however, they can build some space and get away from 4th so that they don't have to play them in the first round as the top team in the tournament. Aurelion Sol, the first ban coming out. He played it twice, even though he lost both those games. seeing the respect come out of Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the picks a little bit. I mean, Aurelion Sol must ban. No one else in the tournament has played it so far. Caitlyn must ban. Only NL has played that. I think that this is a CLG lineup that came in with a really structured level 1 and great variety in their champion pools that have taken the rest of this tournament a little bit by storm. And I'm expecting teams over the 4-day break to really go away and try and master some of these picks for themselves, because you can't consistently ban them on blue and red side.
Yeah, it really limits your options when you have to do these 3 single-player bans. It just gives you no other options. Either you figure out a way to deal with them and beat them, or a way to incorporate them into your own lineups. But it's got to be something. If it's otherwise their best strategy, you have to be able to handle it in some way. Maokai is sort of standard, typical bans coming out of CLG. I wonder if they are willing to be able to deal with Maple's Gangplank or not, like what style they want to go for here.
I'm wondering if they were going to first pick Caitlyn, because they've just banned away the Azir, so that's a lot of the team fight flavor, or whether they think they can run an assassin to deal with it.
That's the question. Then if you start realizing that Caitlyn's on the table and maybe is required first pick, does CLG pinch another role? Do they ban like Poppy or Echo, get a top laner, ban a Graves, and go for a Kindred? That's not the case here. LeBlanc off the table. And I want to see, because you've got 2 great top laners, 2 great junglers. Caitlyn is a special AD carry. The question is, again, does Flash Wolves care enough? Because Tixie was still able to carry these games playing something like Kalista, playing Lucian. So is it even the Caitlyn necessarily?
Yeah, and the Kalista is great because we're not really seeing lockdown hard CC out of top laners. I mean, Echo eventually has it, but it's very easy if you are Kalista to dodge out of the way of all of that and just continue to put spears in the guy, because we've nursed the damage. She was falling out of favor when you could one-shot her, but because she goes double, triple lifesteal items as the game progresses, she's just so frustrating to deal with all the mobility. And I think that has turned into maybe Stixxay's best champion at the tournament, even though the Caitlyn saw so much early success.
Sure. Well, right now we have the Kindred being hovered here by the LMS. That was one of the sort of supportive champions that Xmithie could use to keep Stixxay alive in these team fights when they were kind of just trying to play the whole backline style. Karsa, a great player on himself. And look at that, immediately the lock-in. Look, Echo, more so than Poppy, rise right away off the table.
And this is great for CLG, because this is the first time I've seen them prioritize the Echo over the Poppy. So Darshan really showing that he does still have the variety of going both ways.
Definitely. He was great at Echo over the North American playoffs as well. And honestly, this is, 2 of the big power picks. I think Echo is second to Maokai as a great mid laner, top laner. And these teams seem to believe that Ryze is basically the go-to mid laner when there's no Azir. So CLG getting sort of widely believed power picks here. LMS get what they want, though.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I think that that's actually credit to Darshan, because you're exactly right. During the North American playoffs, this was the pick that he would go to. In fact, people maybe criticized his Poppy a little bit because he looked uncomfortable at times, but he's cleaned that up and gone towards it more as a power pick, and showing that, yes, even though I think Poppy is a power pick, if I need to win lane, I still do have that ability on the Echo.
And look at this, though. Flash Wolves taking away some picks. Aphromoo known for his Bard, but Sorda's going to get it himself. So look at that. The Poppy grabbed right away to make sure that gets locked into the top lane. No big problem. But Sword Art's Bard, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing very much of. So this could be interesting. Also keep in mind, a great laner. We talk about Aphromoo playing range supports almost every single game. Some of that for the laning phase power. Well, Bard, honestly, one of the better laners in this current landscape of League of Legends.
Yeah, I always say about Bard is that you can kind of pick any AD carry you want in the game, and Bard will kind of 2v1 the lane for you because of how powerful the Meep slap is, at least towards the earlier stages. And he's one of the few range supports that still adds initiation because of that Bard ulti, because of the ability to chain it with stun. So I think it suits Sword Art more than something like a Janna, because we see him play a little bit of Morgana as well, especially when Maple wants to run Ryze, but Bard has a similar flavor whilst being a little bit more offensive.
And him wanting to be a playmaker is definitely important here. So interesting to note, though, that Caitlyn ban seemingly not required anyway, as CLG didn't even want to go for that style. They wanted to grab the Lucian, actually, allow him to be a little bit more dynamic. The Graves gets grabbed, no big surprises here, of course, with Kindred Italy off the table. But CLG leaving support for last, picking up the Lucian so that NL can't play it, but of course the Ezreal's still up for him if he wants it. And that's going to be the hover.
I love this decision making, because if it is an assassin, you lock in the Janna. If it is a control mage, you lock in the Morgana and give Huhi free reign to run around and blow people up. I actually think that this is one of the smarter times to leave the support pick until last and completely shut down whatever the LMS's Flash Wolf wants to bring to this table.
And we'll see what that mid laner ends up being. The hover right now onto Karma, but I don't know if that's really going to be the champion here. As time goes down, it actually is. So Ezreal Karma, the last few pickups here for Flash Wolves.
And there you go, Freak. The reason you haven't seen the Bard so far out of Sword Art is just because he hasn't taken it onto Summoner's Rift. So unless you're having a look at his solo queue there, it's going to be a little bit different.
In all of 2016, Sword Art has only played Thresh, Alistair Braum, Trundle, Morgana, and a couple of Poppy games. His first Bard of the year. And what a better time to play it than battling CLG for the spot. Didn't play it freshly in 2015 either. So as far as I can tell, Sword Art's first ever Bard game. And Afro taking all of his time to make his choice for his last pick here.
Yeah, and you know, he really does have flexibility. I mean, the Morgana, in my opinion, is a great pick. The Soraka is already shown to be frustrating as all hell, and he plays it so well. Makes sense to me.
Okay, look at that. The Soraka again allowed for the CLG bot lane. I mean, Afro's pulled Bard and Soraka as bans before in this tournament in the same game. Just, well, one gets picked away, take the other one, no big problem for him. The Lucian over the Caitlyn, that target ban not there, doesn't seem to care about it.
And right now, Darshan's a great carry top lane player. I don't want to say it just yet, but he has the rise.
Ooh. No, I like, okay. Well, there's still a chance they can swap back. You get till 20 seconds, and actually, that is a question mark, honestly. We've seen Take Echo in the mid lane. We've seen Huhi actually play AP Echo in the mid lane as well. It will be Echo top, though. Not going to be a question there. Mid lane Rise going to be up against Karma. And with a Kindred jungling for the Flash Wolves, I think Karma Kindred has some reliable engage tools to get on that Rise and pick on him really early.
Yeah, I actually like the control that Karma, Kindred, Ezreal bring to a composition.
Sure.
They're champions that I like to say can go forward and back, and they're very, very hard to find. That Iceborne Gauntlet allows Ezreal to do both very reliably. I mean, the empowered speed up that Karma gives a team, kind of like Sivir, is great engaging and disengaging, so there is flexibility in the LMS's team comp right now for the Flash Wolves, and honestly, just brute force and power picks across the board for Counterlogic Gaming.
Well, we're getting ourselves into the game. This could be a preview of one of the semifinals here. Hashtag FW win, hashtag CLG win, for which team you think is going to be. These teams, again, tied in the standings, battling for second seed heading into the playoffs. North America owns the Rift. They did win the first match they played way back in the beginning of mid-season invitation 2016. They are here for the rematch. They're here for the battle for the number 2 seed underneath the Chinese Royal lineup. And here we go onto the Rift. Who's it going to be?
And I want to see CLG set up a smart level 1. You can already see players streaming towards the top side of the map. Sending Stixxay actually into lane is something that we see a lot. So
both these teams have a plan. They're not doing standard battle lines here. So it's Lucian running into the top lane, but he's actually going to match both Flash Wolves members. And will they run all the way in? Yes, they will. Sword Art, spotted by Stixxay. Trinket Ward, and that Trinket Ward will die. So a waste of 10 gold and a loss of a ward.
And that the vision denial, like the information denial, is actually even more potent, because now if you do want the lane swap, if you were Stixxay and Afromu, you kind of have to walk towards the mid lane and hope another ward catches. Or, you know, you can, if you're incredibly patient, just wait till minions hit, but that costs you a lot at the moment.
Definitely does right now. Huhi getting poked out by Maple. Well done, Flash Wolves. Early gold lead, early damage lead.
Oh, everything's going wrong.
Or right, depending on which team you're a fan of.
And I think that CLG really has internationally started to grow. Like, they've always been one of the premier organizations in North America. I do realize that. But, you know, battling back for that respect, they've been speaking about it so much. And what a way to do it. I mean, their win over the Flash Wolves with the 5th Dragon, battling back against RNG, showing that they really do have that American fighting spirit. This team is just, honestly, they've been a joy to watch.
And we are going to have ourselves a lane swap game. Both top laners walking into lane, but they'll quickly realize that they're going to be up against the opposing duos. Darshan actually doing something pretty clever. So this is something that Echo players will do. I don't think he actually got to do what he wanted, though. Basically, you start with about 17 to 19 ability power, and you can actually kill cast minions with 2 casts of Time Winder. But Darshan, unfortunately for him, ran into NL too quickly and couldn't actually do much about it. As lane swap moves on, MMD forced to kite back from the laning phase. And we actually have an interesting situation going on. Sword Art roaming to the top side to play a 2-on-2 lane Poppy Bard versus Lucian Soraka. Because look at what Darshan's doing. He's running all the way across the map, and NL's just freezing.
Yeah.
What a great opening by Flash Wolves.
This is an adaptation. This is what teams in the LPL used to do, is not respect the standard lane swap and try and create their own. But this time around, actually looks like the LMS team have been able to pull it off, because Darshan's wasted a good minute just wandering around the jungle.
And keep in mind, because he thought he might be in a lane swap, he shoved the early lane, which means it's an easy freeze for NL. NL's level 3 to Darshan's level 1, now back in lane, but also Darshan is overextended. MMD can teleport down, and Karsa can roam down as well. This is a really rough situation for CLG to be in. Really well played by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and you can see that he's trying to break that freeze. He doesn't really care about experience right now. He's just throwing his Time Winder as quickly as possible at that creep line. There it is again. Like, he wants it to hit the turret.
Yeah. But this is what that ability power is actually going to mean for him. You see these caster minions down here, that one at the bottom, if it gets hit by both sides of the Time Winder, will actually die because of the Rune and Mastery choices. Oh, actually, okay. It's too far into the game. The minions have more health, I think, but normally that's how that works. I promise I'm not actually totally wrong about this.
No, that's right. I trust you. If there's anything, the math of the game, I trust you on, Freak.
I might not know the actual number because I don't play top lane, but there's like a specific breakpoint you have to hit.
Well, then we need to move on because I don't play it
I no longer have the math. So I completely ruined everyone's day with the Did You Know.
That's all right. Did you know next time we will get you? But not going towards that bottom lane is a little bit interesting here. Out of Karsa. Wanted the mid lane instead. Because you're right, Darshan right now is just in no man's land. I mean, the lane will slowly come back to him, but he's struggling.
It is worth keeping in mind, though, that as long as he's gaining XP, he's actually doing better than MMD, who's only at 7 himself. Poppy, actually worse than Echo at last hitting in a bad matchup, only has the passive for ranged last hitting tools. Carson has picked up on the Scuttle. Actually, is that 2 marks already at 4.5 minutes? So honestly, pretty fortunate for Karsa here. Walks to the jungle, sees that Smithy's already cleared that bottom side of the camp. Yeah, it's a very close game, though. All said and done, the Flash Wolves really clever early game where they denied a couple of levels from Darshan and whatnot. It's meant levels, because NL's up a level on Stixxay, MMD's tied with Darshan. Started actually down 2 over Aftermoon, so I don't know, it's like hard to track all these things, but it's been mostly equalized, is ultimately the conclusion here.
Yeah, I think that CLG's response was the correct one of not panicking, you know, just deny Poppy equally as much, make sure that she's going to have a rough stage in the laning phase. Darshan, shove your lane, get it back on the other side of the map, make sure it rebounds back into you. So I do like that as Smithy going for a bit of an invade, actually.
Whoop. And we got to see ourselves inside the game. It's a new feature, guys. We're transposing the caster.
We owned
Rift.
that Rift.
Yeah, now we own the Rift. Sorry, CLG. It's freaking spawns time. First recall did come out from who he teleported back into lane and is actually still down a little bit here. Unsurprising that the fan vote is in CLG's favor. North America's still awake at this hour.
How can you sleep? They've just been performing so well, and NL's in trouble.
And NL has to run away. Actually burns Summoner heal to get away from Darshan. Don't know if he quite needed to. I think the slow is going to time out, but loses Summoner spell either way. Darshan equal in levels, caught up nicely enough that he does meaningfully for himself.
Yeah, and without like a Iceborne Gauntlet or something like that, I think that NL eventually would have ran away from him. In fact, he's now shoved Darshan out of that lane. So yeah, I think that Darshan getting anything out of that little exchange, like a great bluff, if you will, is a huge advantage for CLG, especially if they swap back into standard lanes. Although it looks like Darshan, he still wants the lane swap. He's happy against the Ezreal.
Again, I think it is a thing worth pointing out that Echo can eventually just play the wave clear game and kind of ignore the fact that there's an enemy AD carry against him, whereas Maple Bard is not, Poppy Bard is not exactly going to win against Lucian Soraka. So I think the actual lane assignments do slightly favor CLG, and you're seeing actually Flash Wolves send Sword Art back up to this bottom lane. They're actually going to trio the Dragon, but they will have Sword Art and NL laning together.
And this has been the adaptation in the Flash Wolves games. They did not utilize Dragon whatsoever for the first day and a half, and then realized that that kind of was an oversight in their game plan, and like any great team, corrected it immediately. Since then, as Clement said, they've been the second best team in the MSI tournament of controlling that specific objective, and it has been, I guess, a weakness that they shored up relatively quickness, which is an overall strength of the team.
Definitely. Really impressive here by Flash Wolves to have such good Dragon control. As the analyst has mentioned, they were #2 in Dragon control at this tournament when that was their big weakness coming in. Sword Art still level 2, actually. Really just been roaming around the map, not getting XP for himself. easily the lowest level player in this game right now.
And we kind of changed the catch-up mechanics slightly over the offseason because supports were doing this deliberately around last year's MSI, where they would fall down like huge level advantages and just walk into lane and the catch-up mechanic will take care of it. In saying that, there still is a slight one in the game, so we should get levels relatively quickly.
It shouldn't be terrible for him. You're seeing that XP balloon back up and he'll be okay for himself. As long as he gets to that tempered fate by the time it's time for the real team fights, that ulti is definitely valuable on Bard. Still the 2-on-1 situation though, and this time around he should start seeing outer turrets go down. Again, problem is Darshan has pretty good wave clear. There's now level 6 on Echo as well, so Flash Wolves even diving him would be somewhat difficult. You're seeing the Time Winder come out. That mini wave is basically gone.
Yeah, they get 2 auto attacks on.
They got one. Only Bard, even NL didn't attack it. And he will, however, help wave from the top side of the map, and that should be a number of these minions going down. Cassius will get swiped. Whoop! And that slows down CLG's pushing ability. That turret, 1/3 HP right now.
Okay, so this is a smart move. Instead of allowing him to sit on turret, use that ultimate, they just zone him completely away by walking in between the two structures. CLG, once again, a disciplined team, not going to take the risky play that maybe a Royal would have gone for and got punished for it. So the tempo will be matched by both teams now, but I still think that CLG have got a 22 CS advantage on Darshan and have completely won out on this early game now.
Yeah, really impressive by them. You're seeing as the turret score gets equalized, it's a 500 gold lead for Counter Logic. And keep in mind, Graves Lucian plenty of damage up, but on these turrets, it's passive minutes. And what Karsa hitting R for the minion health to keep them alive on the turret siege. But here comes Darshan and Huhi pushing him back out. The Lambs despite a cute idea, but doesn't actually get them the turret kill. Meanwhile, CLG got plenty of damage to the top side. This will dive this wave.
And once again, let's speak about CLG's discipline, because Huhi doesn't run through the jungle, doesn't get spotted, takes a long way around and arrives at that lane unexpectedly, which means that he completely catches Karsa off guard. He burns a key cooldown and they get 0 from it. Meanwhile, CLG push in that top wave, get the second tier turret. That's just, once again, disciplined, clean play out of the North American squad.
And they're able to collect the top set of the map. Rift Herald here potentially, depends if they get stabbed or not by Flash Wolves, who are pinging this little area of the map quite a lot, but they're going to back out of this one. Huhi did lose a couple waves in the mid lane. He lost a little bit of mid health because of Maple pushing that wave in. NL also looking for the steal on the Rift Herald here. Should not be getting it. It'll hit too early. And they're going to be just fine here. So Dragon for Rift Herald, the eventual trade on this one. Dragon will respawn in about 3 minutes. So that'll be fine. But Huhi, ooh, and he does lose the recall. Nice play by Maple.
Yeah, so Maple just wants to be able to control this lane now. Next recall who he has, he's even going to get stronger. Rise with mana items is already a beast as soon as he hits level 9 and maxes out the damage on his Q. So I think that now Maple will start respecting the lane a little bit more, play the wave clear game, see if he can disappear into Fog of War, get things happening elsewhere on the map. Because you really don't want to go toe-to-toe with the Rise. And, you know, even in the 2v2, Karsa without ultimate for the next couple of minutes, not going to be as effective as Smithy.
It really is impressive, though, how this game is being played. I love seeing these weird adaptations I've never seen before. Like, it's been years since I've seen the top lane support 2-on-1 laning phase. Flash Wolves had this really clever plan to start the game out where they would outsmart what they expect the CLG rotation to be, a 2-level lead for NL over Darshan and a freeze. Wow, that was super sick. And CLG just, okay, that's fine. We've never seen this before, but we actually know how to counter this. Darshan's fine in this matchup. We're going to crush Poppy. Actually get a gold lead and a turret lead off that entire situation.
Yeah, I think sticking with the play there out of CLG was like brave, but the right call ultimately. And this is what we kind of expected out of Flash Wolves and CLG, and as well as G2 coming into this, this smart macro adaptation. I think that actually CLG's team fighting has been equally as surprising as their aversion of going into lane swaps, because they lane swap the most out of any team coming into this tournament, and you can see exactly why, because they generated 30 CS advantage in the top lane just through smart map play.
Beautiful stuff by Counter Logic Gaming. We'll see if they can get any more out of this one. 1,800, their gold lead here. Finally a decent early game for these guys who were getting crushed just yesterday against Royal. Looking a little bit better here. As far as team comps are concerned, though, it's still double marksman on both sides, single tank in the top lane. Interesting, sort of different mages here in the mid lane, but I think are comparable as far as sort of game impact goes. So no obvious late game advantage where like a Zed gets outscaled by an Azir or anything.
Yeah, I think a lot more brute strength power on the CLG lineup. I mean, Soraka even adds to that because you can run at people and she's a very forgiving champion. Seems weird. And then a little bit more finesse required from the Flash Wolf comp. And we have seen that finesse comps do slightly struggle, but there's always a possibility MMD gets rid of one member, you know, Caster saves someone, all of a sudden it's a 4v5.
Ooh, risky though. Speaking of finesse, actually, Afro's stuck in the jungle, and here comes the teleport play. Smith into this one, damage onto Karsa. A lot of slows coming in. He's supposed to get away from the magical journey, and first blood comes through for Huhi. Getting out of the bar. Sword Art only level 5 gets shut down.
And we mentioned the brute force, you know, they just sit in the jungle, they make the play. Now all of a sudden, NL a little bit out of position.
Burns the summoner heal, gets away, not under any more risk than that, but the second time he's used heal to run away from CLG, who now control the bot side of the map. There's nothing for MMD to push on the top side here. He's practically on his side of the map here, so this will be 3 turrets to 1 now for Counter Logic Gaming.
And this is just great play out of CLG. They set the deep vision in the red side of Flash Wolf's jungle. Afro does something. Ooh, Maple.
Oh, Maple versus Huhi in the mid lane. The root's going to land, but it doesn't heal him. He didn't empower that one. Still able to run away. MMD's teleport pushes Huhi out. But here comes the attempt at Dragon. Sword Art's back alive. He's roaming around the map. This could be a little bit scary. Aframu is level 6. Flash Wolves grouped up. Maple chugging a potion to stay alive. And here's the attempt for the Dragon. Karsa has ulti. How will the fight go on this one? MMD charges up, knocks back Graves. That will secure it. Oh, no. Okay, they still got it. It's fine. It reset, but they're fine. Now the root onto Maple. Plenty of damage coming through. Now MMD stuck in the front line. Magical Journey out. Does survive. Then Darshan flashes into the team. Can he get any more in this one? Looking for Maple. He flashes away over the red wall himself. But the party in the Bramble Pit continues. Nope, it's going to end early. Flash Wolves leave. Cops shut it down. CLG running back. Great Dragon pickup by Flash Wolves.
Yeah, so they have 2 Dragons, but CLG have control over the middle lane wave. They see if they can push anything in here. Teams will eventually back away, so great execution there for Flash Wolves. Huhi was a little bit wanted to get a recall and a teleport flank. You could see indecision. Darshan had to run down. In the end, burns his flash as well for naught. So Flash Wolves able to kite back, use that Karma pickup as well as Caster's Kindred. You saw both of the ultimates layered very nicely there.
Certainly. It is hard to get enough damage on this Flash Wolves lineup. You think about it. The ulti, the AoE shields from Maple. You talk about how well they're good at kiting back, but also going in and out composition. The finesse worked out there for Flash Wolves, securing their second Dragon. But now Carson forced to finesse his way out of the blue buff area because that gets stopped up. CLG needs to let that just reset. Smithy, don't attack it. It's not going to help. It's going to go to full health. And they will hand that one over to Huhi. No big problem here for him. Rite of Age is now stacking. Already 3 minutes in on Maples. Huhi going to grow now as well. Quick, fast wave clear. 143 CS for Maple. Quite high. Really solid clip for him.
Yeah, Maple's proven that as far as laning goes and actually just general all-round mid lane play, he is.
Darshan trying to fight for the blue buff, but he's not going to get a good chance at it. Nice pickup by Maple. Both blues go to their respective mid laners.
Yeah, so Maple's one of the best in the business in mid laners. I mean, everyone suspects it, but he gets so few opportunities to display it in a world stage and to see him back-to-back tournaments. I mean, Worlds 2015 was super impressive. And now into MSI coming in with one of the highest KDAs in the tournament. I think he's currently 3rd and right up there with control over that mid lane. The siege of these 2 compositions are both strange because I actually think that even though you look at these and you think short-range AD carries, both mid laners have really cool ways of forcing people off turrets. I mean, silence into Riot Snare just guarantees the death of pretty much anyone on the Flash Wolves lineup, so they have to very much respect that. As well as the fact that Karma is just like the slow into the catch potential out of Karma is also huge, so she's going to force people away. So I think that even though they both look like team fighting compositions, there are options for these teams to run both 1-3-1 and a little bit of siege as this game progresses and like rapid fire cannon starts coming out on the likes of Lucian. Now, Maple's in some trouble, maybe.
Oh, they looked for the tower dive. Not going to find that here as Karsa's there to support Maple. Here comes MMD. Finds Smithy. Graves in a world of trouble. And the Bartledy catches 2. Afro can't heal Smithy. And he goes down before Wish comes through. What a great play by Sword Art to get 1 kill on the board. 6, they forced to flash away. Beautiful fight by Flash Wolves.
And this is what we expected out of Flash Wolves. No hesitation. On the drop of a dime, they're able to go in. MMD pulls the trigger. Sword Art straight away cuts the other 3 members off that were trying to pinch. And now they're trying to siege down this mid lane turret. Looks like it's going to be unsuccessful.
It is right now, but you can see them try to keep playing the control over the map. CLG already pings, hey, watch out for bot lane, by the way. Flash was running down to that side of the map. You can see they're playing for Dragon control right now.
So let's take another look. A slight hesitation here. I mean, Darshan doesn't go in, and then they absolutely pinch on Xmithy, and this ultimate just means that no flank, no support can come out. Stops the wish as well because Afro's caught up in it. Burns it as soon as he gets out, but Red Smite's able to take him down, and it will open up the mid lane.
A little bit of damage done, not enough though, as the turret stays alive as Smithy gets back across the map into his team. And yeah, CLG only have a scattering of defensive wards on this side of the map. Flash was able to get their vision in a little bit. We're only 2 minutes away from Dragon. This would be the 3rd of Flash Wolves, and with how long many of these games have been going, Dragon 5 certainly within the world of possibility here.
And this has to be a little bit frustrating from CLG because you know that you got so far ahead in the early game, but you can't actually take out that mid lane turret. You also haven't found your window around the Dragon objective, so you feel like even though you've done all these proactive things, the game is still ticking away and Flash Wolves are scaling up. Don't get me wrong, CLG go with them in that regard, but they would love to shut this one out early.
Exactly. We've seen so many comebacks. You can never feel safe just having a couple thousand gold lead, especially when Dragons are being stacked, and the gold value of those stats is a couple thousand itself. Like, honestly, after Dragon 3 comes up, I'd say Flash Wolves would be currently leading in terms of stats on the map.
And because of how crit multipliers work and things like that, I mean, NL technically is just as strong, and if he completes that Iceborne Gauntlet, has a heck of a lot more control over these team fights than what Stixie is going to have until he picks up something like an Infinity Edge down the line. So they're in a position right now where their champions are just coming together nicely. And
this ult by NL is really interesting because it's a much longer cooldown now. He won't have it up for a Dragon team fight, and it also won't be up for the wave right before Dragon. So unless... Okay, Flash was using that to recall. So I was wondering if they need to do something off that Ezreal ultimate because it's a major cooldown, and it's to get a safe recall. The rest can run away, but CLG trying to capitalize on that one. Can they get the slows? Magical Journey says no. Flash was able to disengage, but they got a recall out of NL. And the rest of Flash Wolves were trying to back a little bit. But if they don't all get to buy, that's actually kind of relevant.
Yeah, they got the Iceborne Gauntlet on their AD carry, and this is what I was speaking about. You know, 2-item spike for Ezreal, massive. And it's not anything about the damage, it's just because they want to weave in and out of these team fights. It's actually crucial in how they want to play around the Karma cooldowns around Ezreal. So I think that right now, CLG might have to give up another.
CLG actually have about 2,000 to 3,000 unspent gold in their inventories right now. They're actually pretty much equal as far as gold goes in inventory at this time in the game. CLG not as ahead as you might think they are because of items spent here. Right now, just playing the matchups there. Dragon being aggro, but CLG can't really fight for it.
At the same time, huge creep wave in the bottom lane, about to go to waste. Do they send Maple down there? All of a sudden, CLG are making the Flash Wolves respond to the map. So they might have finally bought themselves the reprieve to get that big shop in and then reset up around this big objective.
Stixie just now has the money to upgrade his Zeal into whatever item it's supposed to be, whether it's Rapid Fire Cannon or a Static Shiv, but he can't go for it here, so he's down half an item in this fight. Versus that Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal, trying to rush down the Dragon. It is in vision. The steal not going to happen. Good spike by Xmithy, but here's Tempered Fate. It catches 3. The engage is on. Poppy flanking as well. Smithy caught up. Afro dangerously low. Pops the wish. The re-engage on MMD, who is silenced and can't do anything. Forced to flash away. Afro sticks a dangerously low, and then L! He gets into the backline. He picks up 1. He picks up 2. What a great Lamser's fight by Karsa. There's so many kills now for Flash Wolves. The chase continues, and L finally is lucky. 3-1. What a fight for Flash Wolves.
Yeah, they're able to clean up the back end of that. A great flank came out of MMD, occupied 3 people, and the chase just keeps on coming. We already spoke about it. Karma, the Ezreal, they just make sure that everyone can get onto that back line. Maple and NL come up huge in that team fight. And CLG, they just shouldn't have been there. I mean, they secure the Dragon, but one more time, we said give the initiation to Sword Art. He's able to nail the important members. He gets all 3. Huge flanking teleport out of a good lane ward for MMD. And Stixie, he's just on the wrong side of the team fight. He wants to be with Afro. And we already mentioned it, 4,000 gold unspent. Huge utility in these team fights in a brute force CLG lineup, and they're just not able to set up the way they would have liked to for that one.
A lot of summoner spells burn as well on the end of that one. So really a great team fight by Flash Wolves. They bring the gold a bit closer. +2 kills for a Dragon. Definitely advantage Flash Wolves, but not as grim as you might expect because that one Dragon does mean some combat stats. CLG resetting on the map still. up about 2,000 gold here. He is now on the split push game, and it is a double teleport game here. 2 TPs to 1. MMDs is down from flanking that last team fight. Maybe there's an advantage that CLG can use, but there's very little to play over as Dragon's off the map and Baron's probably too hard to kill in a game this close.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, I call it the lone theory. When you are running double teleport, you generally do get the 3 outer turrets. So the only real structure, I would say, is hugely an advantage of CLG right now is a tier 2 top lane, which when Baron becomes an objective is actually quite hard to set up for. So Flash Wolves a little bit more within touching distance than you would have thought because they can collapse into the top side of the map if they want to use double teleport, do some cool things. Both mid lane turrets still up, so there is a little bit more standing gold for the Flash Wolves right now, but you know, still some good CS advantages out of the AD carry, out of the top lane positioning, giving him that gold buffer.
We'll see if they can keep that buffer in hand as looks like they're looking for a fight. Darshan caught up with there. He's got to ult himself back in the back line. Still very, very low. Catches him healing, but he will get rooted, and he gets picked up. That is 1 kill already. Well played by Maple and co. Flashwolves finding another kill. 5-2 the scoreline. Root on an MMD, slowed down by Afromove, but he's still in danger. Here's the magical journey. Doesn't quite land that slow. More poke coming out of NL. Stixay dived onto the back line. Carson nearly gets executed under the turret, but will stay afloat. Still has Lamb's Respite. And it's a 5v4. There is no Darshan here. Stixay very, very low. Turret goes down. Huhi overextends. Gets caught. Does not quite get rooted, but that was nearly death for him as well. COG clears the wave, but losing health bars constantly. Flashos fighting so well from behind.
Yeah, they force him off the turret. MMD got Stixay in that ultimate. It just meant all the damage was gone, so CLG wisely back away. And Flash Wolves very scrappy. Teleport coming in.
They've got them available. Here comes Huhi in, and here comes Darshan. Karsa is going to get locked up. Lamb's Respite will not let him live in the end of the day. That's a kill picked up. It bought a few seconds, but now it's a 5v4. No jungler for Flash Wolves. Darshan cannot quite land the stun, but he will buy some time. That should mean the outer turret finally going down. That is a trade of turrets and a trade of single kills. Huhi looking for the root, finds some damage on MMD, a nice slow, but Stixay! Oh, he gets picked off! NL having finally a great game here at MSI, getting another pick.
And Ezreal is one of his signature champions. We've seen a lot of comfort on the likes of Ezreal Lucian, these mid-game AD carries for NL. I mean, he picked up a pentakill to close out the LMS season on the Lucian, and that's greedy from Stixay. I mean, I love his aggressive positioning when he does have these defensive supports. As we take another look at this double TP, this is something that CLG actually utilizes, probably better than any team in the tournament, going to the same ward, and there's nothing that the Flash Wolves can do. And they do the right thing here, right? Darshan forces him off the turret. He's just zoning, actually not going aggressive at all. I mean, he's just pushing them off. Pretty much takes no damage, but from here, you really do have to respect Afro moves so low, and Stixay just walks up to the front of the fight for no apparent reason. Darshan needs to be ahead of him there.
There's actually something I want to point out here. There's 2 really notable Soraka players in North. Hold on, there's a Tempered Fate. Does not quite get everybody. He has to flash away. MMD is going to teleport, not get much. Okay, I know Flash is setting up for Baron, and I might have time for this one. So
Adrian and Afro.
Adrian and Afro are the 2 notable Soraka players in North America. Adrian, as of a couple months ago, realized that he's going to run scaling health regeneration seals on Soraka to keep his health pool up, because obviously healing your teammates constantly drains your health bar really fast. Afro is actually still running armor seals.
Yep.
Because everyone's going Eye of the Watchers, not Eye of the Oasis, you're missing a significant amount of health regen in your Soraka builds, and Afro is constantly incredibly, incredibly low in seed situations.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that, especially in a lane swap meta, if you know you're going to be able to get it, as I hold on to that thought.
Right.
It's quite punishing, because Afro should be afforded the luxury to be able to pick up those scaling HP regen, which aren't necessarily as great in the laning phase, but are much superior as the game goes on and you start picking up effective combat stats.
So yeah, that health bar, like, he has to chug through potions, which is just hundreds and hundreds of gold that he's never going to get back, and he can't advance towards Locket. Honestly, it means a little bit here. Karsa cranking down that bot side Rift Scuttle, and another Dragon on the field now. Flash Wolves looking for the serve, but CLG trying to counterattack by looking to force a Baron. They are on top of the Rift Scuttle. There's the blue trinket used, but even still, they're trying to fan that they're going for it, but nope, they don't pull the trigger. A safe and secure solo Dragon by Carson. That is the 3rd 5% move speed for Flash Wolves, and they are honestly controlling this game.
Goes to the greedy mark as well. Carson knew there was no hope in them getting that. They controlled the Rift Scuttler. They set up for that beautifully. Made sure that there was pressure on the top side of the map before going bottom, and And Al now looking aggressively. Arcane shifting forward against Rise is always an interesting decision, I think.
Who he could have R flash W'd probably and caught up to him.
And then Stixay just turns around and blows him up because he's got another Infinity Edge.
Honestly risky, but NL doesn't get punished for it. He'll get some damage to Stixay, who's going to recall back and look for his next item.
Once again, like Stixay's item build this time around, I know I speak a lot about IE third, but if you have a Soraka on your team, you definitely are responsible for putting out majority of the damage. Hex Drinker later is going to be very cost efficient with a Soraka.
Right, and neither of these teams are really great backline access teams. Certainly Sword Art can find that pick and they can all kind of glom onto somebody. But generally speaking, both these teams are going to be playing the DPS check game. And just playing front line. Here comes the top lane attempt. Darshan going to run around. He's still stuck in a 1v3. Here comes his teammate ults back, and he stays alive with the Lamb's Respite. But now who's going to be really the one to get killed off? Karsa cutting back, getting a giant shield thanks to Maple's Karma. But it's Flash Wolves the ones who are retreating, and Afro can heal Darshan right back up once he rejoins the team. Stixay fighting for a blue buff, gets it. Nicely done there. And CLG turn right away to Baron.
That's a cool interaction where you get down the Kindred ultimate and then all of a sudden the huge AoE shield comes out. A little bit surprising. However, you also saw that Darshan at this stage of the game, if he's not chain CC'd,
good damage from Hui walking forward into MMD, and he's going to find a fair bit of damage rooted up near the wall. But here comes Stixay forcing back the backline. Hui taking a punch of damage, but Flash Wolves are here first. They get the kill on Karsa. Hui flashes out. Wish helps, and now, Sword Art burns to death. Stixay gets one. Darshan diving heavily into 3 people, sets up the shield. Does get away from the root, takes a lot of damage from Maple though, but now it's a 3 versus 5. No jungler for Flash Wolves. CLG turn to Baron.
And they still have the Soraka available as well as their tank, so Afro can just top up Darshan. Looks like they do want to start it off, not just a bait.
Okay, could be a bit of a risk because Flash Wolves are coming. They do have some level of vision coming in from the river. Baron at 5,000 health. Aftermoon dangerously low on HP. MMD looks for the ulti. We got 2. Stixay's still there, and they get that one picked up. Aftermoon still dies. Hui coming back down the side. It's a 4 versus 3 right now. NL jumping away. Maple running out as well. Flash Wolves respawning. Aftermoon for Baron, still good for CLG.
And before that, they picked up 2 kills. So it's 1 for 2 and Baron. Fantastic for CLG. And showing their patience, showing their discipline one more time. I mean, that should have been an advantageous trade. Baron hitting 3 members in 3v3, but they're just able to collapse very, very quickly. And you know, they recall, they do the safe thing. Don't look for any cleanup kills afterwards. Get the big shop in. And this was fantastic out of Hui. I mean, he chain CCs him up and then moves back into range afterwards to get his second rotation of spells off against MMD. It's the little things that really do count. And Xmithy has just been stepping up time and time again, blows up Karsa. Stixay is able to get the 1v1 on the right side of the fight, but that's just a fight that Flash Wolves looked like they were opting into for no apparent reason. There was nothing really left to fight over in that side of the jungle. Blue buff already gone. You've shoved out the wave. You're unsuccessful in the gank on Darshan. Just reset the map and try and look for your control one more time. Don't brute force fight a Rise as well as a Lucian with 3 items.
Absolutely the case. Yeah, and you saw poor Sword Art just tied to a red buff, even though he had landed the Tempered Fate in a Stixay. So moments of brilliance here from CLG. Still down in kills, but a 5,000 gold lead by playing the macro game. They're up 2 turrets, and they're up that Baron buff. Looking to play the Siege game now. Mid and bot lane have tier 2 turrets still available. And despite losing Aframu, still have a positive Baron power play.
And once again, because of the medium to low range of a lot of the champions in this game, especially with wave clear, there is always a potential to, wow.
Good stun up. Afro's going to get Tempered Fate, but it also hits Hui. So now the knockback way too early. Inexperienced playing alongside the Bard. And here comes the engage. Hui rooted up again, but a big shield on him keeps him alive. The team is still grouped up. Smithy gets the ult across. Darshan does not quite find a backline to access. CLG low on health. Aframu dangerously low himself. Darshan will recall. He can rejoin the team. But now they've got to be careful. MD wants back in, and Darshan is back in as well, though. Darshan in the front side. Stixay low, gets the wish, but there's the kill of the Soraka. A great dive by Karsa. Now a bit of low. Stixay goes back and lands with Mike. Trades back. It's a 2 for 1. The advantage of CLG. Maple's next up to say huge battle for Counter Logic Gaming. Flash Wolves fighting inside the jungle and getting slaughtered.
Yeah, and that's inexperience, as Darshan. You mentioned. Ooh, NL does get out. They didn't account for all of the healing that was going to come out of Soraka. I mean, teams just don't see it in their regions apart from North America. Darshan ulting back. They thought that they had a 4v5, but because of the immediacy of that Baron recall.
Here comes Hui at the speed of light and blitzes down MMD. That could be a whole lot more. There's still 20-second respawn timers on 3.
CLG are looking to push into this base. I mean, sure, Smithy's down, but it's still only 2 members, and neither have wave clear.
Flash route onto NL, and it's practically the solo kill. Darshan comes in at the last second, but that was all who he's doing, finding some good plays to be made. Now onto the Nexus turrets. The respawns are coming. Karsa's up, and Maple's in 5, so CLG will have to run away. Baron Buff is gone. It means slow recalls. Dragon's up in 20. This will be a reset.
It certainly will, but it'll be a 10,000 gold advantage nearly for CLG, and they blow this map wide open. That's what I'm talking about. Huhi just willing to pull the trigger, you know, as soon as they're trying to hold the minion wave off turret, just get in there, flash on the rise, blow up the AD carry. They've honestly played this mid-game beautifully and utilized all of that gold early to just brute force.
Okay, steal's not gonna happen. Karsa a little bit too afraid to jump over the wall.
Still looking for a flank.
Yeah, be careful because Smithy isn't here, but neither is Karsa, and NL's already dead. So smart for MMD to not go for the fight. Honestly, probably shouldn't have teleported. That was a guaranteed 3v4.
Yeah, it certainly was, and all of a sudden, you know, with bottom lane in here, respawn, Maple and MMD both not having teleport available, it's going to hurt them. But let's take another look, because they see Darshan recall here, and they're like, we want to go in. They do get Afro. Actually, they get Stixay, sorry. But they're not able to blow him up because of Afro. And then Karsa has to pop his ultimate and jumps out of it while Stixay jumps in and doesn't get the shield out of the Karma that would have probably saved his life. So once again, crisp execution out of the CLG lineup and just mistake after mistake for Flash Wolves in that team fight.
Definitely agree. A bit of sloppy team fighting, but good coordination by Counterlogic Gaming. You can see a pretty big team effort there. They're all in the 2000s there from CLG, and Maple on the utility mage. Not able to get enough out. Do you want to give props to NL? I think he's actually been having a pretty good game for himself for a player that's honestly received a lot of flack, somewhat throughout the tournament, throughout the season in the LMS, but also at this tournament. Has got some good damage out, but it's just not been enough.
And once again, just credit to Afromu's champion pool. I mean, he played a Lulu game, I think, in the split of North American LCS. He plays Soraka that no one else really plays. His Morgana is still fantastic. The Janna that we saw fell out because of, I guess, the lane swap meta. He plays everything and to a terrific level. And he also has the melee supports to go with it, so it's not like he's only a ranged support player.
Absolutely. He's still a great Alistar and Braum player himself, but oh, Smithy chunked down to 2/3 HP. There's the ulti onto Huhi. Will they stun? No, they won't. Actually turns right back onto Karsa. Has Guardian Angel, stays alive. Good shield coming out of Afromu, shielding him up. Darshan on the front lines as well, gets poked out by NL though. Plenty of damage coming out of this Ezreal. And not finding any further poke.
But creeps are streaming into the base. There's only one Nexus turret up, remember, so Karsa has to go back, try and deal with them, and meanwhile CLG can just continue this siege.
They're gonna go for it right now. Huhi walking to the front line. Darshan zoning out with parallel convergence. Put to the Time Winder, forced to run away. Maple will not land the route. Healed back up by Afro, who is now out of HP right now, but still holds on to Wish. Smithy found out by MMD. Ma is popped, and Afro is a true shot barrage away from death. Flashes, then ults, does stay alive. Darshan now caught up by MMD, and it's a Flash Wolves re-engaged, looking to get back into this game. Stixay though wearing a red buff and a red elixir. MMD rooted up. Look at the damage output they have on that Poppy.
And Huhi is just massive at the moment. Level 17 has well and truly arrived on this rise. He has a GA as well, so he doesn't even really fear for his life. And once again, another team fight where Flash Wolves are like, they're chunked, we can go, and not accounting for all of the additional sustain that Soraka puts into the kit. And overreaching, burning crucial summoner spells. The flash on MMD means that it's not going to be time with his teleport. You can no longer look for the teleport. Flash wallbang onto Afro, try and delete that Soraka out of the game. The window is slowly closing where they can get back into this. Bottom inhib down, Baron now available. CLG are just going to look to pull this Flash Wolf squad apart.
It's time for the next point of tension though. Counterlogic Gaming up 9,000 gold. They've already got to go back to... They've got to go back and buy Quicksilver Sash and Stixay as well. And looking now at their second Baron of the game. Flash Wolves are coming though. Maple has teleport, and this is on top of a ward. Here comes the play. Rise in as well though. What's the fight gonna be? No stun for Darshan. Huhi is behind the team. Looks for Sword Art. Does get the damage, and it sounds for Afro buys some time. Huhi's still afloat. Afro getting so many heals across. There's the Lamb's Respite. Darshan is holding the front line. Not a care in the world. Ults back for the heal. Finds the stun as well. Look at the damage output. Huge parallel convergence. Sticks it at the back line. MMD's gonna go down. That's 2-3 kills already for CLG, and that could mean the base.
Yeah, it certainly will. They're just going to look to close out because there's already creeps on the Nexus turret. That's gonna fall.
Beautiful stuff. The Minions, just like in the North American playoffs, helping CLG win the game here.
And hip.
And, well, middle and hip coming back eventually. Yeah, Huhi diving heavily into the back lines. On top of the fact, when they do have to turn back to the inhibitor, they will pick that one up, but this should still mean the game-winning play. CLG will be 2-0 against Flash Wolves, and they are almost secured the second seed in the playoff.
And one more time, a comprehensive victory, this time shoring up the early game that we've seen maybe falter for CLG, a different style of team composition. As I said, this to me was just a brute force comp, but they played it with the early game finesse to get their carries into the mid-game stage. Flash Wolves, credit to them, tried some different things, but just weren't able to execute as the game got a lot more scrappy.
There's two major things here that I want to talk about. One is playoff standings for CLG. The only way they don't finish in second is if Flash Wolves win their next one and SKT win their next two and CLG loses three-way tie for second. That would be the only way CLG are not second place, as they own the head-to-head to Flash Wolves, requires three-way tie. Flash Wolves, you mentioned, things that were new for them, right? First ever professional game for Sword Art on Bard. And maybe they've played it in scrims and whatnot, but they looked really unpracticed on Bard. I think Sword Art missed every single Tempered Fate into Q-Stun. I didn't see a single one land. Poppy also missed her ult chaining off of Tempered Fate. Really bad misplays.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's not only the Bard missing afterwards, it's the rest of the team not being used to play with it, because when we watch CLG run these compositions, when we watch RNG, they're very practiced at layering their CC afterwards, and it is such a small window to chain someone like a Rise, someone like an Echo, who blows you up or just sustains so much if you don't get them off the rift at the start of the team fight. And, you know, credit to Flash Wolves, they tried something new, but now going down 2-0 against CLG, most likely what our semi-finals matches will be, that hurts.
It does, and the question is then, what Flash Wolves will eventually show up then? They still have a game to play. It will be, I believe, against SuperMassive, but then it's on the playoffs for them. Of course, they're already secured in the top four. NL finally had a great game. 4-1-2, honestly a good scoreline for him. He did plenty of damage on the Ezreal, and considering they're playing a supportive mid, that was required of him. And I think NL showed up pretty well, very few mistakes, and actually some great backline penetration. He single-handedly won them some team fights, picking off the entire dual lane of CLG in a couple of those. That was big, but the rest of those players have to actually do well. Sword Art's Bard, I don't like it. Maple's Karma wasn't that great either.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the Karma in the laning phase, I was like, wow, he's very practiced with this. He was shoving out waves. He was disappearing to Fog of War. But the team fight coordination just wasn't there. And that's a whole team issue, right? That's not something that Maple can go away and be like, I'm going to fix this individually. That's something that, as a team, you have to put hours into practicing. The layering of the shields with the Kindred ultimate, with the Bard ultimate, like the stuns that will come out afterwards. And I think that was a brave composition to run, because as I said, it did require that extra level of team fighting prowess that maybe they have displayed locally, but definitely haven't shown as much in this tournament. They've looked much better when they run things like 1-3-1 with heavy hard engage off double teleport, and this wasn't that comp for the Flash Wolves.
Right, and with how good of a tournament Maple's having, why not just continue to give him carries? And I understand why not play a supportive style. In fact, SKT's best champions are often Zillion and Lulu in the mid lane with Faker. Doesn't have to carry to win the game, but SKT have Bang, right? Like, they have some incredible players themselves. I think, honestly, much of Flash Wolves is on Maple doing the hard carry, the 80% kill participation. I think I want to keep seeing him do damage. That, I think, is a recipe here for Flash Wolves. Either way, CLG, a great game. That's going to do it for us for this match. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to talk about that CLG win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. CLG going to be very happy to have picked that up and own the head-to-head against Flash Wolves moving into the bracket stages. It doesn't mean they're out of the woods just yet. As Freak mentioned at the end of that cast, there is still a possibility for a three-way tie for second, which could totally throw things for a crazy loop. But diving into this game, let's start with Champion Select, because we saw some interesting things come out. We saw the Aurelion Soul banned with its 0% win rate. So that's the first thing I want to touch on. Yeah, right? I mean,
non-bans.
But we had talked about, hey, teams, we want to see champion diversity and new strategies, and well, Flash Wolves does not want to see that.
And that's one of the points Kobe had in the opening, is like, we have very small champions in the top lane and in the jungle, and mid lane there's only a couple that really rise up. So when teams start really pinching this, these individual roles instead of just doing global bans, we could actually see some interesting pick and bans. I think that's what happened here a little bit as well.
Yeah, and I think that this is something that Hui hadn't really shown to a lot of the other international teams, but he plays a lot of champions, and they kind of didn't expect him to pick up the Ryze or play the Ryze that well.
Yeah, but I now want to address Freak's point about Maple, because he was saying he wants to see them go back to putting Maple on carries. But Clement, can you tell me why Karmo is a comfortable pick for Maple?
Actually, this is the first time we've seen the champion this season. What they were doing with this composition was saying, like, okay, CLG, you can play the siege push. We want to see you play the double TP flank. So if you look at all the team fights, where they won the team fights were out in the mid in the open and Darshan was engaging, they won those fights. But when it came to the jungle fights, they just got crushed a lot. Overall, I think the composition would have worked if they were more patient with it a little bit.
Okay.
More patient for one, and also have a different approach to the early game. We're not going to show it, but the lane swap was done differently by Flash rules, which left Sword Art very much so roaming around the map to try and kind of fill the holes that we're getting in that lane swap. But he was very underleveled. But in their composition, he's kind of the glue that ties it all together, because you can poke, but you need something that can engage, pick off people. That Bard ultimate came online very late. Then it wasn't used very well. So that was where Flash rules kind of missed the mark to snowball the game, because we saw in some fights in the early to mid game that if it's an even fight, Flash rules composition spikes very much so a lot earlier, and they actually win all these fights. CLG just played the map better, especially in the lane swap. Darshan got like 30 CS ahead pretty much for free.
Yeah, that lane swap that Flash Schools were trying to pull off is actually something that CLG are very comfortable with, because Cloud9 had done it so much previously. So they were very accustomed to what was going on. And so they traded really easily and got that extra turret, so that early turret gold, they were able to utilize it, even though there were mechanical mistakes by both supports in this game. I like the Bard steal away from Aphromoo, because Aphromu's Bard is so scary. But as they said, there were a lot of timing things where they didn't quite land and layer the CC coming out of it. But Aphromoo also missed a couple of Soraka ultimates.
Yeah, I believe twice, very crucially missed Soraka ultimates for people to die. I want to go back to the point, though, the Clement, you're talking about the comps and the way that they should be played here with our replay. Not the last fight, close to the last fight, in the red side jungle here. Very extended fight, but Flash Wolves kiting back rather effectively.
Yeah, they really don't want to take the fight head on. They're coming in and they think they have someone cut off on the left side, but then they get stunned up here, and I think Darshan actually uses...
Yeah, this is a really smart move from CLG. They have Darshan recall in vision, and Flash Wolves, specifically maybe MMD, I think, doesn't think about the fact that Darshan can just ultimate immediately back with the ult, and surprise, it's actually a 5-on-5.
Yeah.
But still, they're not out of the woods, because Aphromoo gets taken out, and look at Stixay on top. He's barely slips into the Lamb's Respite right there. This was very touch and go for CLG, even with the lead that they had.
Yeah, Stixay's reactive teamfight has been fantastic overall in this tournament. He's just really good in these fights. The laning phase, we can still criticize him a little bit, but just the presence of mind to switch targets, then go back for the Lamb's Respite, I think was just fantastic to see overall. We saw the strength from Flash Wolves' composition, though. When they kite, they can win a lot of fights, but then they need to turn with the Bard ulti and connect the Q, and there was another missed Cosmic Binding from Sword Art that he could have set up. He missed like 3 of them on the ultis. He missed 1 teleport coming in. He just wasn't used to playing this champion, and that could have been the difference in this game.
Yeah, we also saw, unfortunately, MMD's ultimate not landing onto Aphromoo coming out of the Bard ultimate, and that could have turned things entirely. So tiny misplays here and there, if riddled in your game, will definitely hurt you. And CLG come out on top. Now let's talk a little bit more about what this means for the remainder of the day, right? Flash Wolves still not, still not out of it by any means. They've obviously already secured their position in the playoffs, but they have a game against SuperMassive, which they're expected to pick up. CLG have to pick up that win against G2 if they want to keep themselves for sure in that second place slot.
Looks likely, though, at this point. The way CLG has been playing, I don't think G2 has picked it up sufficiently. They had somewhat convincing wins against Supermassive, but I don't know, man. Perk still is getting 1v1 by inferior, on paper, mid laners. I think Hui is even getting better throughout the tournament. Every role for role, I think CLG just shining more.
All right, well, before they go up against CLG, we're going to see them go up against SKTelecom in our next game of the day. We've finished 2 games here, but we're just getting started. Next up is Korea's SKTelecom and G2 Esports. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Just keep playing slow. Wait for them to mess up in team fights, in my opinion. And we got it. Play confidently as a team, and we got it. Good luck, boys.
These teams, again, tied in the standings, battling for second seed heading into the playoffs. North America owns the rim. Here comes MMD, finds Smithy, Graves in a world of trouble, and the Bartledy catches two. Afro can't heal Smithy, and he goes down before Wish comes through. What a great play! Afro sticks a dangerously low, and then L! He gets into the backline, he picks up one, he picks up two! What a great Lancers fight by Karsa!
Here comes our son. We can go. Ezreal dash. Bar's dead.
Now bit of low, 60 goes back and lands with fight. Jay goes back, it's a 2-for-1. Advantage of CLG. Maples next up to see huge battle for Counterlogic game.
Look at Jay, they're coming to Jay.
Watch me.
I got shielded. Back up. Yeah, you're fine. We go. Yeah, I'll be there soon. Kill him all, boys.
The game-winning play. CLG will be 2-0 against Flash Wolves.
Welcome back, everyone. Gearing up on stage is Faker and the rest of Korea's SKTelecom, as well as G2 Esports. So we're going to focus in on that matchup. Big things here. SKT lock in their playoff spot if they get the win. G2 can only do their part here in making that race for fourth place by taking a victory.
And I'm just a little disappointed with what this matchup has become in the context of the tournament, what it means still, as opposed to what it could have been.
Yeah, coming in, a lot of people had these as the number 1 and number 2 teams of the tournament, like yourself.
Yeah, some really smart analysts tried to predict that. Sadly, you know, variance happens. Sometimes you're a little wrong. Sometimes Europe decides, you know...
Sometimes you're a lot wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say, sometimes you're horribly wrong, but,
I also went on a vacation. I didn't actually practice for this event.
Already with the self-memeing.
Okay, all right, but in all seriousness, because there is quite a bit of weight on this matchup, you know, looking at these teams, SKT returning to form a little bit yesterday, picking up the 2-0, so looking a little bit cleaner after a devastating 0-4 losing streak.
Yeah, exactly, and I think a lot of it is the team coming together. We heard Koma talk about interviews. They're not blaming anyone, and they're all keeping together. I actually talked to Blank a little bit. They're all pumping him up. They're saying, this doesn't matter. It's your first international, like, it's actually your second international tournament, but we can turn this around.
That's what they say.
Well,
we don't know.
Overall, though, it's a good point. Because to me, SKTelecom, just overall, the organization just seems more disciplined to me than the G2 team.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, but it's a valuable point because what we've seen is that an SKT roster who starts 0-2, then goes 0-4, can rebound and go 2-0 again, right? So that and it does come from the structure, the infrastructure they've built, and the people that they have who are kind of helming the ship. Whereas with G2, it still feels like they're lost. They picked up 1-2 wins against the Turkish team, but they don't seem to be finding a rhythm. They don't look much cleaner.
It's also just a very young players, also a very young organization overall. It can't be an excuse. It's just a little bit of a context there. But yeah, I like what SKT is doing though. And if you look at the games, it's not one individual member underperforming. Like we have a lot of narrative around Blank. He dashed into a wall a couple of times. He made some errors, but it was every single.
Speaking of expectations, I thought Bang was going to be the best AD carry coming in, and he's been underperforming.
Invisible.
Well.
Like Wolf. Like usually when you watch an SKT game, there's at least 1 or 2 phases where like, you know, damn Wolf, so much better than me. Like, not anymore. Like, he's just not showing up at all. So, all these players are struggling, and then you can really see when you have a team with democratic shot calling, it all goes down the drain. Because communication breeds communication, and when people start failing, they're just not helping each other.
Yeah, players not meeting expectation. But before we get into picks and bans, we'll hear what Wolf thinks about SKT's missteps at MSI.
사실 왜 그런지는 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 이런 뭐 확 뭐 높고나짐이 되는 그런 적이 몇 번 없어서 왜 그런지는 잘 모르겠는데 확실한 건 고쳐지고 있다는 게 확실한 점 같아요. 저희가 스크림을 하고 대회를 하면서 이런 경험은 많아요. 하루 만에 이렇게 높낮임 되는 적은 없지만 저희가 이번 리그도 롤챔스도 7등에서 시작해서 우승까지 했기 때문에 지금 잠깐 떨어졌어도 다시 연습하면 다시 우승권에 들 수 있을 거라고 확신하고 있어요.
And that's honestly the hope that a lot of fans have for SKT is, okay, yeah, they lost 4 in a row, but they've gotten progressively more on the ball as time goes on. As long as they win one more game in the next 2, they will lock playoffs.
Yeah, and let's get realistic. 4th for SKT is really scary for whoever is the first place team, because this is a team that had 2 bad games of tournament play. Like, you would have to be crazy to count this team out. There is so much individual class and talent on the team, and when they do get it together, if they secure that spot...
If they get it together.
Yeah, if they get it together and have the 4 days off, there is a chance for them to regroup. They started doing it already, but I think they're still not playing the best league of... Like, they're not... I'm not even going to say that. They're not playing the best.
They're not playing their best. And they're up against G2, who have looked a lot better since yesterday. So we're going to see if this actually ends up being a really close match. We're going to get ourselves into the starting lineups, though. And starting off for us is going to be SKTelecom T1 from South Korea. Duke, their new top laner this season. Their new jungler as well. Blank has been starting every single game. Faker, the man everyone knows in the mid lane, no matter where you're from. Bang, coming into this, probably the best AD carry in the world, trying to shape up. Wolf on support, we heard from him a minute ago. And Coach Koma, someone I have a huge amount of respect for, who's led SKT to so many titles.
Yeah, you certainly have to. And on the other side of the rift, it is G2 Esports from Europe. Kikis is their top laner. Trick is their superstar jungler, with Perks, their rookie mid laner, who's having a disappointing tournament so far. Emperor, their AD carry, and Hybrid is their support, as well as their coach, Youngbok.
And this is, again, a battle of the top teams from their regions. We talk about these teams slumping, these teams, having bad tournament showings. Keep in mind, just a couple weeks ago, they were on top. They were the best team. Korea, SKTelecom T1 dropped like 2 games or something in their entire playoff run of, I think, 3 best-of-5s against the other best teams in Korea. Europe's G2, several great series as well for those guys. And to slump this hard in 2 weeks and then try to come back into it is the important thing here. And what form these teams are on is really important now coming into this one. G2 can make playoffs.
Yeah, they certainly can. And let's cast our mind back to the last time these teams played. It was the beginning of the end for SKT, because they absolutely dominated G2 in that matchup. And then the next day kind of went on their slump. However, this was also when the warning bells really started to ring for G2, because they lost this game in pretty convincing fashion. There was a 2-roller Rise running around Summoner's Rift, lighting people up, which, as far as combat stat effectiveness on Rise go, is really up there in terms of strength as well. So it's a unique build. Like, you won't see it all that often, but if you're ahead, Faker already showed that it's effective, man.
Wow, and even with Azir still on the table, they want Rise right away. Faker, this was his signature champion at last year's World Championship. In fact, he's got his own skin now for Zed and now Rise as well, by the way. And this is going to be the champion that he wants to play in this one. G2, though, had pinched a couple of junglers. Nidalee still available, but Kindred off the table, as well as every top laner you care about.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Trick wants to take...
And they'd rather pinch Wolf.
That's really interesting,
They're trying to pinch Wolf and Blank, the 2 most underperforming members, I would say, of SKT.
I also want to talk about the Rise pickup, because Perk, whilst being underwhelming in this tournament so far, his best champion definitely has been Rise. I think it's fair to say. And, has been sold out a couple of times on something like the Azir, so Faker's throwing the gauntlet right now. This is the kind of player that Faker is. He's like, you know what, I'm going to take your best champion away from you. If you want to take Azir, fine, I'll beat you in the skill matchup as well.
And we'll see if they can do that here in this one. Of course, there's still a world of mid laners still to play, so maybe G2 goes for something else in this one. But SKT picking more cream of the crop champions. Okay, Maokai's off the table. You can trade Echo for Poppy, but they want the Echo in that matchup. Still considered to be slightly better than Poppy as far as that goes. And Sivir as well for Bang. We don't get to see a whole lot of her this tournament. I think she's an amazing AD carry. And Bang grabbing it as well with every other marksman on the table. We'll see how this comp develops, but I love Sivir Rise as a combo. Just getting mid there is so important.
Movement speed is good on everyone.
Yes, it
just turns out to be fantastic on Rise. Yeah, so like Sivir is going to give something to everyone. I mean, Echo's not going to be mad at some extra movement speed as well. So I'm kind of a similar vein. If you can afford to run a Sivir, if you don't think you're going to get punished too hard in lane, or you think that you can guarantee a lane swap, something like that, I think that she still is right up there with the best AD carries.
And meanwhile, we got to see what Wolf wants to go for here. The Alistar was banned away, and the Braum was picked first round by a G2. Tom Kench has been his go-to. He's hovering Soraka. And Blank has not been a great Nidalee, and otherwise Kindred and Graves are off the table. Again, G2 trying to limit these champion pools, and Koma, SKT's coach, speaking to his Korean teammates, planning out the last few picks here. Jungle and support are needed. And it's actually going to be the Soraka and the Lee Sin. So Blanks Lee Sin and Wolf Soraka, and it will be the Azir for Perks.
Yeah, so wow, that's an interesting composition piecemeal together from SKT. I feel like 2v2 lane is going to be slightly difficult. There is a lot of pressure that comes out Kalista versus Sivir, especially because you can't really time that Rend with the spell shield.
Yep.
Something that just doesn't really work out in your favor. So a lot of pressure on Wolf to keep Bang alive. I mean, SKT right now, they do play for the latter game team fighting. They don't really play to win lane.
Yeah, but here's the weird thing, right, is Azir, of course, a great team fighter to match Ryze, and also Braum is so good in a Sivir. He kills Ricochet as well as Boomerang Blade, and even if you spell shield Braum passive, you can restart it right away. So you can get guaranteed stuns in a Sivir. It's honestly a little bit difficult, but SKT picking what they want to play here.
But in saying that, SKT were one of the few team fighting teams that would play Sivir into Braum and make it work. They are a patient team when they're playing their best League of Legends. This team comp will show us if they are doing that yet.
And especially against what could be an on-form G2 against a sort of middle power SKT. This is the battle for SKT to secure playoff seeding and also to have a chance of getting out of 4th place and dodging Royal in the first round of the playoffs, who's, I think, easily the top team in this tournament. We're going to see who it's going to be and who can win this one as we have the coaches shake hands, the mid-season invitational logo on your screen, and you guys at home, let us know who it's going to be to take this one down. Hashtag SKT win, hashtag G2 win, whether you support the Koreans or the European lineup. We'll see who it's going to be. Korea owns the Rift. There's the LCK logo. And we're getting ourselves into the 3rd game of the day, a battle for who will make it into the playoffs. The final spot on the line, SKT vs G2. Here we go.
Yeah, and both teams need this victory. G2 to stay alive in the tournament, SKT to start building that form they will need going into the break and eventually the playoffs. If they're able to piecemeal it together. And honestly, when you would say one position apart, 4th versus 5th, probably wouldn't be where you would have put SKT at G2 before this tournament.
Nope. But G2 are on kind of almost in control of their own destiny. If they can beat SKT, they can beat CLG.
And SKT still have a hard game at the end of the day.
And SKT have to play Royal, who have only lost 1 game the entire tournament. So this is kind of the game that, in most scenarios, tells us if G2 can make playoffs here. Win speakers rise, no surprise. Otherwise, standard stuff coming out of this one on both the sides for Keystones. And nothing too spicy for the level 1s here.
And I like wind speakers on Rise because there's not an abundance of hard CC right now.
Storm Raiders, sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, Storm Raiders. So did I. Strength of the Ages is fantastic if you're going to get locked down and you need the combat effective stats, but Storm Raiders, very useful against soft CC.
Looks like both teams will have jungle starts for their duo lanes and standard leashes via top laner to their jungler. SKT have the choice of only going for the small Krug, which honestly you take a fair bit of damage doing this as Sivir, but at the same time with the Soraka it's not really that big of a worry. And looks like they will take down both halves of it, so full jungle clears, and depending on how fast they go, you can level up on just 4 minions in the first wave.
Yeah, and it's really cool because the speed really does matter now. You get punished if you do it a little bit more slowly. You also, as a Sivir lane, generally want to be shoving up. Sivir nullifies aggression by controlling minion waves. The ideal scenario is you make the Kalista without the Hurricane, because obviously you don't start with any items, play against creeps only, and not be able to bully around that lane. So you see already Emperor Hybrid beat them to level 2 and want to start pushing in on this wave.
And that's the risk here. Nice little bit of damage on the Bang. Hybrid not really finding any damage just yet, but ooh, good dodge by Wolf. But another quick Rend. And Emperor playing this really well. He's noticed that he's always lodging spears into minions and then landing the Rend and then going for another Rend combo. And you can see he's done some fairly significant damage to Bang. But guess what? He's got a Soraka support. It's not going to mean all that much. Emperor ultimately has missed 3 CS in the first couple of waves. See how much Bang gets. Yeah, Kikis and Duke really battling it out here, but Duke getting the better of it slightly.
Yeah, so last time these teams played, I believe it was Kikis on the Gragas top lane, and he got bodied by Duke. In fact, he forced the teleport out of Perks so early in that matchup. And it was Duke actually on the Poppy then, but it kind of forfeited Perks' lane and put Kikis so far behind. So he really does need to be able to control this Echo in the earlier stages of the game.
And we'll see how much control there can be as we keep the jungle roots in mind. Trick just taking his blue buff. No real danger there. Not going to be handing over to Azir, it looks like, but just kiting slowly and surely. Bang and Wolf limping into this one. They are not down much in CS, honestly. This bot lane's not too bad, a bit more damage on a Wolf. But nothing's really sticking here. He's still got 2 potions, so really no danger on this Soraka.
And both junglers are actually hard farm junglers. I mean, Lee Sin does have some good early game damage, but you really do want the level 6 to be able to get into these lanes. Perks is a gank that you might consider going for, at least popping your head in there, seeing if you can get an exhaust or something like that. But really not overly that much pressure will come out of Graves or Lee Sin as a rule of thumb in the early game, so pushing is completely fine.
Kickis though having to run away from Duke, really having a bad time in this matchup. Already down 7 minions and down a lot of health as well. Corrupting Potion is empty. Great reflexes by Bang to spell shield that Q out of Hybrid. And now we're seeing SKT starting to win the laning phase a little bit. Duke has got a sizable lead, and Bang and Wolf have now started to crest the lead over Emperor and Hybrid.
And they've started to stack up that minion wave as well, so it will eventually start pushing in. And I really do need to stress that it's so risky, especially...
Speaking of risky, Kick is so low on HP under his turret. He's got some of the spells up, but he's got basically no health bar at all. He's almost for sure donezo in this one. A flash to get away, but Blank's still going to get him into range. Stun's not going to land. Blank's going to walk away from the turret cleanly. First blood picked up by SKT. Beautifully done.
Yeah, really nicely played there out of Blank. Just so patient. Cuts off the minion wave. I mean, Kickus even burned a flash in what was nearly a guaranteed kill. So he's going to have to teleport back up into this lane. Blank's going to be level 6 relatively soon, maybe another minute and a half. And he's just going to be a sitting duck up there.
This is going to be rough. Kickus in the last matchup went 0-3-0 on that Gragas, and he's not in any better shape here in this Poppy. Definitely getting exposed a little bit. Duke heavily outlaning him.
Especially if Duke gets to walk back to lane. He teleports up. Okay, so that's a slight reprieve right now for G2. Because if Duke had to walk that one out, it would have been double teleport against an Azir, who generally can't follow Ryze into Fog of War. And the plays into bottom lane really do start opening up for SKT there. So I don't know if I agree with Duke's choice to continue to win his lane solely, maybe look towards bottom lane a little bit more, but you understand that now that you're up that 14 CS, you want to continue the pressure.
Whoop. All right. Reveals the ward. He's going to be fine. Loses the Raptor buff, but the early Tracker's Knife out of Trick, trying to get some vision around the jungle. Kickus again in a battle with Duke. That Duke is winning level 6-5 right now, and Kickus actually had to go for some armor as well, just didn't have enough money to buy anything else, so he has a cloth armor against Echo. That feels bad.
Yeah, and he's not just winning this lane matchup anymore. He's completely smashing him. I mean, falling down on a tank, especially when you have a relatively similar item path, always feels horribly because you could very rarely get yourself back in. Yeah.
Well, Duke misses the Time Winder, misses the phase dive as well, so Kickus gets to survive that one as Duke is running a little bit out of mana here, but it's not going to be too big of a concern, I don't think. That Bombi Cinder knocking down these lane minions slowly but surely. 900 gold lead for SKTelecom T1. And again, looking for the play on the Kickus. Will not quite trigger the passives. Good by Kickus to get away from those.
But this is what I'm talking about. Lee Sin, hard farming, 6:45. Generally, it's about 7:15 that you get your level 6. So he's about 30 seconds ahead of the clock, and we'll see whether he makes a play somewhere on the map to really utilize that once top lane.
Trick sees him, hits level 6 himself. They both stand on top of wards as they reveal each other, and Blank won't have anything to do here. Kickus will be able to survive under his turret for a while.
So good path, jungle pathing from Trick to be on the weak side of the map right now. He knows that there's a potential for a gank.
He's trying something else though. Perks on his top of a pink ward. Knows that he's safe. Duke recalls, ults right back into lane, gets another safe recall. Boots in a Sapphire Crystal was that one. Doesn't need it to deal with Kickus here in the lane, who's gonna take a recall and lose a cannon wave doing so. Trick's gonna have to go up and grab that XP, I assume. And he will do so, but that means Kickus is gonna be farther and farther and farther behind. Duke's 7.5 to 6.5 of Kickus.
And he's not even going to do it because he doesn't want to expose himself on the map. He understands that Flash on Ryze with a tier as well as Lee Sin is 100% kill threat in the mid lane. Bottom side of the map has been pink watered, so they have a path into that mid lane at least. So he wants to be able to defend his mid laner here. Trick and Perks, of course, known for their great synergy during the European LCS.
He's trying now. Blank coming around the backside. Faker wants it. Nice ward. Hop the flash. Kick a big knockback out of Perks. And he flashes back to safety. Q lands from Blank, but he's going to be all right. A trade of flashes. And a loss of the...
both.
Exhaust from Perks. Yeah. Trick now in the lane, Blank here again, looking for the ward hop into the Q, is gonna land it. Here comes Duke as well. Plenty of damage to deal. Perks goes down. What a great gank, what a great dive. And a beautiful kill for SKT, 2-0.
And you know the gank's going well when Faker flashes, gets smoke screen, doesn't even get a rune prison down, and the mid laner still dies. Unfortunately, Perks had to use both of his summoner spells in the initial gank, as now Kicker's looking for Duke.
I don't know if he's going to win this matchup. He's already down several items, but he has the Spectre's Cowl, makes him feel a little bit more tanky. And he's okay here, but Faker wave clearing with the very meager amounts of mana he's got left. He's going to do okay with this one, but yeah, that extra kill in the mid lane definitely helping.
So let's take another look at this. Ward hop into Kick, doesn't use the Iron Will, so you know, keeps all of the energy that he needs to follow through on that. Faker gets no spells off in that rotation. It's just a really smart roam down from Duke. He understands that Kickers can't follow at this stage of the game. Probably didn't have the teleport available still. So SKT, this is what we're used to seeing them doing. You use both summoner spells when you probably should have only had to use one. We're going to punish that mistake. We're going to visit mid lane again very, very quickly and take out your mid lane and generate a gold lead for our team. And this is what we expected out of the squad coming in.
Ooh, Hybrid missing the Q, partially dodged by Wolf, partially a miss. That could have been the opening to go into this one as all of SKT were on the other side of the map. Duke would have had teleport, but Kickus could have matched. Sadly for G2 fans, no play to be made in the bot side. 1,000 gold lead remains stagnant here, and Trick looking for a counter gank. If Faker wants to go in, Perk's getting some damage across, but no ulti means no big play. But Trick flashes in for the play, Wish turns it around, and Trick suddenly wishes he weren't there at all. Blank gets the kill, 3-0, Hybrid roaming, missing the ulti as Blank ward hops out, and what a great Lee Sin game so far for the Korean jungler.
Yeah, Blank's pathing has been so much improved in this game. He is always in the side of the map, and you can see that the communication seems to be slowly funneling back in for SKT. Wolf tanking up some damage for no apparent reason, but he's just a Soraka. It doesn't really matter all that much.
Speaking of not mattering very much, the opposite of that in this top lane here is Duke is just completely crushing Kickus now up 13 minions. He's got 2 kills as well. The actual gold lead itself is 1,000. Most of the SKT lead is in Duke versus Kickus, and Blank looking to exacerbate that, but Trick is coming, sensing that there might be something spicy going on down here. Perks, well, actually going in for the kill into Faker at half HP because Hybrid is here. They land this time, but did they have the damage? The answer is yes! A great roam by G2 support, gets 1 on the board.
Yeah, so Hybrid able to help out. The exhaust coming up crucial there, keeps Perks alive. And they're throwing so much into this mid lane. They understand that if they can get the Azir to late game, time and time again at MSI has been proven true that you will win the team fights with that champion. So you have to respect the game plan for G2. They get it back to 1,000 gold.
Yeah, good by them. G2 licking their runes, finding things to do. Bot lane has stayed equal despite the roams. You watch that fight again. Just really nice.
Yeah, so a really good use of denial of vision and scooping him towards the support for just the auto attack. I mean, they get the stun there, they get the exhaust, Faker can't run away. And honestly, as hard as SKT are winning this top lane, it's a 20 CS and now a kill over to Perks. He's winning the mid lane very hard as well. The difference is, Duke kind of did that by himself. I got a little bit of assistance to finish off a kill, whereas they're throwing so many resources at Faker right now. I still think it's the right move.
I think both teams were, though. We had a 3-man dive not long ago that killed off Perks. Both these teams have spent a lot of effort pushing the mid laners down.
Definitely true. And I think that, you know, we've seen... Ooh,
yeah.
This is
we're seeing Blank.
Risky play, though.
Okay, well, the ult's back. Hybrid, and actually gets away from most of the CC. Now the damage on the bang. Wolf is taking, though. Trick is here. Already a kill picked up for 1, but Blank will be next up. A big Echo Stun, and somehow they're not dying. Blank is alive, walking away. Are you serious?
SKT absolutely style on G2 in the bottom lane, able to pick up 2 kills. They're not done.
Hybrid burns the ulti. Kickus wants in. Still can't kill off Blank. Wish would save that entire time. And that is a heartbreaker for Europe. Korea's SKTelecom T1 just ripping this game open.
What the heck, SKT? It was a telegraphed play. G2 knew it was coming, and it was definitely risky. But you know, once again, Azir can't follow Ryze into that fog of war. Arrives slightly late. It's a 4v5. They juggle Talon at aggro so incredibly well. I just can't believe they lived. How the heck did Blank live?
He never had turret aggro and no one was there to deal any damage. Just, they weren't there.
We get to see. So he walks over a ward. They know this play is happening.
Azir's running down now.
Double teleport comes in. And it's
so
Wolf
holds
the
aggro
whole time. Holds aggro. He just doesn't panic. Transfers it over now to Bang. And then
Faker
Faker
gets
grabs
it.
it. Oh, that is so lucky that Faker got aggro there.
His Kickus couldn't land that last auto attack. He was silenced by Soraka. Another dive on a Faker. Perks can't quite kill him, but he's now Rune Prison inside a turret range. Has to flash over the wall, but surprise! Blake is here, turning his health bar to just that. Hybrid forced to run away with the complimentary trick support there, but this game is going bad to worse for the European squad.
And this is a game where SKT, once again, are just waiting for G2 to make a play and then capitalizing on it. I mean, the one proactive play was the double teleports into the bottom lane. However, apart from that, time and time again, they're just absorbing all of that pressure that G2 is throwing at them and coming out ahead more often than not. Still only a 2,500 gold lead. It looks like they're finally ready to start trading some turrets here, G2.
Yeah, they're playing for the top lane side right now. Dragon will go to SKT, so will bottom outer turret. Bang should have no problems at all with the amount of attack damage he's got. But the question is, can Duke survive? There's no teleport for Faker. Trick is already like inside that jungle, but Faker walking up the lane to keep him alive. Kickus actually might get killed here. He's got turret aggro, and Blank is still doing damage, nearly gets rooted up by Wolf. Kickus just took like 5 turret shots. Burke's there to bail him out. He's gonna be okay.
And all of a sudden that means that, you know, SKT have a chance to defend this turret for one more wave. In fact, they might not even get it now because multiple members moving up to try and support this Echo.
There's nothing to do for G2. They've been here for a long time. The Sivir rotates up after knocking down the turret, recalling, getting a Zeal. Faker had walked up before to keep the turret alive. Now he's holding mid, so there's no more pressure there. And SKT playing the macro game better. They got a Dragon and a turret and lost nothing.
And I think this is what people really did expect when they saw SKT's form coming into this. I mean, they were running Rox Tigers around the map, but also beating them in team fights as that series progressed. And it seemed that this is the closest we really have seen them in a clean early game. I mean, they won out against North America yesterday, but I think a lot of that actually had to do with the Zillion pick. Talking about picks people aren't experienced against, Faker's champion pool is an ocean of depth and has a couple up his sleeves. We still haven't seen Cassiopeia or Rise.
Into Rise.
Yeah.
Or yeah, Vel'Koz. We talk about the commonly seen counter picks. Bang knocks down the top turret. Walks into the 2-on-2 lane. Emperor recalls, says, you're right, that building's yours. You can have the rest of what Duke did earlier to kick us.
And this is actually quite curious. One time I will talk about wave clear is into the Sivir because she generates so much pressure by instantly clearing a wave and disappearing. So that's generally why you see as they're looking for an invade here.
Ward is on. Perkson's seeing everyone. Blink just jumps in, says that's the trick, but you know what? That's okay. Spikes with the blue up takes it in. Now Perks wants in and gets the knockback onto Blank, who's stuck inside. Kickus shows as well. What a great turnaround by G2, but they burned a lot to do so. Now, forced to run away. No teleports used by SKT. Emperor, though, meanwhile, dying in the top side of the map. Nearly burned his heal. Hybrid couldn't get the damage across. Bang survived thanks to Wolf, but now the teleport's coming across. They're going to land this slow. They're going to look for the stun as well. Kickus can reach and they can't. That cancel TP by Duke, very intelligently so. G2 losing out in kills and summoners.
Yeah, so in the end, because the completed summoner is at Ultrick,
he's gonna maybe survive. Yes, he will. Ult's back out. But this game is slipping away. 4,500 gold lead, 16 minutes in and change is pretty huge.
And just look at the pressure generated across map. I mean, Duke, because he didn't complete that teleport, now has completely unrivaled control of the bottom lane. Will be able to get damage down with that Iceborne Gauntlet.
There's a chance of fighting this one off. Exhausts Faker, but doesn't go back in, so unable to use the exhaust to any real damage. Faker just wearing him down.
Yeah, it's just standing and delivering, honestly. And still doesn't feel the need to recall because of how much pressure is in the other lanes. Finally, the Sivir recall. We'll see if they get... Oh, this is actually what happened in the top lane. So it's actually Emperor and Hybrid going aggressive. They thought they caught Bang.
And he just doesn't die.
The power of Soraka, man.
Oh, early rend and then Summoner heal. Warlord's Bloodlust. If Emperor hadn't early rendered, they would have eventually gotten him.
Yeah, definitely the case. So another small misplay out of the bottom lane of G2. And once again, this is one of those things, not used to playing against the likes of Soraka. You rend a little bit early.
Yeah, really rough stuff there. That was nearly a great pickoff as Bang hadn't spell shielded any of the initial combo. But beautifully done by the SKT duo lane, turning it back around. 4,000 still the gold lead for SKT. We've seen comebacks here, but it's getting farther and farther away from G2 right now. Blank going back in a flash, to land the stun. They really want to kill off Blank, who flashes himself. A great kickback out of Kickus, straight of Summoners. Goes back to jungling.
Yeah, 3 members over there, and you see that right now Duke's in the top lane. really no reason to defend that if you are blank. Just give up the vision, continue to generate pressure on the map. You're already so far up. Instead has to burn ulti and summon a spell to escape there. Good setup from G2, but these are sloppy mistakes that will get punished by a more informed team as this tournament progresses.
You're seeing the progress in this top lane here, though. Duke getting plenty of damage down. I was informed that he doesn't own a kingdom, it's a duchy. So thank you for the correction, random internet stranger whose name I forgot. But Duke honestly setting up with duchy in the top lane. That turret's nearly dead, honestly. He's been heavily winning that matchup. And really, there's no good lane for G2 right now. You see Perkz has to burn Exhaust in a one-on-one against Faker, who then just walks away through the Summoner spell, thanks to the slow resistance of Storm Raider's Surge. So Exhaust just does nothing to stop Faker from, all right, I'll just disengage, no big deal, lose your 3-minute cooldown.
Yeah, and, you know, Ryze is one of those scary champions, because he needs level 9 double mana item. Then he's strong. Anything he gets above that is amazing. After that, he can actually just go defensive stats. In fact, I think GA as a third item is arguably the best build that you can go on Ryze, right? Because it turns you into someone that they don't want to hit and still does so much consistent damage. So I just think that Faker understands this and is just, he's not all that worried about being camped out on Ryze. I think on a scaling mage like Azir that doesn't have the same immediate power, that needs to get to the 3-4 item marks to take over a game, it's much more of a concern of camping out Faker. And that's why we will see him go back towards the likes of Zilli and the likes of Ryze as this tournament progresses.
Well, it's been beautiful stuff so far watching SKT as they shape back up, and they've been in complete control over G2.
Faker also does this refillable potion thing a lot.
I like it. It's really gold efficient.
Yeah. He likes to trade. He uses his health bar as kind of that resource. Like, if the other mid laner is low and he is low, he's very happy with that outcome because he does trust his teammates. And you're right. Like, every time that Perkz go back, maybe he invests 100 gold into potions. Faker just did that up front. And doesn't really have to be concerned about it.
Well, it's been good stuff so far. So here we go, looking at the fact that, yes, the LCK representative, SKTelecom T1 from Korea, have secured their second Dragon of the game. And honestly, G2 have almost nothing to say for themselves. 2 kills, no objectives right now for the European squad. Looking to keep their playoff hope alive. Wolf will not go down. A great kickback, and now Perkz is rooted up, and he goes down to Faker. A delivery from Blank, and now Trick has to flash away. Hybrid's ulti to buy some more time, but SKT continue to wedge this game farther and farther apart.
What a silence out of Wolf. As soon as he slides in there, Perkz has it at his feet, cannot scoop him into the rest of the team. And this is what Crepo's talking about. Like, once or twice a game, Wolf will just do something and you're like,
oh, Blank gets it again.
This guy really is that good mechanically. You know, it's not only his brain that shows up into the game, and SKT now with all of the pressure in the mid lane.
Looking for more as they go push into the mid-tier 2. They've got 2 Dragons Reeds. They get that burn damage. SKT getting plenty of damage across. Hybrid getting rooted up, taking a blood of punishment, but Fate's Call turns him back in, and he goes back into Bang. Hybrid just flashes back out. Why even bother going in? They know they can't fight the 4v5.
You have control of that Hybrid.
Yeah.
You don't have to throw yourself out.
You literally just click.
You can save the Summoner spell. You got the 3-man knockup as well. Like, that was the best it could have possibly got. And still has to just get the heck out. Wow. Let's take another look at Wolf. So Perkz slides in here and straight away, silence at his feet, cannot scoop him out. And Emperor
is probably dead. Duke chasing in. You'd think an Emperor would be more powerful, but in this case, Duke just owns way more.
Yeah, you know, it's a rather small empire versus a very large duchy right now.
Nearly so.
But yeah, that was, going back to the replay, that's just like instant reaction out of Wolf. And the kick out of Blank to serve him up to Faker, I mean, just lobs him in the general direction and Faker spikes him down.
Well, despite some of the early camp, Faker 1-1-3, scaling up nicely. Blank honestly having a redemption game here in the Lee Sin. G2 thought they could push him down as champion pool, what turns out 3-1-4. A ton of early impact. Blank is crushing this game and is the primary reason SKT is winning now. I'd seen a lot of comments about how they're just waiting for SKT to put Bangi back in. Save the tournament for SKT. But they hold on to the jungler they thought was going to do better in Blank, and oh, he's improving quite quickly. He's back on form.
And with good reason. I think that you have to acknowledge the early season struggles that SKT had with Bangi on their lineup. they didn't just randomly add Blank to a world championship squad because they felt like a change. Like, this guy is a very classy player, of course, was from Royal in the LPL, and now Hybrid.
Well, gets a multi-man knockup, forced right away, will not get rooted up, but Emperor pulls him in, looking for the play, gets a slow into Blank and a teleport from over the wall by Kikis. Finds nobody to attack. That is a loss of a 4-minute cooldown. Now Trick beset. Kikis finds a knockup, looks for Blank and Bang, but they're just split apart. Trick so low, Kikis nearly dead as well. A knockback by Perks, and Kikis says, all right, delivery to the team, I'll kill everybody for you, and does so. That's a 1-for-1 though. Emperor could be next, but he takes down Blank first. Not the worst thing in the world overall though, 3-for-2, as also Kikis has fallen. Hybrid runs away.
Optimistic guy, Freak, because a 2-for-3 and a 4v5 as they pick up the bottom lane turret for me is quite a poor trade for G2. I mean, they are 10,000 gold behind, nearly just over 9K, and fishing for plays, which is what you have to do against a squad like SKT. But once again, SKT just have the right answer.
They could have teleported Duke. That summoner spell is up, and they chose to fight it the way they did. Turns out it's the right choice. SKT crushing in this game, triple the kills, still no turrets or dragons given up.
And they just have control over the map ever since they snowballed that top lane. Let's take another look at this actually. So Kikis teleports in, and now that the summoner spell is burnt, they need to make it. Duke's teleport actually not available yet, but SKT choose to fight it. And as you mentioned, Perks just scoops Faker onto the pretty much 4 members on top of each other, and he goes nuts.
A nice knockup as well. Blank hit several with the kickback. It did save Hybrid, but they hurt the black line quite a lot, and Bang just went to town with Ricochet.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I was going to mention. Azir is kind of a gift and a curse to Sivir, because when on the opposite team, keeps her at reach and separates the fight into front line and back line really effectively. However, if ever scoops everyone onto the same spot, Sivir can light them up, and now with 3 items, that only gets scarier as the game progresses.
Yep, now it's in full scary Sivir zone, 70% crit chance with a static shiv, the full offensive build. Bang can kill any 5 people he wants, and it's probably going to be G2 that he chooses to kill, but you never know.
Yeah, sometimes he dashes into Pulverize. And
yeah, sometimes it's himself and a minion wave. That's gone.
Here we go.
Looking for the play. Hybrid misses the Q, puts the shield up. Here's the TP. Blank Faker's in, so is Duke. They look for Trick. Graves is going to be sent to his shortly, running away. Critted up, and there's the kill. Blank landed with the Q. Emperor gone as well, and Perks is alone. A nice knockback. Actually delivers Faker to Perks. Scumbag Kikis.
And somewhere, I hope Duke laughed at that, because that is something that he's very familiar at doing. Kikis will eventually fall down.
Fighting for his life, but it's not going to be for much longer. A nice heal out from Wolf. He's trying to buy some time. Finally does fall as Faker's pushing at the bot side of the map. Hybrid is in range. Yes, he is. Faker roots him. Q, E, jump to a minion. Ignore the fact there's a minion wave here. Keep rocking forward. By the way, Bang is still inside the base, knocking down the inhibitor itself. So SKT getting farther ahead. They lost 0 kills for that fight.
Yeah, and the rest of the team, they're actually looking at Baron right now. They decide it's not worth it. They're just going to recall. There was no damage on that side of the map. But great use of the double teleport. Get the flank that they're looking for. All right, let's see it. So they use the double teleport onto a pre-prepped minion ward. Faker comes in first, followed up by Duke. So a little bit of a disconnect there. But really, this crit on the Ricochet is what we're talking about. Just chunks out everyone. And the fight's already over. SKT are just way too strong, as Faker gets lobbed on top of Perks, pretty much.
I think he was going to cut off anyway. He was coming down into the right, but still not the best situation to be in. Faker gets a solo with Dragon. You know, it's funny. There's actually a Duke against 2 Emperors this game. G2's AD carries named it, and Perks is the Emperor of Shurima.
That is true.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Still, SKT owns way more territory.
They're in the whole of Summoner's Rift right now. I mean, they pick up another free dragon. That's 3-0. And it looks like SKT, like, after yesterday, I will never call a game over, ever again.
Sure.
After CLG versus RNG. Especially because this is an awfully similar comp when I look down the line.
Sure, absolutely true, honestly. There's always the chance that things do turn around. G2 are not saying die, but they are down 12,000 gold 28 minutes in. Blank now looking for the play in the top side. But Trick is there to turn him around. Hybrid, though, missing another Winter's Bite and Kick. Not quite going to happen yet. Blake missing the Q, looking for a road back in on a hybrid. He's going to walk into melee range, turn back with the Fate's Call. Knows better than to go for the flash kick on the support of a Callista. So saving his summoners there. And now Duke running away. Kick is missing the ulti onto Faker, tackling back at Duke, trying to keep himself alive. And will he turn it back around? This Echo is not going to find the play just yet, but a big knockup comes in, and there's the first kill. Bang is dominating. He gets another kill. That's 2 for him. Hybrid's next up. Make that a third. A triple for the SKT 80 carry. The inhibitor's already dead. They've got a mini wave right beneath them to go for the 5v2 push to win the game.
And I am confident that this time they will be able to do it. So SKT will take out G2, secure their spot in the group bracket stages.
Yes, they will. SKT have now secured a spot in the semifinals. G2 cannot end anything but 5th place here at the midseason invitational. They will lose the pool 1 seed for Europe. SKT secure theirs, and now we have to see over the next few games just how this bracket will shape up. But we do have our top 4, and it includes SKTelecom T1.
And a much more informed SKTelecom T1 than we saw over the last couple of days. That Lee Sin performance, especially the last kick in the team fight, goes in, gets his man, gets a double knock up at the same time. Blank should hold his head high after that performance. 4-2-12, not on one of the big 3 junglers, but still very impressive.
Yeah, definitely so. Good stuff out of these players overall. Looking at the final moments, Faker, true to his name, does not run skins. This actual patch on the tournament realm does actually include the new SKT skins, including the Faker Raya skin. Sadly, he doesn't play with skins. He's running the base, but I feel like if there's ever a time to do it, you know, be your own skin. No, Faker doesn't care.
He just wants to win League of Legends games, and that was pretty convincing. I mean, they pulled out the Sivir, a pick that had seen such high priority during the regular season, fallen off during MSI, crushed them with it, 8-0-4 out of Bang, and he had a very good early stage laning phase over what should have been a difficult opponent.
Yep, survived a pretty rough lane, team fought well, but I think above all else, the story is honestly the new guys. So Duke crushing his lane, getting the early ganks off was the first big opening for SKT, was how bad, or how good I should say, that top lane matchup was, and overall Blank capitalizing. He's been getting so much flag on tournament long, had a great game, 4-2-12, 16 out of 19 good participation. Definitely very, very high for him on the Lee Sin. Had a great game.
Yeah, and I love the idea of snowballing top lane against when you have double TP against a single teleport, because Duke can just translate that to any area of the map he wants. You saw that he used it. As you take a look at the SKT members on your screen now, you saw that he used it to go to mid lane with the extra time he got, but he could have equally have translated that bottom lane with a nice teleport gank. So everything in that game was in SKT's control. And G2 did try and force, but we also saw that that is dangerous against a team like SKT because they punish mistakes so hard.
And there were some mistakes, honestly. Some overreaching plays, just a lack of focus sometimes as well. Eventually the game ended with G2 still never getting a turret or a dragon. They had 4 kills, that was it. It was nearly actually a perfect game. 4 kills is all that separated that from happening. So SKT with a commanding win, at least top 4, they can still reach second if all goes according to plan. So we'll see if that can happen. But for now, let's go over to Dash in the analyst desk.
They can still reach second, Freak. Thank you very much. And that was the first piece of the puzzle, a win over G2, very much needed. Let's jump into champion select here.
Yeah,
the most important things that I notice are Rise secured again for SKT, but this time foregoing Nidalee for the Lee Sin for Blank.
Most important thing I noticed is that we now have video evidence of Korea copying North America meta with the supports coming in here. Wolf played a beautiful Soraka to cover the Sivir lane, just heal her back up in a bad lane. But yes, what you touched on, that's also important, Dash. The Rise first pick there for Faker.
It's what they had found success on at the beginning of the tournament.
The main thing was, the Lee Sin that you point out. Everybody would go for the Nidalee because, you know, Nidalee top right now, and if they saw MLXG do what he did, but Blank, he's not comfortable on it. We saw them not be able to perform on it, and his Lee Sin was really strong. He was very comfortable in going to a volatile lane. It was actually seemed like a kind of a basic mistake from Trick. Whenever you have these top laners that are going to trade a whole bunch and get low like a Poppy Echo matchup, that's where ganking junglers are going to be attracted to. And it seemed like a very easy early move for Blank, and he executed it really well.
Yeah, I think this game overall will be a confidence boost for SKT. They were favorites to win, but I think the manner in which they won, going back to a comfortable champion for Faker, getting Wolf on a support where despite not really having a playmaking support, he had some really good silence zones. Yes, that's Soraka, you know, that's all you can. You heal people and you silence, but he had that one play on Perks where Perks was trying to shuffle him out. I was like, nope, you're silenced right now. You just got outplayed. That has to feel good for SKT.
Yeah, and I think like SKT this game, this goes back to Koma a little bit. He actually encourages his players to step outside the box and pick different champions. Because coming into the tournament, everyone's saying like Nidalee first, but maybe that's just not Blank's champ.
They also like revert to an older playstyle where SKT waits and kind of baits out mistakes from their opponents, then turn it around, then make the play. It backfired a few times in this tournament already, and then they started going needlessly aggressive, but the last few games that they've won, and the most convincing ones, is them just biding their time, waiting for an opening, especially against a team like G2 that was just desperate to get something going, but it just wasn't working.
I also like the overall comp, you know, Sivir speed boost with the Rise, getting right in there. It made it really easy for them once they got this lead to execute and finish that out.
And ultimately, I think we only have like one replay that sums up the game. Really, it was a crucial phase here in the mid game where there was a team fight going on, and if G2 did not have any internal struggles so far, yeah, they will have them now right here. The faker delivery system out the Perks, that just adds insult to injury. I was just very sad.
It's almost it's kind of the story of the tournament for G2, right? I mean, on top of not performing to the level we expected, things just not going well for them left and right. You know,
mean, it's a good intention. You know, you don't want to knock the guy out, and then you just remember
that
the map is
upside down. The funniest part is Rise's legs. He's running as he's
Yeah, thank you very much for the delivery there. Overall, SKT.
You're welcome.
Yeah, picking up the victory, which is going to be a huge confidence boost for them moving forward as they face off against RNG in the last game of the day. I mean, a lot of people are looking at this tournament saying if it's not G2, RNG is going to be the one to contest against SKT, and now the tables are turned, right? It's SKT contesting against RNG to close out our group stage. So either way, that matchup going to be very interesting. Thoughts on that as we gear towards it?
Wow, I think this is going to be huge for the crowd. If you look at the stadium today, it's absolutely packed, and whatever play like RNG makes, it's thundering loud in here. So I'm really hyped for the matchup. I still think that MLXG might be outperforming Blank a little bit. He looks really good now.
The result of this match also influences the CLG versus G2 Esports match because G2 just have nothing to lose right now. So either they kind of try and play for fun, which makes them like a little bit of random, can be dangerous for CLG because if you play standard, I think CLG will have the edge. But a team that has nothing to lose in a tournament like this in the final match generally throws a lot of curveballs.
Yeah, G2. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, add on, as far as that SKT RNG matchup at the end of the day, you know, while I'm really glad to see Blank, you know, comfortable on a champion like Lee Sin, it is definitely a big thing they have to worry about. Nidalee, they have to ban it now. They're not willing to play it. And you saw MLXG's Nidalee, he used it extremely well. So that's definitely something to think about for that game.
Absolutely looking forward. SKT will be happy with the victory, getting themselves back on track. Now it's time to head over to the interview lounge where Shox is standing by with SKT's man in the top lane.
Thank you very much, Dash, joined here by Duke. Of course, the top laner for SKT and getting that third victory in a row now. Duke, of course, you guys had that hard 4-game losing streak. How do you reflect on the team's performance now compared to that worst period a couple of days ago?
그 이제 팀이 이제 4연패를 겪었을 때와 지금 다시 기세를 타고 있는 것 같은데 그 4연패 겪었을 때 팀의 경기력이랑 지금 팀의 경기력을 비교하면 어떤가요?
4연패 했을 때는 경기력이 확실히 떨어져 있었는데 한 경기 질 때마다 피드백이 자주 오가면서 계속 기량이 올라가고 있는 상태예요.
It's true that we weren't playing our best while we were on that losing streak, but for each game's loss, we were giving each other a lot of feedbacks, and I think we're improving much more per each game.
Well, the improvement is coming just in time because you have a very, very important game versus RNG coming up later that they won the first time around. How do you think that match is going to go?
확실히 경기력이 올라가는 게 되게 중요한 부분일 것 같은데 이제 오늘 마지막 경기로 이제 1패를 당한 상태로 있는 RNG가 붙게 되는데요. RNG와의 경기가 어떻게 될 거라 예상되시나요?
RNG와의 경기 아직은 많이 힘들 것 같긴 한데 그래도 계속 발전하고 있기 때문에 할 만한 것 같아요.
I think it's going to be very tough to play against RNG. They're a really strong opponent, but we're still improving and we're still getting better. So I think it's going to be a very good matchup.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting one as well. Now, turning to you personally as a player, in the beginning of the LCK season, you said in an interview you really wanted to be on a team that could win the championship. You did that now with SKT, but now we are at MSI. How important is it for you as a player personally to lead SKT to that title?
그 이전에 이제 롤챔스 인터뷰에서 SKT에 들어온 이유가 이제 우승할 수 있는 팀에 들어가기 위해서라고 말씀하셨었는데 1차적으로 그 목표는 이제 롤챔스 우승하면서 이룬 것 같은데 이제 MSI라는 대회를 우승시키기 위해서 본인의 역할이 얼마나 중요할 것 같은지 어떤 의미가 있는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단 작년에 우승 못했던 대회인 만큼 이번 연도에 꼭 우승하고 싶고 그냥 저희 전부 다 잘해야 우승할 수 있는 대회인 것 같아요. 모든 팀들이 잘하기 때문에.
Of course, since this is the only tournament that SKT wasn't able to win, it means a lot not only for me but also to the team. And I think since all the teams are here are so strong, that it's important for all of our teammates to play our best to win this tournament.
Okay, well, we will see what happens on a 3-game winning streak. Congratulations, Duke and SKT. Another victory for them. As for us, we have to take a short break, but we will be right back as SuperMassive takes on the Flash Wolves at MSI 2016. Stay right there.
Ourselves into the third game of the day, a battle for who will make it into the playoffs. The final spot on the line, SKT vs G2. Here we go. But Trick flashes in for the play, Wish turns it around, and Trick suddenly wishes he weren't there at all. Blank gets the kill, 3-0, hybrid roaming, missing the ulti as Blank ward hops out. Trick is here, already a kill picked up for one, but Blank will be next up. A big echo stun, and somehow they're not dying. Blank is alive, walking away, are you serious? A knockback by Perks, and Diggers says, all right, delivery to the team, I'll kill everybody for you, and does so. That's a 1-for-1 though. Emperor could be next, but he takes down Blank first. SKT have now secured a spot in the semifinals. G2 cannot end anything but 5th place here at the Midseason Invitational.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSI 2016 as we have a look over picturesque Shanghai. I am Max Atlas Anderson. This is Martin DeFicio. We're here to take you through the final stage of the group stages, of course. We are going to wave goodbye, unfortunately, to both G2 and Supermassive.
Crying a little bit over here.
It's going to be very sad. First off, though, it is going to be Supermassive's final game against the Flash Wolves here, and we'll see whether they can add some upset here.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing spoiler. Basically, if they manage to beat Flash Wolves, they do have a chance of actually knocking them down to 4th place, so that means they would face RNG in the semifinal, and none of these teams want to face RNG, so Flash Wolves definitely want to come in here and take this game 100% serious.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And of course, there's a lot of players on the side of Supermassive that have shown that they can stand up with the big dogs here. Of course, Swordart, we've had some questions about him on the side of the Flash Wolves, sort of not necessarily looking as good if he doesn't get that Alistar.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It's been like the main pick for him, the Alistar, also for Mata. The difference is just Mata on other supports are still a fantastic playmaker. He's engaging on Braum and different things. Swordart, we haven't really seen it. His Bard game, I was not impressed. A few good ultis, but then missed like every single Q. And sadly, Bard is not just one ulti and that's it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But as we load up for the draft, Naru looks back on this whirlwind group stage.
Turnuva beklediğimden dengesiz oldu. SKT en başta, G2'yu ikinci, China'yı üçüncü bekliyordum. Ama bayağı dengesiz oldu. O yüzden hani ne olacağını hala kestiremiyorum. Bayağı eğlenceli bir turnuva oluyor bu yüzden.
Yeah, and look, it's great to hear from Naru. I'm really glad that he's having sort of a good time 1v1 in this tournament. I mean, if we look back, that 1v1 versus Perks, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some good moments, obviously, for SuperMassive here. Mainly, again, around individual performances. We've seen Dumbledore show up. I think Achu has actually been a very good AD carry. So there have been some good players. Teamwork, though, a bit like with G2, has not been there, and that's why both teams are actually knocked out of playoffs.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the team lineups. First up, it is going to be the TCL Supermassive. In the top lane, it is going to be Fabulous. Or Thaldrin, depending on which one's actually going to be turning up. Here is Stamaged, is going to be there in the jungle. Naru in the mid lane, Achu and Dumbledoge. This bottom lane that's been getting so much support, and Hachi there is the coach.
And of course, they're taking on LMS's Flash Wolves, where we have MMD in the top lane. Kasa as the jungler, Maple in the mid lane, NL as the AD carry, Sword Art, we just talked about him as support, and Fluid Win. They're analysts, but also the coach on stage for this team. Stake is actually the head coach. Fluid Win is just the analyst, and he's the man in charge of the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, and look, I want to go back to my little mistake there as far as Fabulous and Tholdren, because the fact that they've been subbing these two players in, I find it really interesting that it's sort of the wildcard region that is going to be starting things off with this very rotation-style roster.
I just think it's a little bit sad they're so clear in their role, because you know when Fabulous is playing, it's like he wants to get some of the carries. He's not as good on the likes of Maokai. You know, when they sub him out, then Maokai is suddenly a thing. It makes it a little bit predictable in the pick and ban phase, but I think it's good they're giving both players experience, and that's the key thing.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And of course, it's really fun to see Fizz there up in the top lane.
Yeah,
of course, the top lane pool has been not necessarily full of champions.
Boring?
Look, I didn't want to say it, Deficio.
I mean, if we consider the fact we had like 3 champions kind of rotating, Poppy, Echo, and Maokai has been in almost every single game we've played so far.
That's very true, but we are into champion select here as Alistair is going to hit the bench first up. I have a feeling we are going to be seeing some bans towards that support role as the Bard is going to hit the bench as well. Rise following up on the side of Supermassive.
Yeah, so far nothing crazy. Bard against Dumbledore, we've seen it. Alistair against Sword Art, by far his best support.
Rise against the mid lane because
Rise
it's
against
ridiculous.
the mid lane. TF, funny enough, because SuperMassive used it against G2.
I find it interesting seeing that ban on the red side though, just because Twisted Fate often used as sort of that counter pick.
Right. I think it's Flash Wolf saying unless you get like a global pick composition, where you can like kind of catch us if we're playing a little bit uncoordinated, and you can then snowball, we're not really afraid of you, so we're just gonna ban it. And I think it's perfectly fair. When a team hasn't really shown much else, take away whichever champion you feel like could be annoying to play against.
Yeah, and look, having a look at this first pick here, the Graves, I think that it's, you know, fantastic as far as the jungle meta is concerned. I don't like it, though, in Supermassive's case. I think that Stomaged is actually a fantastic sort of jungle control player. Early gank pressure is actually very good out of this man. He played a brilliant Gragas and Elise during the IWCI tournament. Not even sure whether he dropped a game on those two champions, but the Graves sort of shoehorned in there, and it gives away the Maokai.
Yeah, and I think it's something we've seen more and more in the pick and ban phases. Teams are kind of baiting that Graves first pick. If you see a jungle ban on blue side, you just respond with your last ban being one of the other top 3 junglers, and then the last one remaining tends to be Graves, and then the other team will first pick him. But as you said, it's harder to have an early game impact, and that's something Supermassive needs. So I totally agree with you. I actually would have loved to see like a Maokai first pick as an example.
Even an Echo, something like that.
Even an Echo up there, and then you would just grab the Elise later on when Flashless will take away the Graves.
Naru, what a beast. No fear at all. Insta-locks the Azir into Maple's LeBlanc.
Yeah, and he's
my God.
He's one of the players who's picking LeBlanc into Azir normally.
Exactly, yeah.
But it is a skill matchup. There's definitely kill pressure on the side of LeBlanc when the jungler joins in, which could be an Elise here from Kasa. He's also shown the Elise in.
Yeah.
But either way, you have a jungler who can actually gank that mid lane, set up the chain, 1 or 2 chains, want to get a kill. And then suddenly Naru is down. He's actually been one of the mid laners who struggled the most, which is not a surprise when you consider the fact he's on, you know, the worst performing team in the tournament. But I expected him to come in and try and see if he could match the other mid laners.
Yeah.
And he's been trying.
I was sort of expecting a little bit more early pressure out of this team as well, but I like the late game security. Naru has shown that he does have a lot of skill on the Azir pickup, but Maple locking away the Lee Sin. There's the Braum at the same time. Archu and Dumbledore. Archu's already locked in, Fate, so this is going to be a fun game.
Classic AD carries. You know, the team is talking about the compositions. Oh, what do we want here? Should we get a Sivir for the team? And AD carry just says nothing and instant locks the Vayne. Archu is going to be the big carry. Or he hopes to be the big carry.
Well, look, that has been the story of Supermassive. This bottom lane for the team has looked very, very impressive.
Oh, support Elise?
Oh, is he going to do it? Still got a few seconds to go. No, it hasn't been locked yet, man.
He's played it before.
Nami
I would love to
really
see Nami, but she's been useless honestly, ever since I stopped playing. And that's
Tell us how you really feel, Deficio.
It's quite a few years ago now, that poor Nami.
Yeah, a little mermaid that could. But 8 seconds to go.
I mean, almost no matter what you pick as a support here, I think you go Janna and you just take the 2v2 late with the Vayne.
That is what they're going to do.
Obviously, can be a bit annoying late game against the Braum when you want to try and single out some of these targets and he's in your face with a big shield, but...
The Vayne Janna bottom lane going to be locked in here for Supermassive. Of course, Dumbledore, there is a certain play that he made a little while ago where he managed to get a kill on a certain player on Janna.
Was
We
it
won't talk about
Mabel?
it though. I haven't.
Or?
It was a relatively famous mid laner, I seem to believe. About
Mabel,
a year
Mabel,
ago.
yeah,
about
Mabel.
a year ago.
Must have been Mabel. I'm clearly
Yeah, was
not
it? You
sure.
reckon it was Mabel? Okay,
Yeah, I
cool,
think
cool,
it
cool.
was.
Lock it in, lock it in. But Sword Art now hovering. Varus. It will be an AD carry that they will pick up. Of course, Ezreal has slunk through. NL has been favoring that champion a lot.
Yeah, the problem here for Flash Wolves is that SuperMassive kind of challenged him to have a little bit of fun in here and be like, oh, do you have any surprise picks, by the way, you want to show here at the end? Because now we've already shown you the Vayne. The gloves off, they've already slapped him.
Yeah, exactly right. Gentleman's agreement.
Right.
Oh, okay.
They do.
So,
Somewhat.
yeah.
Somewhat.
I sort of like the Braum Tristana lane as well. Just feels very fun with the fact that you want to stack up the bomb and the concussive blows at the same time. There's synergy there.
See, this is a lane, yeah, if you have synergy, you can actually get fairly easy kills, but it involves Braum jumping, Tristana jumping in first, and then Braum will follow you, stand behind me, and you just connect onto the first target you get onto here in the 2v2 lane, and you have Ignite, you have a lot of burst coming in, of course, with the bomb here from Tristana. But you have to play aggressive.
You also have to not get condemned or Howling Galed in the middle of that combo.
We're going to assume when we pull off this great combo that the other team is not doing anything, obviously. It's for it to work really, really well.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
You definitely don't want Janna to get to level 6, or if you can, maybe lock her down with the Braum stun in time, burst her. She won't be able to do a whole lot. And new and interesting bottom lanes.
Yeah.
Everything else is basically the same.
Yeah, just a little bit as well. I mean, we can talk about the fact that the Maokai has been picked up into the Azir here, so a lot of damage reduction. But ladies and gentlemen, we want you to hop onto Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports and use that hashtag SUPWin if you think that SuperMassive are going to be able to finish with a bang, or if you think that the Flash Wolves from the LMS will be able to take this one, use that hashtag FWWin. Let us know what you think. Of course, LMS looking to bounce back.
Yeah, had a tough loss earlier today, which potentially cost them actually the chance of getting their second place.
Yeah, and actually owning the Rift here as well. So LMS supporting their region as we are onto the Rift. So SuperMassive starting off on our blue side, and we'll see whether they can get it done in their final match of MSI 2016.
And we might as well just start talking about tiebreakers. Because that is basically what Flash Wolves is playing for right now.
Okay, let's do it.
So,
take us through. Take us on the magical journey of tiebreakers.
There are two tiebreakers. One of them is a three-way tie for second place between CLG, Flash Wolves, and SKT. It requires Flash Wolves right now to win, of course. It requires G2 to beat CLG, and it requires SKT to beat RNG. All three will then tie each other. Archu needs to also get away from this one.
Oh,
he just
not a great tumble. There's the rocket jump as well. The slow comes down onto Archu. The flash over from Dumbledore gets the shield. Avoids Archu getting stunned up. But that's a summoner spell down, not from the champion we're expecting it to be down from.
No, Dumbledore trying to be the hero, and Archu kind of face planting into the wall.
Oh, there it is.
And then sort of being annoying. Anyhow, the other tiebreaker scenario is sadly not involving Flash Wolves. If they do lose here, and SKT manage to win the next game, they play against RNG, and we of course have G2 beating CLG. CLG and SKT will tie for second place, and Flash Wolves will get pushed down to fourth place, and they will then face RNG in the semifinals. So they have to win this game to try and get that three-way tie.
That is the most unlikely scenario, and if MSI has taught us anything, it's probably the most likely scenario.
I mean, we can definitely see SKT beating RNG. We expect Flash Wolves now to beat SuperMassive. Then all we need is for G2 to beat CLG, and we have the three-way tie. But that doesn't look very likely either right now.
I was going to say that European pride is coming out in force now, Deficio. It's sort of
tiny bit I've
stop
left.
this double jungle. Let's have a look at sort of the state of the game at the moment as Vayne on her own towards the bottom side of the map, just farming things out. Tristana doing the same towards the top side, and Sword just being annoying on the Braum.
Yeah, so lane swap against SuperMassive, we've seen it before.
Yep.
It's been actually the weakness of the SuperMassive lineup. Whenever there was a lane swap, they kind of didn't know what to do. They're very, very good in standard lanes, but I understand Flash Wolves' decision to swap out of it. Also, double range there against in the dual lane. Obviously, again, I think you do have some kill pressure with this 2v2 from Flash Wolves, but I understand the reason for swapping against SuperMassive.
Yeah, and look, Vayne probably happy to avoid a bit of that early game as well. It's been a while since we've seen her. Very excited to see Archu play this champion. Of course, hasn't been playing with SuperMassive for a very long time at all. He was sort of on a few little teams here and there. Has been playing with the squad for about 4 months, something like that. but has been a massively impressive player.
Yeah, it's a very
in this
standard
tournament.
story when we look at like their semi-professional player who then slowly but surely gets closer and closer to the professional scene.
Yep.
Finds his first real professional team and really has performed well. Like, he's actually been the big surprise for me. I think Dumbledore, yeah, flashy plays, obviously.
And we've always sort of known, right? Yeah.
Right, yeah, we knew Dumbledore was going to be a good player, same with Naro. But Archer is kind of the guy coming in, and he's actually the best AD carry in terms of laning stats, like CS at 10 and 20.
It's ridiculous.
He's the highest AD carry, which says a lot about his ability in lane, at least.
And this is a tournament with the likes of Bang, with the likes of Stixxay playing like he is at the moment as well. So super impressive out of Archer. We'll see whether he can do it again on the Vayne. For the first time. Like the champion diversity here as well. I mean, MSI's been struggling a little bit if we compare it to Worlds last year. So
That's
good
what
to
they're
see some
doing
more
for.
picks.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly.
Pad the stats, Deficio.
Get the list longer. We have an A4 paper here, and it's not even filled out completely.
I know, if
so
that was
we-
Worlds, that'd be like an
Yeah,
encyclopedia.
exactly. We got a few more champions, maybe, coming later. Not sure what I would expect, like G2 to pull out randomly.
Well, I'm glad that Karma has finally made her way onto the Rift. Maple, thank you very much for that one, because I was expecting her to be quite impressive this tournament. Has, so far, not done anything.
See, that's the funny thing,
lose.
though. Well, yeah, she did lose the game, but she looked pretty decent.
She did.
But the funny thing is, we have a lot of picks that are, like, honestly good, like Karma, like
Yeah.
Belkas, you know, different kind of picks.
Oh,
Varus
yeah.
even as
Cassiopeia.
well. But Cassiopeia is another one. But we don't get to see them because there are enough like S-tier picks, like Ryze, Azir, LeBlanc, that kind of just goes on a rotation. And when they are open, you take them. Instead of trying to go for some of these new picks, unless we start seeing like 3 mid-lane bans coming in, we probably won't see a lot of these,
Yeah.
but maybe in the best out of 5s.
Yeah, well, they will need to change up a whole lot of different things as the teams move towards those playoffs, and hopefully we'll see a bit of a change here as Jungle is rotating around the mid lane here just a little bit. Maple getting some damage down on Anaru. Hits the chains here as well. Stamage is going to make his way, but Casa right over the top. Nice use of the barrier there as Maple going to try and bait out with his clone, but so far nothing going to come of it.
So 2 junglers with the same game plan here. Just hover around mid lane in this lane stop. You can see everyone else is in the side lanes pushing in.
Yep.
Mabel's safety's flash. Same for Naro, of course. Tower going down on one side, tower going down on the other side.
Casa.
And Casa maybe going down in mid.
Ooh, very, very close there as Naru does shift some sands around, but just playing sandcastles there in the mid lane. Not going to find too much more as Tholdrin just pushing out the top wave. NL and Sorta looking for a dragon.
Yeah, I'm actually happy we see a lane swap here because I think that's been one of the main weaknesses for Flash Wolves, but also the entire tournament. Almost a lot of teams have been struggling with lane swaps, or at least doing it what I would consider a clean lane swap. There's been a lot of new strategies coming in. Flash Wolves are always putting a lot of focus on Dragon. If you look at the lane swap itself in this tournament here, because coming in, obviously, it was a different story, but right now, they like to like push out these 2 towers, the tier 1 towers, and then go for that early Dragon. Problem is, it does slow you down quite a bit in terms of the tempo in swapping between lanes. Because obviously now Archer is already in the bottom lane, ready to push out this big wave. And also they took a Rift Herald on the side of SuperMassive, so they can join in this Rift Herald with this big wave on the bottom side. And they're going to push much faster for that tier 2 tower down in the bottom lane here for the Flash Wolves. And they're just at the lane now with NL up on top. So they're pretty far behind in tempo. Obviously, Vayne is terrible at pushing out waves.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Is the Tristana going to be able to make up for it? And we'll see.
She will definitely catch up a bit because, yeah, we talked about Vayne, just single target. And one of the reasons she's actually not played in current meta at all.
See whether Archer is going to try and make up for it with an early static shiv purchase. Of course, that item being helped out just a little bit as far as killing minions is concerned, but you sort of need that extra 2.5k gold in order to do it.
But I really like this here from SuperMassive. This is again the standard like Rift Herald play we see back in Europe very often, where you give it over to the jungler. So right now we have a Graves running with Rift Herald, level 6 as well, and he's just joining now with Archu. So you have this big wave buffed up by the Rift Herald, and look how Flash Wolves are realizing, okay, we are really far behind here because we have to take that dragon, so they have to go defend now. They're going to need a
vision
cast
from
there.
SuperMassive. They're going to know exactly who's going to be moving over from the mid lane. Maple not going to find that flank, and Flash Wolves trying to defend.
And as soon as this wave here is gone, you can just rotate straight to mid lane and put pressure there on Maple, get a few hits on tower, and simply push it in. So you're just forcing Flash Wolves to be defensive, and the reason also is a bit annoying for Flash Wolves is you get so little deep vision yourself. Look on the jungle here, look in the jungle next to SuperMassive. They have so much control, and in the jungle of SuperMassive themselves, there's nothing right now.
Yeah, well, Wave is going to be dealt with here as Howling knocks NL into the sky. Pirate Tristana not too worried about it though. Everything is going to be fine. Of course, that explosive shot doing wonders, clearing out that minion wave of Stomage trying to do what he can with the blue buff.
Yeah, I would like to see SuperMassive just, after losing that first big wave, rotate in towards that mid lane, put a bit of pressure on Maple, then kind of recall and reset the whole thing, because you obviously have a big wave coming for Thaldrin up in that top lane as well. So still looking okay. Both teams managed to get one river objective.
Yep. But as far as that mid lane being a little bit isolated, has meant that Maple can do a little bit of zoning. About a wave in the lead here as Naru can take a little bit more harassment from the LeBlanc. No chain's going to be thrown out. That's a big wave for Maple to pick up, so taking some control now.
Yeah, now we get to that weird state. There's no real laning phase happening because it was a lane swap. You know, early towers have gone down. Teams tend to then keep swapping around, so you always want to keep applying pressure on tier 2 towers on the opposite sides of the map. But we might see actually Flash was just trying to group up on the bottom side, and Archer is sitting very far back waiting at his tower instead of actually going up. Normally what you want to do is have your AD carry support always push out waves past the river, and you always want your top laner to be behind the river, so near your own base where you can catch the wave. So he actually should have been bottom siding if we follow that trend, and obviously SuperMassive would have now been pushing on that tier 2 top tower, but they opted into a more defensive approach and a 2v2 lane instead.
Yeah, and some nice deep vision gained, of course, by Flash Wolves, allowing them to steal away that red buff as Caster is going to now transition that into taking this little Rift Herald, Rift Scuttler. And that
Mini Rift Herald,
almost
technically.
completed. Yeah, I guess theoretically.
You weren't wrong.
Heralding the river.
Just not
river
mutated
herald?
yet, and whatever else happened.
But right now, finally, Archery does have himself a lane to actually farm out. Dumbledoge helping him out. Dumbledoge not necessarily playing his full-on roam style that he's known for. Just helping Archu out, allowing him to last hit these minions more easily as we didn't see that. No cancelling of auto attacks there as Naru gets hit by the chain one more time. Does have the Emperor's Divide if he needs it, decides to hold on to it. Avoid getting outplayed by Maple. Stand and deliver with the damage.
Yeah, very even mid lane. I mean, we've seen this matchup so many times. Just go Abyssal, Scepter on both sides. Avoid the one shot from a LeBlanc and avoid some of the poke damage coming in from Azir. And then it's more about, you know, can you jungler join in? Can you support join in? We've seen that a lot this tournament. Supports roaming, which is funny because you just talked about Dumbledore not doing it that much. Because he's actually been doing well 2v2 in lanes normally. Not in a lane swap, of course. Hard to really force anything as a support in the 2v2.
But as it stands, I mean, we've got completely even gold in this matchup, of course. A couple of turrets each, lane swap working out pretty well for both sides, and you can see Archu actually farming out very nicely now in sort of a semi-split push scenario, going towards what looks like a Blade of the Ruined King as item number 1. Pretty standard stuff for the Vayne. I would have expected something like potentially a static shiv first up for that extra wave clear, but decides not to.
Well, you are dealing with a big tank like Maokai. Let's see top.
Yeah, get kicked into the wall there as the Chrono Break comes out, but does mean that he's walking the wrong direction. NL just going to jump on top, wants the stun, flashes for it. NL now going to get another Goomba Stomp. First blood going to the Tristana.
So Flash Wolves are basically swapping it to the other side of the map. This is what we talked about before, where you keep moving your AD carries around whenever you push it into these towers. And SuperMassive seem to be a little bit confused about it, at least on the top side, because this is the correct play on the bottom side for them. Just match it, just mirror exactly what they're doing, because you were pushing as fast, but your top lane should never be caught out. You should know, okay, they're coming, there's a high chance I'm going to get ganked, and just step away. Instead now, Flash Wolves are pushing, and in the end, they will just trade towers one more time. SuperMassive not opting into rushing for that inhib tower, knowing that also MMD was already there.
Well, they do have the inside track on this Dragon. Slight gold advantage now for Flash Wolves, but it's only 500. Going to avoid saying nothing to write home about, but here's the replay.
So, I mean, here again, your entire team is on the bottom side of the map, and you have zero vision in your own jungle. Just don't even wait there, you know? There's such a high chance you will get ganked, and a good little gank, I'm going to call it.
Yep.
From Flash Wolves, but also SuperMassive doing most of the things correct in the swap, and then like these small little mistakes cost you just one kill here and there, and it's always a little bit of gold to the other team. I like the fact that they roamed down and got the Dragon, so they actually would have won out if it wasn't for that kill.
Yeah, NL also playing pretty fantastically in order to make sure that he secures the kill. You never really underestimate how hard it is to lock down an Echo and kill him, especially as an early game Tristana. But now, First Blood Gold BF Sword Pickaxe as well as the Zeal. Fantastic pushing items at the beginning of the game.
But you talked about also the Vayne items.
Yeah.
Blade of the Ruin King, when you're against a Maokai, makes a ton of sense because obviously when you do get into these early fights, he's going to be the man you're going to kill. Vayne can't really just start diving the backline unless we have a crazy flanking Vayne, which could happen, but
I'm excited.
at the same time, you also want to be able to duel people 1v1 in these side lanes. And let's see what happens mid. Casa is going in.
Yeah, there's the kick already onto Naru. Immediate barrier there as the Emperor's Divide comes down. Maple gonna get caught into the Mimic.
The wrong one.
Yeah, exactly. They're chasing up to the wrong guy. As Casa is gonna look for more here as Naru is going to fall down on the back end of the fight. MMD grabbing that one. Winter's Bite from Sword Art to zone away as Casa wants to turn back in. The tree made his way into this fight. And Maple, of course, still alive. Chain is gonna land onto Thaldron. Snared up. Parallel convergence down. He does use the Chrono Break. Casa might be in trouble as collateral damage. Unable to make it work. 3 swift kills and Flash Wolves orchestrated that beautifully.
Yeah, Kaza's been hovering around that mid lane quite a bit. Another gank pulled off and SuperMassive were there. They were ready to respond, but then they picked the wrong target, chased the wrong clone. Flash Wolves get a few more kills. Bot lane tower already set up with the Rift Held, and right now the towers are just falling down. SuperMassive not really able to do anything themselves. One of the problems with the Vayne, we talked about it, she pushes so slowly in the side lane, so you have so much time to make plays around the map, and you're still able to kind of track her sitting there pushing in and just recall and go up and catch the wave when it hits a tower, and then Vayne is basically just farming for herself. It's a very greedy champion. You don't really give anything to a team, unless we get into late game, and then you can probably carry the whole thing.
Yeah, sort of, we understand from solo queue what that one's about, but let's have a look at this one again.
Yeah, so it's a good gank from Casa, but I actually like the response from SuperMassive. You see, Casa doesn't even try and reconnect his Q and sadly forced
Well, he
SuperMassive.
couldn't actually. Naru played that quite nicely.
Dancing around, yeah, and now SuperMassive ends up chasing the clone. And the rest of Flash Wolves are here. I mean, it's tough, right? It's a 50-50 almost on which one to chase. Mabel, good movements around with it, and sadly in the end also, your Echo goes down.
Yeah, and it was actually, you know, good attempt there from Thaldron, but couldn't quite make it work. And afterwards, Maple manages to pick up the Abyssal Scepter, has himself the Fiendish Codex and some Boots of Lucidity at the same time, so 20% extra cooldown reduction for the LeBlanc. Wanted to cycle through those spells as quickly as possible. Naru, though, decent clip as far as items are concerned, as the chains are going to go slightly wide after the ultimate comes out from Maple.
Yeah, we definitely say mid lane has been fine for SuperMassive. It's more what's been happening, you know, with the ganks or what's been happening in the side lanes. Of obviously that first spot up in the top lane. Still, definitely not out of this game. If you look at SuperMassive, like when you have an Azir and a Vayne, there's always a late game.
Exactly
Problem is
right.
getting to the late game.
And look, sometimes you don't even really need to make it feeling all that good. I mean, they could be down 17,000 gold. Don't even worry about it.
If that actually happens right now, that would be pretty scary.
Pretty exciting.
I cannot yell as loud as Kobe. I'm just saying it right now.
I think I might be able to help you out. I will need some excitement though, Martin. If you're up to it.
I'll try. Channel my inner Kobe.
Yeah, he's just bouncing around right now, guys. Maple, he's going to be pushing here towards the mid lane. Casa coming around as well. Warrior Enchant going to help him out with some extra turret damage. Sword Art going to Winter's Bite his way through. NL turning up at the same time. So 4 members here in the mid are going to be able to lock down this turret. Just jumped on. SuperMassive couldn't respond in time.
Basically what's happening right now is that Flash Wolves, whenever they go to the side lane, can push much faster than SuperMassive. Again, we talked about the Vayne. So whenever they do push down the lane, they can either roam towards the mid lane. They can also TP away and not get stunned.
Oh.
No.
Parallel
Close
convergence is a little bit frustrating sometimes. Didn't quite manage to go off.
But yeah, we just see Flash Wolves constantly pushing every single lane, and then SuperMassive is kind of running around trying to defend the towers a little bit too late.
Well, Casa just going to start counter jungling here. Archu picking up this minion wave as it turns up. Dumbledore now trying to play defense. Of course, Janna can shield turrets, so as far as defense game is concerned, you're feeling pretty good about it. But very different scenario right now, and Flash Wolves just look so comfortable.
You're very easy to please.
I am.
If shielding your tower is enough defense.
Oh man, at least it is defense, you know?
It's
you
something.
gotta have something.
It's something. I agree on that one.
But yeah, look, we're clutching at straws just a little bit.
Other positives, you can bury yourself if you're narrow right here. And put up your own turret.
That's true.
It's another positive.
Not entirely sure about the bury yourself thing. Doesn't sound great to me. Oh, barrier. There we are. Just not very good.
It's the accent.
Yeah, I can't understand. Well, look, people have said the same thing about me to Fisher. Don't worry about it.
Accent Brothers.
Yeah.
What was the name you gave us before we went live?
Defatlas.
I like it.
Yeah. That's the Deficio Atlas combo. It's also a weight loss program. But Dragon going to be started up here. Supermassive, of course, did manage to grab themselves one after that push towards the bottom side. So Flashwall's only going to be able to grab their second here. Throws out a Howling Gale. Unbreakable is going to be there. Sword Art just going to eat the knockup. And Maple looking for Naru. Shifts some sands over the top. Oh my, what was that interaction? That was very strange. Barrier comes through though. The auto attacks it down. Naru flashes over, but Maple's there to answer.
So close though. Maple jumped straight into the wall, knocked back into another wall, and he was kind of just dancing around. Nothing else gonna happen though. Flash was got the Dragon as well.
Yeah, very close though. Impressive play from Naru despite the fact that he did fall down. MMD with good timing, turning up to help out his mid laner. And the tree actually 1-0-2. Maokai, coveted pick at this tournament. He's going to be very difficult to kill.
Yeah, we kind of knew Maokai was gonna be the S tier pick, the top pick in the top lane. Funny enough. Obviously, because everything else around him just got nerfed. And he got buffed like a few patches ago and remained untouched. So he's been like the #1 pick for top lane whenever we've seen any bans or we've seen top lanes being open. You know, he's the guy you go for. But then you always go like Echo or Poppy as a response into it. I would love to see a team just say, you know what, let's try and change it up a little bit.
Yeah, let's pick Olaf.
Okay,
just
sure.
Throw axes at him, man. If there's a counter to a tree, it's an axe.
Yeah, you got 2 of them even. So
yeah, Darius.
You will destroy him in the early game at least. Try and snowball the game. We've seen Trundle once or twice up in the top lane as well, winning laning phases. But problem is when you get to these team fights, which we've seen a ton of, you really want that big tank, and it's just so much easier playing these team fights when you have these big front lines. Point and click CCs as well definitely helps.
Yeah, flash twisted advance, fantastic for covering distance at the same time. But I mean, the main thing about Maokai is that we've had so much prevalence on the Azir pick. I mean, the AoE magic damage that MMD is going to be able to stop on the side of Supermassive is ridiculous. Plus, I mean, the Sivir that has been popular at the same time.
Yeah, and also in a game like this, where Naru is not running cleanse, Maokai is able to just lock down Azir very, very easily.
Yeah.
But the problem for Maokai is once he gets to the Azir, he gets knocked away again. So it is a little bit difficult in that sense for Maokai, but normally when you run cleanse, it's much better for Azir. You then cleanse, obviously, the snare, and then you can push him away, and then you can start kiting back. Right here, Naru will be stuck, locked in place, and then the rest of Flashwolf might be able to just pile onto him and kill him.
Oh, speaking of piling on and killing, the barrier does go down. Maple not going to be able to find Naru just there. But that was 1 versus 3, and I was definitely scared for Naru's life.
I don't feel like the tower did a whole lot.
Yeah.
Jumping in, 1 quick trade, jumping back out. Supermassive once more, push back in towards their own base.
Oh, quick draw has to be used there from Stomach to get himself out of the jungle. That's his jungle, by the way. Doesn't feel like it at the moment.
Worst feeling ever as a jungler. Your lanes are losing, you're kind of just running around 0-0-0, you've been farming a little bit, and where do you go?
Yep, you can call him a baser from now on, something like that. Maple steals away another blue buff. And this is just systematical suffocation of Supermassive.
Yeah, I kind of expected this to be like a high action game. You'd be yelling for like 90% of it. I'd be trying to like catch up.
I can't do that again, Deficio.
You'll have to, man. You'll have to at some point. Next game, don't worry.
Yeah, next game. I understand that.
But instead, it's a Flashwolves team saying, guys, we actually really need to win this game because we want to have a chance at that second place. We don't want to get knocked down into 4th and play RNG. So, no chances. Play it safe, play it slow, lane swap, everything, and just slowly push every single lane. And only fight if we know we have a numbers advantage. There's been like no crazy plays at all.
And controlled play has been what Flashwolves' MO has been in a lot of their victories. And look, also adaptation, understanding how to change things up. Kick goes back onto Stomach there, but Sword Art not exactly going to have finishing kill pressure.
It's a good point though, because when Flashwolves have been trying to play like fast-paced, like they did against RNG with the Z comp, very quickly it feels like they don't really know what to do. Like they can play it the first 15 minutes and like, okay, we're supposed to be 1-3-1-ing, but how do we set it up?
Yeah, it's like, where am I up to?
Yeah, like, oh, okay, let's go Dragon and team fight then. Oh, we lost. So I like it more when they play like a bit slower, fits them more, and when they're also trying to engage.
Yeah, exactly right. The Condemn does go back there as Naru just gets exploded. NL looks for it as well. He's underneath the enemy turret. And that's 2 kills back for SuperMassive. They're now chasing forward. Casa lands the Sonic Wave.
Proper caster curse here. We're praising Flash Wolves for not being like over-aggressive, and then MMD just dives straight into a Vayne with a Bladed Ruin King already, rapid-fire cannon. And the rest of the team obviously can't follow.
I just loved NL just chilling under the turret as Maple's looking for so much. Oh my goodness, he does get stunned up as Casa's going to kick him back.
Flash.
Nice flash is going to come out there as Casa taken down by Double Doge. Maple lands the chain, but isn't going to follow up with anything. Here's the answer from SuperMassive.
Oh my god, we're back in this game.
Yeah, boys.
Not sure why it's we, because we're not really like.
Oh no,
we didn't do
we're
anything.
part of this now.
We're part of it. The comeback. It's not quite 17,000 gold yet. Doesn't matter. We have our own comeback here.
They're
so
setting the stage.
Basically, we see MMD coming in. He dives straight onto Archie here, but like NL at this point, he can't really jump in towards the 4. Yeah, he can jump in there, but like against the 4 members and that jump as well, straight into it.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work when there's a big old wall of Sand Soldiers. So slightly unfortunate there for NL, but I did like the manliness of the play. Definitely making sure he could get that kill all at the beginning.
I just want to see if he jumps.
Stone-maged.
He actually jumped straight into the Echo Stun. So he couldn't jump in, get the kill, and jump out.
Yep. Not a whole lot of good things happened as once again, the decoy soaking a lot of aggro. Maple just seems to be able to mind game people.
That's the real tank. That's why tank LeBlanc
MMD can stay in
is a
base.
thing, man. Just get tank LeBlanc.
Yep.
Clone never dies.
Look, man, I'm from the LPL. We've had top lane.
Yeah, I've seen weirder things. I've seen weirder things in the LPL.
All sorts of crazy stuff seem meta. But Flashwell's now positioning around this dragon. Rift Scuttlet has been taken by SuperMassive though, so do have some vision that can't be removed. Sonic Wave lands on the Archer.
And let's talk about how both teams want a team fight here. If you're Flash Wolves, you really want to get like that flank with LeBlanc, with TP coming in from Maokai, so you can actually dive onto the back line and you can like one-shot the Zia or one-shot the Vayne. The problem is, SuperMassive wants you to dive onto them.
Yeah.
Because they have obviously the disengage from Vayne all around her, so it doesn't even matter where you're coming from, she will be able to use ulti on you. And then it's just like a Zia wall, Vayne kiting as well, smoke screen from a Graves, making it a little bit harder when you just rush towards them. So if Flash Wolves never get a proper flank and kind of catch out a member of SuperMassive, they will struggle, especially late on in the game, to take down these targets, and the damage is much, much higher for SuperMassive if you look at how fast they can take down like a single target. NL, of course, will scale up with this Tristana as well, but he's just going to be hitting Echo almost every single team fight. And that's a problem, because a Vayne against a tank compared to a Tristana against a tank is not exactly the same. Vayne will be able to take down the tank faster, especially with the help from Manazir.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Archer as well now has himself the QSS, rapid fire cannon completed at the same time, so plenty of attack speed here for Archer. See whether he finishes off the Mercurial's Scimitar or whether he goes for something else as item number 3. And Flashwolves still knocking on the door, but it's nowhere near as suffocating as it was before. 4,000 gold is the lead here for the Flashwolves. But SuperMassive showing them that, look, now that we've got a couple of items, we're happy to fight you.
Yeah, Flashwolves are trying to get vision in this jungle because that actually sets up some very good wards to TP flank on. Because then you want to bait the Baron, and when the team runs past the ward towards the river, you TP in with the Maokai, you have your LeBlanc coming, you know, from the shadows, and then suddenly you have that great flank. You get a few kills, and then you can take the Baron right after. But you can also see SuperMassive, they are aware of this, so they instantly just 4-man into the jungle, being like, all right, you want wards here, you're going to fight us.
Yeah.
And Flashwolves are basically just waiting for that proper setup. They have a few wards around the blue buff, but not in a position to really challenge the Baron. They're going in now,
yeah,
though.
Teleport is being looked for here from MMD. Doesn't want to go on to Stomage right now as Tholdren. He's able to run away very quickly with the Z-Drive Resonance.
Man, that was a...
Oh my goodness.
Terrible
actually
teleport.
Final hour popped from Archu. That's all he gets for a teleport.
Flashwolves had their plan, and they're like, all right, we're going to TP flank. And that was it. There was like no strategy, like how are we going to do this? There was just like the end game goal was like TP flank them. But the rest of the team was standing mid lane. Maple was still standing top lane. And it was like 2 members from SuperMassive moving in, clearing the ward, and then already backing away. So that's TP gone now. That's massive.
Yeah.
Because now Flashwolves, don't really have a way of properly flanking with the Maokai. And we're going to look at Maple trying to get a pick only. As long as SuperMassive stays together and keep vision around this Baron area so they can always go in and stop the Baron, they can keep delaying the game right now.
Well, we'll see whether Tholdren, once he does have that teleport up, is going to head down towards the bottom side of the map. MMD had set up that wave quite nicely, so SuperMassive will need to go and deal with it.
Flashwolves can still start Baron with like 2 or 3 members. Maokai can tank it, and Tristana can hit it. Oh, they're actually doing it right now.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see they agree.
Yeah.
But also now SuperMassive should not be fooled by this. Like, yeah, you might see 1 or 2 members in lanes, but you haven't seen now the rest of the team, and you know there's a pink ward on it. They're moving in now, but it might be too late.
It certainly looks like it here as 1,000 health is the Baron. It has been seen with the Scrying Orb, but smacked out of the way. The Baron is going to get picked up, and Flashwolves are looking for more. Maple trying to explode Dumbledore, but isn't going to be able to. Locket of the Iron Solari helps keep him alive through the Ignite. But that is going to be his parting gift as Flashwolves just go back and spend their money.
So the one play Flashwolves could pull off right now where there's barely any risk was this one, like a 2-3-man Baron. SuperMassive react way too late. And suddenly, even though we had a wasted teleport, a good situation for SuperMassive, Flashwolves gets the Baron, and now suddenly you can start playing that 1-3-1 game. Buff up these minions, push it down, and spread out SuperMassive.
Yeah, no longer needed is that teleport from MMD, so he's going to head down towards that bottom side of the map. The Maokai just going to smash some minions into the ground. Maple, not going to find the chain there as collateral damage flies through. Yeah, there's the decoy. Pretty sure we understand that that's the one.
It's not about randomly staying around.
Yeah.
Like, shoot me one more time, please.
Shoot me, baby, one more time. Zachu, he's going to get snagged by the Sonic Wave. Once again, Dumbledore's right here. Not the 41% hanging around his AD carry as he would normally. Has definitely been at Archu's back a lot more this time around. But Dumbledore's now actually caught out of position a little bit. Might be the Vayne coming to the rescue as Naru just gets chunked. NL flashes forward. There's the heal from Archu. Fantastic communication from SuperMassive, but they lose the Sun Turret and possibly this Inner at the same time. You're right, the defensive prowess of Janna Shield, not exactly all that great.
No, sadly didn't benefit them that much here. Flashwolves with the Baron buff, forcing the wave flare away. Vayne doesn't offer anything. It's all about Naru, and of course, whatever else you can find with like a Janna Tornado or Graves Q, like that's your wave to Echo Q as well, but normally people won't be sitting there straight at the tower, so get the Azir away and you have most of the wave flare gone.
Yeah, well, it is SuperMassive not having many of their inner turrets remaining. In fact, none of them are there as the chain is going to land on Naru. Does have himself the shield. Sonic Wave landing again from Kasa. Doesn't really want to go in. Emperor's Divide, of course, able to stop him if he needs to. SuperMassive have cleared out some of the vision, but that pink ward too dangerous to finish off. And they're just holding on for dear life. If they can hold on to these inhibitor turrets, there might be a chance, but in go the Flashwolves.
Yeah, again, delay the game, get rid of the Baron buff. Sadly, there's still some dragons on the table. Another one is spawning in just 10 seconds. For Flashwolves, there might be an engage.
Yeah, parallel convergence coming in. Tholdren grabs himself a shield for it. Silverbolt's not going to get procced here on MMD. And they just back away. Maple just split, pushing towards the bottom side of the map. Just minions getting poured towards SuperMassive.
That Baron was so important for Flashwolves. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, after some misplays, losing a fight, you know, the poor teleport, it felt like SuperMassive had a chance to really claw their way back into this game. But then that two-man Baron started, so it's a good call by Flashwolves. We talked about how once you like sit in the lanes, you kind of fake it. You're like, hey guys, look, we're just in the lanes, we're just pushing out, we're definitely not on Baron. And the team doesn't realize in time that actually 2 guys are missing. One of them is the AD carry. And suddenly you move in too late, the Baron is gone. Enough for Flashwolves to also steal away a blue buff.
That was very cheeky. Tholdren looking for some revenge, but is just going to get chained up for it. Ooh,
calm down.
Blood is in there.
It was just a blue buff.
Yeah. He's upset about it though. You can see that. Doesn't have a heck of a lot of magic resist right now. Only a Spectre's Cowl and those Mercury Treads. Just about to finish off that Spirit Visage. And NL just went back and bought a full Renan's Hurricane. This Tristana is massive.
Yeah, unless Echo can basically zone her out, she will actually be able to get close enough, start hitting some of these targets. So SuperMassive really needs to just kite back in these fights here and hope they can kind of trade tank for AD carry, or at least in terms of time wasted.
Yeah, and they're going to have to rely on Naro as well to be able to control these team fights. Now has those 3 items completed in the Abyssal Scepter, Nash's Tooth, and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Rylai's for the slowing ability, going to be fantastic, not to mention some added health. But even on CS is Maple and Naru. Naru doing fantastically well to still be able to pick up the minions.
Clean them out. Flash Wolves are just back, you know, honestly. They're waiting for Baron. There's nothing else to do on the map right now, so you just keep the pressure up and you hope SuperMassive makes a mistake. Try and go in like one man or one guy leaving the tower too early so you can push it in.
And look at all the vision that they actually have. SuperMassive with a lot of control towards the bottom side of the map. That being said, NL is just gigantic. Running out of adjectives to describe how massive this guy is. It is going to be the bomb going off, and the inhibitor turret did not last long at all. There's a couple of auto attacks. The turret gets destroyed and the base is broken.
Yeah, when you have Tristana, you can get onto these towers and you can take them down so quickly. SuperMassive were kind of split up, didn't really know where to defend, and suddenly you had a few seconds for Tristana, and the tower is dead. NL is very strong at this point.
Yeah, just playing so far up. Look at Dumbledore. Oh my goodness, the rocket jump comes in. Monsoon goes down though. That is going to stop him there as Emperor's Divide is going to lock them all up against the wall. Maple just going to destroy Naru, but SuperMassive need to try and do something. Doldrin's going to fall down as well, and Flash Wolves, this is all about them. There's the resets, and NL's just going to help destroy the whole team. Maple grabbing a couple, and Flash Wolves going to look for the win.
Yeah, pushing straight towards the Nexus. Only one member alive, Dumbledore. I don't think you can do this.
Yeah, look, I have a lot of faith in you, Dumbledore, with 10,000 gold in the lead. Flash Wolves, 35 minutes into the game. Grab the cheeky Baron, and then the victory. The Tristana for the first time, and NL makes it look easy.
Basically had a Flash Wolves team saying, you want to play Vayne? You want to scale up to late game here and sit in those side lanes? Well, we're going to pick an AD carry who can just push down your towers. Over and over and over, and I'm much faster in terms of pushing the lanes than you are. And that's what Flash was used so well early on in the game. Got slowed down a little bit, you know, around when they lost that team fight, and there was actually a chance that SuperMassive could maybe make it to late game, but Vayne is such a hard champion to execute in the current meta. You lose these towers too early and you need too much time, honestly.
Yeah, and it just seems to me that NL got that little bit too far ahead and was maybe the counter to what SuperMassive were trying to do, because they wanted to get to that 50-minute mark where they could stall out the game long enough for Azir to be massive, for the fact that Vayne, of course, scaling up fantastically well. But unfortunately, when there's a Tristana on the opposing side, what does Vayne do? She tumbles forward and then gets 3-shot. I think that's what happens, and Archu just fell to that one in the end. NL having a fantastic performance, and this is a guy we've asked questions of. I mean, looked great on the Ezreal, but hasn't necessarily found it on any other champion. Tristana, very different, but looking very good.
This was a perfect game for NL because he's what we like to call like a role-playing AD carry. Yep. He's also the guy who mainly plays PvE on the side of Flash Wolves. He just wants to be sitting in these lanes and always pushing minions and try and get onto towers, and Tristana therefore fits him extremely well. And overall, I think it was a good last pick coming in, because I think it surprised SuperMassive a bit. They're like, okay, we see Maokai, we see the LeBlanc, so you're going to try and dive our backline. We can now kite, we have disengage from Janna, and we don't have to care about your AD carry because it's probably like, you know, a Lucian or something, and our Echo can deal with that 1v1 and kind of push him out. And then we kill the tank and we take you down 1 by 1. Tristana comes in and it's like fast pushing, towers going down, and yeah, honestly, a game where Flash were in control.
Yeah, they certainly were, and I actually really liked what they did with the lane swap at the same time. They understood that they were on the red side, maybe not going to be able to end up with that Rift Herald if they were to swap the lanes, but there was a Vayne on the enemy side. If we have Tristana, we'll have that pushing power, and I like to think that they thought about that beforehand, because honestly it worked out fantastically for them, because they were able to keep up regardless of that Rift Herald buff, save that bottom inner turret for the first little while, and then get the lane swap working out in their favor, kept things very even, and then Maple went completely ridiculous.
Yeah, basically all they had to do, right? Not fall behind the lane swap, play your side lanes, take down these towers. Obviously Maple could dance around the map and do whatever he wanted to.
Yeah, exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to wave goodbye to SuperMassive.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We pulled a quick analyst swap here. I've got to welcome Spawn and Jat to the desk. Jat representing NA, Spawn replacing EU, who is out of the tournament, so Crepo decided to...
Is that really the logic?
Not really. It's not at all the logic. But we just pulled a quick swap. And in terms of this game here for Flash Wolves, they pick up the win, which will tie them record-wise with CLG, but because of the head-to-head, they're now sitting one spot below CLG. However, I think most importantly, this win didn't come as easy as Flash Wolves probably would have liked it to come going into the bracket stages.
Yeah, there was this one misstep in the mid-team fight, and I feel like overall they just reacted on the Tristana last pick pretty well, and this is what I think they're trying to do. They're relaxing a bit. They don't want to show their hand, and they just want to find some picks for NL. That's pretty much it.
See, I actually thought the Tristana pick, I'm on Deficio's side here. I actually thought they showed a bit. I thought that was a great pick for NL. His positioning was much better on a Tristana. His resets, he obviously has a pretty good understanding of the champion. There was a couple of slips, and I think that's the important thing here, right? Is that Flash Wolves, whether it was just taking it easy, as we're saying, or whether, you know, they are making these small decision-making and mechanical errors, they still are there a little bit, and I think they will enjoy the 4 days off to kind of tighten that up.
Yeah, I think it was a relatively scary game for Flash Wolves. I thought, at least in the draft phase, that if they weren't able to snowball the victory, the team fight composition of SuperMassive would take them down. But even then, when they did slip up a little bit and the game was close, they showed superior execution down the stretch. They were able to reset up the split push and get the picks that were necessary, and ultimately kind of make up for the fact that they couldn't actually make the mistake because they're a better team.
Right, absolutely. Kobe would have been happy to have seen some champion diversity. He's no longer on the desk to talk about it.
He was unhappy about only seeing the same champions over and over?
That's what he was saying at the beginning. He's like, oh, enough of the Azir and the Rise and the this and the that. No.
We got Vayne and Tristana, man. So
we got Vayne and Tristana. But okay, so let's talk about the merits of Tristana a little bit more. Since you said you agreed with Deficio about maybe showing the hand a little bit. You know, in one case, you're saying, hey, NL can play another champion. On the other hand, this now isn't going to surprise anyone in the bracket stage if you pull it out.
Well, a couple of things. I actually think that as far as kill lanes go, Tristana's the best. So if you are going to play Soraka and you can find standard 2v2 lanes, you can kill a Soraka with a Tristana. I mean, the jump reset is incredibly potent because of Satchel Charge. She sets up ganks for junglers relatively well with the slow as well, and Braum really is the ideal support to pull her with in that regard. So I think that's a legit bottom lane. Is it a risky bottom lane? Sure, but against passive bottom lanes, you can use a pick like this to snowball it.
I just think that the Tristana pick didn't really fit their comp that well, and it's not a champion that we actually see NL play much of. This season, no Tristana at all. So I really think it's a reactive pick, and they've never really gone 4-1 much, this Flash Wolves team, so maybe they surprise me, but I'm leaning toward reaction, actually.
I mean, CLG, of all teams, which is the team that they are most I hesitate to say most likely just because I don't want to jinx the tiebreaker scenarios at the end of the day. But CLG, the one other team that we know is willing to play Tristana.
They can play Tristana. They play it a little bit differently, obviously. We saw the Infinity Edge as the first item. So Tristana has always been a champion that has a good start and then a dip and then back up at the end. So when Trist does the Rage Blade build, it technically lessens the dip, or maybe some would theorize it gives it a little bit of a spike, but for a later late game payoff. I'm mainly worried about this because I remember back in the time when North America was going to get a good seed in the bracket stage. It was called the 2014 World Championships. And then SK Gaming beat TSM, and then they got seeded against Samsung White, who was the best team in the tournament right after that. So G2 can definitely still get some attitude into this tournament, even if they're actually eliminated from the bracket stage right now.
All right, so then let's kind of look ahead to those two matchups just real briefly. G2 against CLG1. That's piece number one that has to fall into place. But on top of that, SKT has to beat RNG in order to force that three-way tiebreaker in which all hell can break loose.
Yeah, it certainly can. And, you know, looking at how SKT has tightened up their game, stylistically, G2 and SKT, in my opinion, were the two hardest matchups for RNG to win, because I think that they make a lot of proactive plays, and SKT generally play good reactive League of Legends. So I think that even though RNG have had a terrific tournament so far, this is still stylistically one of those matchups that RNG will take very careful note of how SKT are playing the map.
And when it comes to G2 CLG, I mean, everyone would at this point very comfortably call CLG a favorite, right?
Absolutely.
In that matchup. But that doesn't mean that something can't go horribly wrong in the early game and cause this game to swing the other way.
CLG is definitely the favorite. They've beaten everyone in this tournament. They've beaten Flash Wolves twice, and their confidence has been increasing as the event goes on. When I talked to Zeeks about what they've learned from their past international fairs, which was the World Championship and also IEM Katowice, it's that they were playing scared and they were lacking confidence to make plays. They have all of that confidence now. That's what they gained when they beat every team, which is, I think, one of the big reasons they were able to beat Flash Wolves in one of their most convincing wins of the tournament.
Yeah, but let's not forget, they also lost to SuperMassive. So, you know, there are two sides to CLG, and I hope the good side comes out, but, you know, anything can happen in League of Legends.
You along with the rest of North America. Well, we are gearing up for Game 5, where North America's Counter Logic Gaming will take on on the EU LCS's G2 Esports. Stay right there. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
We are onto the rift, so SuperMassive.
So it'll come back to us for intro.
Yeah, probably pretty brief intro. We'll try and get...
Final match of MSI 2016. He's going to land onto Tholdren, snared up. Parallel convergence down. He does use the chrono break. Casa might be in trouble as collateral damage, unable to make it work. There's Naru, just gets exploded. NL looks for it as well. He's underneath the enemy turret, but SuperMassive need to try and do something. Tholdren's going to fall down as well, and Flash Wolves, this is all about them. There's the reset. Flash Wolves, 35 minutes into the game. Grab the cheeky Baron, and then the victory to Tristana for the first time, and NL makes it look easy.
Next up on the main stage is Europe's G2 Esports versus North America's Counter Logic Gaming. Now G2 are locked out of the playoffs. For CLG though, this is a high pressure match because if you win it here, you get to avoid that entire tie scenario. You lock up that second seed and you move in with a lot of confidence into that playoff bracket.
Yep, and they had a lot of confidence for playing for the bracket stage. They would really love to play against Flash Wolves, who they've already 2-0'd, and if they win, that's exactly what is guaranteed to happen.
Yeah, and you know, on the flip side of that, Hollywood's taught me one thing. Fear a man that has nothing to lose, because they go to all kind of crazy extents to upset people. And G2 right now, honestly, they have nothing to lose. They came into the tournament as clear second favorite in my book. Jat disagrees, and have flopped hard. So honestly right now, like, they've lost a little bit of regional respect, a lot of pride. They are looking to hit back hard against an old rival.
And if you beat NA as EU, you at least get to have a little bit of happiness coming home. Like, that is the way the rivalry works. Even if you completely flop, if they beat NA here, that means something.
Yep, CLG going to be looking to pick up that win, make sure that G2 doesn't get to go home saying, hey, look what we caused, some chaos there at the end of the tournament. In terms of ways that CLG can get around then this pressure, this trap game, if you will, where if they do lose it, a lot goes on the line. What are we looking for them to shore up in terms of walking into this game, Clement?
I think CLG can just play like they used to do. I think if we look at the game against G2 and CLG, both of them are bringing like kind of different styles. The CLG way is really about siege pushing a lot more. I think they just pick up the Azir early in the draft. They have the mid push, and right now G2, They play the 1-3-1, but they don't flank very well. They're not playing as a team. They're not very coordinated. So if I think CLG gets their siege in, they will lock the game out.
And G2, a team that has shown us they're going to make mistakes during this tournament, not playing as clean of League of Legends as they have in the past. So for CLG, just capitalization or what?
Yeah, I think so. I think they should be waiting for G2 to make mistakes, but the big fear would be make sure you're still playing your game, because G2 will probably be even more aggressive than they've been this entire tournament since they have nothing to lose. So CLG just has to be very careful. They don't let them take a bunch of unmitigated risks without punishing, and also make their own decisions to win the game.
Shore up that early game draft. That's the one thing I will add, is they look great in team fights. Just like, don't give away everything early so you can fight late. Like, you have to balance it somewhere.
All right, well, that's what we've got for you heading into Game 5. We're going to head over to the caster desk for the call, but first, Darshan gives us his take on G2's play.
If you watch their games in EU, they play very risky, and they kind of just play really aggressive, like individually for no reason a lot of times. And it didn't get punished as much in EU because I feel like as a region they're generally more aggressive and like they don't punish mistakes as much. But if you had to say one thing about every team at MSI, I'd say the best thing a lot of them do is punishing mistakes. And I feel like G2's over-aggression is getting punished so hard. If you watch how they lose a lot of fights, lose a lot of early games, they're doing well, and then Trick just jumps into 3 of them and dies, or like Perks just flashes in and dies. And you see a lot of like over-aggression, and I think that getting punished is what G2's downfall has been.
Welcome back to the caster desk, guys. And Deficio, do you agree with Darshan?
100%. I mean, I think everything he said there is true. Play very, very aggressive back in Europe. So first of all, teams will punish them. And second of all, the lack of coordination and teamwork means that where normally you could pull this one off, and like you actually manage to synergize it properly. Now you're just like randomly overextending left and right, and that's why you lose so many games. I think he's hitting it perfectly right here, and yeah, it's been a big problem for G2.
Yeah, it certainly has. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the team lineups. First up, it is going to be Europe's G2 Esports. As we have a look at the floor, it is going to be Kikis towards the top side of the map. Man, with the fantastic arm on Poppy, I'm not going to lie to you, as Trick is going to be their jungler. Hello, guys.
Atlas,
how you doing?
Deficio.
Yep. Hi. We're not actually going to be playing. Of course, Perks is going to be there in the mid lane. Emperor is going to be the AD carry. Hybrid at support. And Coach is going to be Youngbuck here.
And representing North America, right now they're very proud. Of course, it is Counter Logic Gaming. Dashawn in the top lane, X-Smithy in the jungle. Huhi is in the mid lane right next to him. Of course, we have Stixay as the AD carry. And one of the best supports in this tournament, Aframu right next to him, and Zigzlol behind them as the coach. And what a great job he's done as well, because these pick and ban phases, I like what CLG is bringing to the table. My only question or concern is actually when CLG is on red side. I feel like they've been lacking like a counter pick for mid lane, if that makes sense. You don't really counter pick top lane right now, it's just tanks. You don't really counter pick jungle either. It's the same picks and they go very early. So a lot of teams have like a few mid lane picks, like someone can play Zed at a very high level and therefore you ban it away. Hui has not really shown a massive counter pick.
Soul, hasn't it,
and that's lost 2 games. Even though I like the idea behind it. I think it's actually been a smart lane pick as well, and then into siege comps. But it's not really been powerful enough to give them wins on red side.
That's exactly right, but we are into Champions Select, ladies and gentlemen. Bans coming through thick and fast. The Soraka and Caitlyn are going to be removed from CLG. Definitely. I just love seeing these weird bans, but it's just so understandable. The bottom lane here out of CLG have been able to mix it up and do such good things. Pretty standard on the side of CLG as far as their bans are concerned. Nidalee and Zed going to be taken away from Perks and Trick.
Yeah, I assume D2 is looking for like a second rotation Lucian pick. They expect the standard top picks like a jungler and a top laner to go in the first rotation, then they get a Lucian pick.
Wow,
and they try and play like these bully lanes.
Poppy going to be banned away. Dashawn there towards the top side of the map. Maokai, of course, still left up. Azira, big pick. Rise there at the same time. There are lots of champions available, of course. In CLG games, does tend to happen with the necessity of the Soraka and the Caitlyn, but Bard is up as well. There's a lot of picks.
There's a lot of good picks here, and it's fun to see. We have 1 top lane ban, we have 1 jungle ban as well. So you still have like Graves, Kindred, you still have Maokai, and Echo in there, so you can trade almost everything. Maokai is still like a fantastic pick. Trundle I actually like as well, that ban. But you also, when it's G2, you gotta always consider Braum, because they really want to play Braum for hybrid. We know Aframu can play it as well, but Kindred is the standard one. CLG can say, fine, we'll take a Graves. That's going to be our pick into it. We don't need to pick it now. So they could actually go, if they want to steal away a support, they could go like Braum, and then for their preferred top lane choice in either Maokai or Echo.
Well, Dashawn actually looking at the Maokai for now.
That's another one.
Yeah, putting a lot of emphasis on the Lucian, and they make up their minds immediately here. So locked in, the tree and the gunslinger himself. And now G2 with their picks. Echo makes a lot of sense. Of course, we've got 3 top laners here at this tournament at the moment.
Not a Teemo, but I really like the Lucian choice as well, because it's clear that G2 were aiming to get Lucian in that second rotation.
Yep.
We're banning Caitlyn away and try and have a stronger 2v2. Also, Lucian as a pick in lane does more than fine versus a Braum. It's very easy to dodge out of his Q, and therefore he never really gets to play that aggressive against the Lucian specifically. So I think that's a very smart first pick, and also you give it over to Stixay. You know, let him be that carry in the team fights.
Well, it is going to be the Bard locked in here for G2. Perks is having a little bit of fun. Timo Hover getting the crowd a little bit excited here as CLG now with their second last couple of picks.
And that's the thing for G2 right now. I mean, you don't really play for anything other than beating
Perks
NA.
Is having a laugh on the desk right now. Feeling good.
Exactly. And beating playing just to beat NA is also important for like a European team. So G2 definitely will look to probably play very aggressive. We'll try and look to see if they can get an early advantage and take down CLG and try and annoy them and force them into a potential 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh, look, Dashawn said it right. You know, this is a team that has been overly aggressive, but if you manage to make things work with that over-aggression, you can snowball things out of control.
Or if you don't, you just lose almost every game.
Yep. Look, that has been sort of what has been happening here as Braum and Graves are going to be locked away here from CLG. Denial. But, of course, the Bard was already there, and the Graves makes a lot of sense. The 3rd rung of the jungle slot.
Yeah, I really feel like CLG are very, very happy to see some of these early picks from G2 because again, you trade jungle. Sure, a lot of people would value the Kindred above it, but also like you now get Braum to stop the Bard Q, which is great. And you also get a support who can really punish if people overextend. You know, tag one guy, focus him out when he steps too far, kill him instantly. It's actually been one of the big issues for G2 playing against things like Braum.
Yeah.
Where they just step too far and one guy gets CC'd and he goes down.
And a team with CLG's communication is just fantastic with the Broms. Just if you have that target prioritization, Aphromoo can just say, I've tagged this guy, let's stun him and kill him, move on to the next one. But the lock-ins here for G2, that is the full lineup there as it is Kalista and the LeBlanc that have been taken away. Blind pick LeBlanc is ballsy. We'll see who he is going to take into it. Aurelion Sol is being hovered for now, and we'll see what Aphromoo decides for his mid laner.
Yeah, he's picked that against Azir and Zillion. So not the big assassins,
right? Yeah.
Azir could also be a choice. Ryze is another good one. Definitely like Ryze against LeBlanc because it's very, very easy for you to lock her down when she goes aggressive. With Rune Prison, you can run teleport as well. So if you do struggle in the laning phase, you can just use TP back to lane early on. Otherwise, CLG are drafting like, in my opinion, the perfect comp against G2 at the moment. Because all of this has like single target CC, double teleport to react to the very aggressive plays G2 will pull off and mess up.
Yeah.
And you have...
Pull off or mess up? Which one, Deficio?
Well, they would pull them off and they also... Well, okay, they would start them and then they will mess them up, most likely. And then you can just react with double TP, lock down a single target. You have great AoE damage and great late game scaling as well. So even if you do have a few issues early on, you're going to be great later on.
Looking at that fantastic stage as the champions are switched around effectively. It's looking terrifying on the side of CLG, a team that not only strategically has looked fantastic on the Rift as well. That comeback victory, coaches are going to shake hands. Look, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to hear from you. Make sure you tweet at LOL Esports and let us know with CLG win or G2 win, who is going to be able to take this one, because this is the last chance for Europe, the last chance for G2 to really make their mark at this tournament. And against CLG, there's no team they'd rather beat.
Definitely not, and CLG need to win this game here to guarantee that second place, avoiding RNG and facing Flash Wolves instead.
Exactly right, but we are going to load up onto the Rift. CLG on the red side this time around. You did mention that maybe not with as many red side options. The counter pick was, of course, almost unnecessary because the Ryze so coveted at the moment.
So in a game like this, it wasn't a problem because we had no mid lane bans and Ryze was there, Azir was another option, and Perkz also, of course, had to blind pick his mid laner, so now it was perfectly fine for Hui. He gets a good matchup in the mid lane, and we talked about, again, you know, Braum against a Bard. Braum can stop some of the Bard Qs coming in. Obviously, Bard will have much lower cooldown, so it's about baiting out that shield. Once the shield is down, you can then try and set up a play. And G2, man, I mean, they want to just get these standard lanes, play as aggressive as possible in these 2v2s. Might even see early ganks from Trick. Get Perkz rolling, get Emperor rolling, and then see if you can close out the game.
Yeah, well, at the moment, G2 setting up defensively. Kikis is going to move down the jungle. This Trick going to proc the sapling.
They're going to annoy the saplings. Kikis just checking the bush here when they walk in. Dashawn is going to try and zone them off, though, protect his little babies back there.
Storm Raider's Surge is actually the one picked up here by Hui. Strength of the Age is the only other option here for Ryze. Otherwise, pretty standard across the board. No Strength of the Ages to be picked up from Trick. So he's going to opt for a little bit more aggression.
Yeah,
surprise, surprise.
Very, very normal. Fervor of Battle definitely the best on Kindred as well. And we get the 2v2 lanes. So CLG are confident enough they can play this 2v2 lane against G2.
And if there's ever a lane that, you know, you're comfortable going 2v2 against the Bard with, it is going to be that Braum. Braum Lucian has been known to be fantastic and get those stuns very quickly. We'll see whether they are going to be able to make it work here as they take down the Grom first up.
And of course, we saw Hui grab the Raptors there, the small ones, meaning he just needs to kill one of the range minions, plus he's 3 melees, and he actually levels up to level 2. So he's going to get it very, very soon. Perkz opting to trade just before he gets it. So the timing is there. He understands, okay, I can't jump in right after. Just wait for that 1 minute to die. Now all in bot lane.
Yeah, there it is. The exhaust goes down. Hybrid is going to be able to make it to relative safety. Of course, skill shots were missed on both sides. But Aphromoo just showing that, yeah, they came to play.
Yeah, but if Aphromoo had hit that skill shot first, they might have been able to land a stun on Hybrid. Get him even lower.
They did get the flash.
Got the flash though, so they can be happy with the trade. Used exhaust only on the side of Aphromoo, but good start. And again, we talk about CLG knowing this lane. Lucian Brom, they are confident they can play it into a Bard Kalista, and that's why I really like the takeaways, especially the Lucian in that first rotation, because I think Emperor needs that champion to carry.
Yeah, I also really like it with the fact that they have the extra push power with that piercing light being taken first. So CLG just utilizing their slight advantage in the 2v2. Smithy is going to be taking his blue buff here after that red went down earlier on. We'll see whether he makes any aggressive movements. You can see that is going to be the kindred mark of wolves towards the top side of the map on that Rift Scuttler. We'll see whether Trick is going to be able to get over there and grab it, or the CLG are going to play the denial game.
Everything else very, very standard. Obviously, mana crystal start for Huhi, so you can go back early, get a tier, start stacking it, get that scaling rolling, even though Rise sitting on a tier and a catalyst is actually enough to almost 1v1 anything.
Yep.
The fantastic thing about Rise, like you think, oh yeah, you just want to scale right now for about, what, 20 minutes? Like, nope, I can actually kill you already. Just sitting on mana items, so Huhi is gonna be just fine in the mid lane. Xmithie down bottom side, because no flash from Hybrid, remember.
Oh, well, you can see Pierce actually flies through. Aphromoo taken below half.
Why is Hybrid stepping that far forward, though?
My goodness, end of the line comes down, but doesn't find too much damage on Emperor here. Magical Journey from Hybrid. Interestingly placed, but unnecessary there.
Such a risky play, though. You have no flash. There's actually nothing you can do. You step forward anyway, and you just queue straight into a minion wave.
Yeah.
That was like a chance, you know, you can pull off a gank there from Xmithie, but obviously CLG valued getting that farm first and couldn't just rush forward, would have given the gank away much earlier. So nothing happening right now, other than a jungler showing, meaning Trick can actually invade, find that single Raptor that was left.
Yep, pretty cute there, leaving a ward in there so that the Raptor's sense is not going to be all that useful, clearing out the jungle. Not that there are any wards, but if there were, it'd be pretty useful. Kickus now pushing Darshan around a little bit, but the Christmas tree more than happy just to sit back, pick up whatever minions he can, go about his day.
And we are expecting Maokai to fall slightly behind. Not anything massive, really, for himself. He can clear out the wave fairly easily and avoid like a big push in and getting tower dove. Obviously, once Kindred hit level 6, we can start looking for them when you need more time. When you gank a Maokai, you dive a Maokai, it's not like just 2 hits and he's dead. You need that Kindred ulti in there to buy a bit more time for yourself before you can jump out of tower. But again, Maokai can wave clear fairly easily, keep the wave in control around the mid side or around the middle lane. Middle of the lane, because it's not the middle lane.
Well, this is the middle lane.
This is the middle lane, yeah.
Who he is actually standing back here, understands. Spidey senses were tingling as Trick heads in, looking for potentially something. Just stay back there, Huhi. No need to go too far up.
This is a great thing about Huhi. He understands his role.
Yeah.
So well. There's no reason for him to try and be like aggressive with early trading against Perks here. He's running teleport against an offensive summoner, against a champion who can lock him down very, very easily, and then he can get ganked. And that's the way for G2 to kind of snowball this game and win this game. So instead he's saying, you know what, I'm perfectly fine waiting back here. I don't need to overextend for CS. I'm gonna be ahead in farm once this wave even hits the tower. So he's not playing over-aggressive. And he also knows his role in team fights. Often it's about Stixxay being the main damage dealer and Huhi trying to like pull attention.
Oh my god, yeah, speaking of which, Huhi just gonna get destroyed. Perks with the 1v1, lands everything he needs to.
I don't think he realized Perks just hit level 6 when he went in there for that quick trade.
Yep, Caster Curse really coming out trumps that.
It happened last game as well.
Yeah.
But like technically he's doing his job right. He's staying at tower, he's waiting for the minions. Perks hit level 6 way before this though, so he couldn't be surprised. Just get hit by everything and taken down.
That's called an unloading that he just could not stand up to. Catalyst not able to be purchased as he goes back to base, but a little bit of extra health with the Ruby Crystal will hopefully help him not get obliterated. But that's only double Dorans from Perks.
I'm sorry, CLG. Talking about, you know, yeah, great job.
Don't you be laughing too much to Fisher. We know how you feel about this. Well, Emperor actually might be in trouble here. One more auto attack gets the stun. Unbreakable's down there from Aphromoo as Stixxay has the ignite on him. You see Trick is already down here. Nice Cosmic Binding from Hybrid. G2 playing the lane okay. CLG still up and aggressive.
Point still stands. Couldn't predict that Perks was able to hit everything and just take out Huhi in one combo right there. Apart from that, you know.
Otherwise, getting everything correct, I understand.
Yeah, you know, understanding his role and whatever.
Yeah. He was underneath his turret. Like, he couldn't have got any closer to his turret for safety than that. Perks just ignored it. Suhi now relegating himself to clearing out some puppies, thinking that the PvE life might be where he belongs. Not having to deal with this very scary witch lady in the mid lane.
Yeah, it was now a level above him as well. And as you said before, couldn't even get the full catalyst on his first back. G2's saying, we're going to bring more.
Yeah, Magical Journey is going to be delivered. Fate's Call comes down. Huhi going to get knocked into the air. In goes Perks as well. There's the chains that land. Emperor is going to lock down the kill with the Rend. Xmithy over here. There's the flash out from Darshan as they're looking for Hybrid. He's got no mana and just going to get destroyed. Now Emperor forced to use the flash, but Aframu just going to get the point blank Winter's Bite. Says, yeah, that's all I need.
Understanding
picks it up.
his role right there.
His role as a target?
I'm going to make sure they're going to 3-man gank me, dive between 2 towers, and then my team is going to TP in behind them and get 2 kills. Or maybe they're going to get another kill. No, because now Trick is going very aggressive and Hui is joining in with teleport.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see. It's the bait. I'm like,
Once again,
guys,
you're a genius, Deficio.
I'm falling behind. Oh, you could maybe dive me here. And then it did. And instant reaction by CLG.
He's doing a bear impression, by the way, guys. But let's have a look at this one again.
All right, so first of all, he actually should flash here. This is a very easy flash by Hui to avoid dying, and he still gets the bait, so it would have been the same situation. Because now CLG joins in. Obviously, Hybrid has been tanking the tower. Lashawn with a good flash here, and then it's 2 very easy kills. You can see Aframo on your minimap coming up as well. So we just wanted to see a flash there from Hui out of the Fate's Call, and then everything else would have worked out just fine for CLG. Also got the bot lane tower because of the roam by G2. And very clear the game plan is, oh, we got a lead in 1 lane. Okay, let's try and get even further ahead in that lane. If maybe we can get Perks to like a 3-0, he can start moving around the map and snowballing everything else. I don't think investing your AD carry support in the laning phase very early on in the game to dive between 2 towers is the safest play. But it's not been the G2 style here at MSI.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about safety. It's about just going super ham. And if it works, it works. And it has been this game. G2 actually finding a little bit more success than they otherwise would be. There were some unfortunate plays in their first game of the day that just didn't quite go their way. This time, though, they killed the Rise. That's all we really need to think about.
And it's not often we see a player being 0-2 and still having flash ready. But that's, again, another bait. Because now G2's saying, he probably did use flash, right? Yeah, let's try and gank him again. And then he's going to flash away.
Or he's going to flash onto Perks, room prison him. Smithy's going to be there with all the Graves burst damage.
Yeah, he's still leveled down, and Perks has completed first item, which is a massive power spike. So he's still happy. Also managed to run away from the fight. Everything else is not standard at all, because we've just had a tower dive between 2 towers, from a bot lane, and they also lost bot tower from it. So it's not standard, but it's something.
Certainly is. Junglers, though, very even right now as Trick tries to take down the pink ward. Only a couple of auto attacks. Will be able to get it. They're extraordinarily even. 1 extra CS here for the Kindred after that ward goes down. But as far as leads are concerned, it's Stixxay with the lead towards the bottom side, something that we probably could have predicted based on how well he's been playing, but also the focus here as Stixxay just uses the Relentless Pursuit. That's going to get him to safety. Not quite able to find the wall. It's Hybrid. He just dies. Tempered Fate a little bit late. Hybrid going to bite the dust. CLG, they were getting collapsed on, but yeah.
Yeah, I like how Aframo was like, I actually don't even need to help you.
Yeah.
I'm just going to run you on the side, take a few pictures, you know, grab a selfie, and then Hybrid goes down.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Well, Emperor now trying to do what he can. There's the flash into the Glacial Fissure. A casual movement to the side's going to get Emperor to relative safety, but he just gets destroyed. That's all they needed. Kick is going to make his way in, but the exhaust still there for Afromu, and Stixxay's just having a field day. Thank you very much, says Afromu. I'll pick up the kill. Still the assist for the Lucian. He's feeling all right.
Yeah, so Kick thought actually he could stay alive for longer because Trick was running down. That's why he completed a teleport instead of just canceling it. But he's building MR, and he joined in to the lane with the AD carry, so he died.
Yeah,
exactly
right. Magical Journey comes in here. Hybrid is going to get stunned up eventually. Stixxay dealing with Trick right now. He's going to get stunned, but so Stixxay and destroyed. Aframu not going to be able to quite find too much. Winter's Bite does a heck of a lot of damage. Trick did have the ultimate if he needed it. Not going to be. G2 grab a couple of kills.
Right, CLG tried to push out the lane and then started recalling. Getting caught out in the middle of the lane. So Aframo first. Forcing the Duke to the side and then landing the first hit. And now Kikis is like, guys, I'm buying time. Look here on your minimap. Kikis is running, sorry, Trick is running down. But again, it's It's an MR Sheen Echo. Got stunned and died.
Yeah.
And then CLG started recalling, and G2 came in, got 2 more kills, and we're now 9 kills at 12 minutes. Small lead for CLG.
I like it though. Bloodthirsty game, G2.
I mean, yeah, you're getting what you want.
Yeah, damn right. Xmithie going to start off the Dragon here on his own. Does have some backup coming in the form of Stix and Huhi. Now going to be able to grab this one relatively easily. Dragon number 1. The Trick would probably like. Does have that Devourer. Missed out on those 5 stacks. The CLG locked that one down. So 6% stats. Feeling good.
Yeah, Trick is a jungler who prefers farming champions.
Yep.
That's the way he wants to do it. And instead of going for these boring dragons, like, who cares?
Yeah.
It's barely doing anything to you. Instead, you collect trophies. Has to be skulls of CLG.
The Rengar player in him coming out. CLG are going to be able to get a little bit of damage down onto that mid turret, but otherwise not too much. Quite short range is this squad. See whether they can get to the point where Darshan is so big, they can just ignore those turrets, tank them up, take things through, but is something that G2 could possibly play towards, even though their comp is not all that long range itself.
Yeah, this is what we like though. When you're against the LeBlanc lane, you just group on the lane because she can't really wave clear then, especially when there's a Braum standing right next to her. In case she did jump in earlier, she could just been tagged and stunned. Kikis now might be in trouble. Actually, no, Xmithie's well, he's in trouble.
Oh, his tower's in trouble anyway, but
good little wave clear.
Things up. Yeah.
It's a very underrated thing about Echo top. Again, you have really good early wave clear, which makes it a lot harder for teams to set up these dives when they gather the big minion wave and move in towards you. Xmithie trying to get a ward, but he's actually going to get collapsed on.
Yeah, going to get Pinsent Hybrids coming in as well as the Time Winder is going to get relatively dodged. Uses the ultimate to get himself out of the way, but Parallel Convergence. Will he find the stun? Trick is going to grab it.
Trick farming champions.
Yep, that's my boy.
Starting right there. Xmithie moving in when he actually had no control in River to place a ward. And it's so annoying for a jungler because you just want to get that little ward over the wall so you can see the blue buff and the grump and you actually get good deep vision. And then you just want to run away. Like, you never actually want to stay.
Well, there's the ward. So
the ward is
did
there.
Get one thing.
Yeah, he got the ward in.
Oh, Perk's going to get slowed down by the Winter's Bite here as Stixay trying to get damage onto this turret. The ultimate goes off. Perk's actually going to get locked down, and he's not going to be able to distort these. He is going to be able to distort the minions away because the man has balls of steel. Now going to be able to clear out the minion wave. But CLG flexing some muscles in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's just tough though. CLG were just missing one more member there to actually kill Perks, and that was going to be the Rise if you looked at the push from before when we talked about it. Still get a lot of damage on it to have pressure in multiple lanes. Giving up 1 kill here didn't really stop CLG from keep pushing. Also because G2 invested so much getting that 1 kill on Xmithie. In the end though, we have a top lane tower getting taken down. We have a mid lane tower that's very low, and it's just a matter of time before CLG can take down both of them and get quite a big gold lead.
Well, we'll see whether they can, as the Rod of Ages has now been completed by Huhi. Do have, of course, Morellonomicon coming up here for Perks, but Abyssal Scepter is there already. A little bit of defensive flavor, but I like it. Huhi's getting to the point where he's quite difficult to deal with. Just has that Seraph's Embrace to finish off for now. We'll see whether he goes for something like an Abyssal Scepter to stop Perks' damage and also buff his own. Darshan, of course, does do a little bit of magic damage. Makes a bit of sense.
Of course, and we got a Trick and his Devour here. Needs 28 more kills to get it fully stacked.
It feels like a lot.
It's called late game scaling.
Yeah, good. We scaling, boys.
We do.
I like it. Hybrid.
Because he's obviously not farming anything else.
So 28 more champions to come in.
We'll see if it happens.
Yeah, well, CLG just going to brute force the mid lane. Able to pick that one up with the minion wave. A little bit of mispositioning there as Perks was answering the split push of Huhi in the bottom side. 30 CS in the lead though, and a kill and assist ahead. Perks, he's the one that's able to make things work as Huhi. He's having a look at the shop, but he's got a fair bit of health, so he's going to be fine. Emperor. I was going to say narrowly avoided, but he just used the move continuously in one direction strategy to stop that one.
After we got baited from before. Oh, TP top lane. They're actually coming 2-man. Collapsing on Kikis here.
Yeah, it is. The Rise actually blows the ultimate there as well to try and catch up to Kikis, who's just going to turn around. Understands there's a lot of people. Parallel Convergence not going to find the stun just yet. As there's the culling out. Ripto going to help out.
He's alive.
CLG with a 6th man. Kikis is still
he's not alive.
Yeah, no, definitely not. End of the line is indeed the end of the line. Is Xmithie going to lock down that kill? But G2 is still able to get something from it.
That was a good play by Kikis, buying so much time. CLG had to set up 4 guys to try and take him down, and then to lose bot tower for it. No dragon, though, to be picked up. Instead, CLG straight back to the mid lane again. They got these early towers now. are ahead in gold, pushing down even further.
No minion wave though, so not going to be able to get any damage onto this inner turret. Tempered Fate was of course there if Hybrid wanted to defend or anything like that.
There's
CLG
a ward
still hanging
behind.
out.
CLG up in this tri-bush here. Kick has had a ward
Oh,
place.
they're pinging it as well.
Yeah, do they want to try and set up a kill?
Instantly,
4
as
kills?
soon as he gets back up, Kickers is teleporting in their trick. Now as well, does have the ultimate available, but there's a big ult from Afromu, the Glacial Fissure, locking people down. There's the exhaust, but it's not enough to stop Emperor from picking up the kill. Blade of the Ruin King comes down. This is massive for G2 as the heal comes out, but Darshan is huge. What a monstrous tree in this front line, and he's just walking around, smacking people down. In goes Perks, he's able to lock down one onto Stixay, but is the tree going to be able to find him? There it is, punched in the head with a big old tree root.
G2 went a little bit too early here. The TP plan was actually smart, but Kickers was so far away from the team, and also the ulti missed from Hybrid to start the fight, and also really buy a bit more time. You know, okay, Kickers, you have 2 more seconds now to come here, set up this perfect fight. And instead, CLG are able to turn around. Look here, TP is gonna come so far behind. This ulti is supposed to hit from Hybrid to buy more time as well for Kickers to join. Now they're actually fighting without a front line on the side of G2. And Stixay is getting free hits off Hybrid or Hui, understanding his role.
Yeah.
You know, hey guys, hit me,
Distraction mode, engage.
Ignore Stixay, he's just standing right next to him, hitting everyone. Will go down in the end due to Perks getting that last kill. But CLG wins the fight. It was a good setup, honestly, by G2, but executed very poorly.
Yeah. Darshan just wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. He smacks them all in the face. The tree really doing some work now. 3-0-3. Has the Sunfire Cape, has the Spirit Visage. He's going to be a problem moving forward because we saw Kickers just melted. He's got that early Sheen that he picked up, doesn't have the Sunfire Cape, only has the Spectre's Cowl. He's got the poor man's version.
Yeah, he's got to buy everything.
Yeah. With the 2 items that Darshan has finished.
Want some Spirit Visages, I want a Sunfire, give me an Iceborne
Look at all
Gauntlet.
the things I want.
Sadly, you need gold to get them. You're 0-3.
And look who's in control of Christmas at the moment. Darshan, he ain't giving the gifts out to Kickers this year.
Could just give him 1.
Yeah,
you know, just be a nice guy, you know, give him 1.
You gave him a cute little knife and a ring. Other than that, I mean, that's all, like Darshan kept the rest for himself. He's making it work for him as well. 3,000 gold the lead here for CLG with a couple of hundred added on top.
Oh, Kickers to flank again. We've seen this a few times. Didn't really work, but they might be trying again.
Yeah, Huhi as well, deep in enemy territory right now as he's looking to try and help take down this blue buff. Perks is going to be able to lock it in, but CLG so aggressively positioned. The tree is over the wall, through the wall, might I add. Cosmic Binding is going to go wide. Trying to grab the inside track here on the mid lane, but Minion Wave is not quite in the right place.
We have to remember G2, they can technically set up a fancy little play. Imagine like Hybrid's ulti, and then you put Kicky's W on top of it. So once they pop out, he jumps in, he stuns multiple members.
Perfectly timed,
It will look fantastic.
Into the double distortion out of Perks, as there is
Get
a
some
lock.
of it.
There it is!
No!
Oh, slightly mistimed. There's the theory, but unfortunately didn't quite work. But Huhi going down very low. Darshan, massive, as there's the ultimate out of Trick, but saving the members of CLG a lot. Kickers in there, double kills, massive out of the tree, and G2 are melting.
So close.
Darshan hasn't taken damage.
We
And they're
almost
heading
saw the
towards
combo.
Baron. We
And
did.
CLG also destroyed G2 in another fight here. Perks is still full HP, has ulti and everything.
He's the hero we need.
Is this the play? European mid laners have a habit of randomly stealing Barons.
Well, the teleport is coming down here from CLG. He's going to make his way back in. Chains are going to land. He's just going to distract. He says, you're welcome to kill me, Perks. We want a Baron buff, and we want it now.
You get it, Atlas, you get it.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand.
CLG, though, takes the Baron, takes another team fight. So, technically, Hybrid is supposed to ulti first. They now do it at the same time, which is why, obviously, this doesn't work. And G2, at this point, it's very hard for him to win the fight. Perk's not able to get the first distortion hit either. CLG have the Kindred ulti as well. They don't actually, it's both teams having the Kindred ulti, but in the end, no one can kill the Maokai, first of all. Kalista is behind, she can't kill tanks, like, at all. At this point, she needs so much time. Perks is not really able to get into the backline either, because every time he gets close, well, there's enough CC to just lock him down. Can be a Rise, Rune Prison, can be just attack from the Braum, and then a few hits from Stixay.
I feel like Darshan's been using cheat codes, man. It's like he's got the immortality buff on himself. Because that last team fight, I mean, he's supposed to be a tank. He was killing everyone. 5-0-4 now. This guy's a monster. They're knocking on the front door here with this Baron buff, and they're not stopping. That turret's going to fall down. Smithy just deletes Kickers. Tank? Nah. As the inhibitor is going to fall down as well.
Kickers still didn't complete a full item yet. You gotta...
Yeah.
He's still sitting.
It's going to be like
so many different things, and Dashawn is just in the front line.
Almost immune to damage, almost down to about half health, but what was that? The ultimate didn't even have a chance to be used there out of Trick. This is going to be CLG finishing the game. The last Nexus turret is going to fall. Perks is down solo. CLG just turning it on against the Europeans. And that is going to lock up the second place for North America.
Another great game by CLG, and they're showing that right now they deserve that second place
Damn
in
right.
the standings. Fantastic group stage from them. Came in saying, you know, we're going to prove that we actually are a very, very good team.
They certainly have done that, and it's not just the bottom lane this time. I'm really glad that you taught me about Huhi there in the mid lane, doing exactly what his job was, and that was Darshan stepping it up. That Maokai play was brilliant, not necessarily the champions that he's known for, sort of has been that carry in the past, but he was just a rock, well, a tree.
A tree.
Very large lump of timber
Cosplaying,
on the top side of the map.
A rock cosplaying as a tree.
Yeah.
But we see such a big difference because CLG seem in full control whenever it comes to like setting up these teleports, and whenever G2 is trying anything aggressive, no one panics at all on the side of CLG.
No.
They know exactly what to do, like that engage near the blue buff, where we had the Kickers TP way behind. Suddenly a few things are missing from G2, now missing the Bard ulti as an example. Instant turnaround by CLG, taking the fight, winning the fight. They're playing extremely well, both if we look at the macro part, but also if we look at, of course, the team fighting. Individual performances from some of these players. Now, Darshan came into this tournament not being the greatest tank player, but he's just been getting better and better and better every single day.
Yeah, and he's been playing the favorite three champions there towards the top side of the map, and he most certainly has made it his own style. That Maokai was just so frightening, though. 5-0-5 at the end of the game. And he was playing it like he was a carry, honestly. He was using his Ventral Maelstrom to finish people off.
I mean, that's the beauty, right? When you start getting ahead and the other team is playing a composition that needs to snowball from the early game. Had a good start with the first blood from Perks, but then decided to say, let's invest everything. You know, the roam up from Hybrid and Emperor, which obviously backfired completely, diving between two towers. That's the kind of stuff we've seen from G2 that obviously tells us, again, these guys right now are not a team. Like, it's like 5 individual players on the map. Everyone is trying to be the carry because they know they can't win through teamwork or communication. So it's definitely not the same team, but we've said that for 4 days now, 5 days. They didn't show up. Massive disappointment, honestly, overall for Europe as a region.
It has been.
And now they can go back and focus on the summer split of the EU LCS.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to. And I mean, there have been some sort of shining lights here. Of course, Perks managing to get that solo kill right underneath the enemy turret there in the very early game on the side of his LeBlanc. Really doing well, showing exactly why he was so coveted in Europe. But unfortunately, it's teamwork that's really been winning games here at MSI.
Yeah.
They just don't necessarily have what is needed in order to take down these other teams.
Exactly, and when you don't have that and problems, your top level starts going down a little bit. Like, you don't play at 100%. Maybe you play on a 90 or 80%, and suddenly it's not enough, you know, for these players to show what they really could do, and that's just the story for G2. CLG, that's the team we want to talk about instead, because they're now in the semifinal. They've locked second place. Flash Wolves cannot catch them. SKT cannot catch them, which means they will face Flash Wolves tomorrow on Friday or Saturday instead.
He just wants more League of
Legends. You know what, we're just
guys.
going to play them tomorrow, whatever. Saturday or, of course, on Friday, we have the semifinals. That's going to be where CLG will take on Flash Wolves, and SKT will then take on RNG.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly how that one's going to work out. Sort of a bit of a...
I really messed that up.
A preview is going to be
That was actually
next.
impressive.
I actually really liked it. You know, we got to make sure that the point was hammered home, which is, I think, something that we're going to need here to Fisio, because it's going to be really exciting. I'm actually very happy to see the fact that CLG was able to take down the Flash Wolves this time around, and this is a team that was looking very scary in this controlled pace, but CLG able to step things up. We noticed this time G2, they tried to accelerate this game. CLG just said, all right, well, we'll just go on this wild ride with you, and we'll see how to take you down.
CLG right now is the favorite to get into the final. I think CLG have shown they are a stronger team than Flash Wolves if you look at the best out of ones. Obviously, best out of 5 different beasts, you need to adapt between games and everything. But you also have now more days to practice before the semi-final start.
And I think one of the impressive things here as well from CLG is the fact that they've managed to adapt even in this best-of-1 scenario based on what they're good at, what they're able to do, and seeing the meta evolve here. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to toss it over to Shox for an interview with the second-seeded CLG.
Thank you very much. Darshan and Afromu are joining me here. And normally NA beating EU would be a big story, but none of that right now. The most important thing here is that CLG locks in the second place after the group stage. And on top of that, you've beaten every single team in the tournament once. What are the first reactions from you, Afro, after what is honestly a magnificent group stage from your team?
First reactions after the group stage? Well, I'm proud of my team that we showed that we can beat every single team in the group stages, as we've shown. But coming into this last day, we wanted to definitely clean things up a little bit. And then for the downtime we have, like 2 or 3 days before playoffs start, we're going to clean up most of our map play and have a better plan going into the series versus, I don't even know who we play, but yeah.
Well, I'm about to tell you, you have locked in the second spot. That means all the rest is locked as well. That means you play the Flash Wolves and SKT will be playing RNG. Obviously, Darshan, earlier in the day, you had a great game versus those Flash Wolves already. So the analysts said you are the favorites going into the final. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves is probably the team we want to play against the most out of the other 3 teams at the tournament. And I think if we just clean up some of our sloppiness, we'll be really good going into that set.
Yeah. It's getting loud in here. Smithy is getting interviewed over by the LPL crew. How different will it be now that you've had a whole group stage where you had 24-hour turnarounds, and it must have been very much a lot of pressure. How did you guys deal with that? Did you guys just VOD review every night, make a new plan, and how is that going to change going into this a lot of preparation time you have?
Our preparation coming into every day for the group stages. Every day we had a new preparation plan for every team, and then once we played them once, then we had notes to go over what they did and now what they have adapted for coming into the second set of the round robin. And we're pretty tired, I would say.
Yeah.
Stayed up late sometimes, talking about what we should be doing, what the enemy team is going to do and stuff like that. But group stages has actually been really fun.
Yeah, talking about the plans, of course, some criticism towards CLG in former international events has been they seem to abandon what they're good at when they play over in the NALCS and just kind of take on new things. It seems that here, you guys have found an approach to kind of integrate the best things from all the other teams. How would you say you've approached this MSI or this international tournament as opposed to the others, Darshan?
I feel like we had a good grasp on this meta coming in. We knew exactly how we had to play, and I felt like we kind of practiced everything we needed to do through the whole split, and we really had an idea of what we wanted to improve on for playoffs. And then when we came to MSI, I felt like we were kind of a little more solid, making less mistakes than all the other teams, and I think that's the biggest difference is that we have a better idea of how to close out the game, and we play more as a team.
Are you happy with your play in particular? Obviously, that top lane meta of Poppy and Echo and Maokai. Your Maokai game was extraordinary. How has the transition been to playing only those 3? And are you looking forward to hopefully playing some other champs? Or?
Yeah, I'm not really that happy with what champions I've had to play and the way I've had to play the game, but I'm kind of happy that I get to play as part of the team and play the best way to win. So I'm kind of happy for myself and my team, but I think my play could be a lot better.
I like when Darshan plays tanks. Thanks, man.
Well, also, let's talk about NA showing Korea the meta. Soraka coming out in that SKT game earlier. What do you think of the evolution of kind of the support meta? There was a lot of talk about those range champions that you talked about in the beginning as well, but it seems that the playing field is really, really open now for supports.
I would say bottom lane has become really stale due to most teams taking double TP for their solo lanes. And usually when you make an aggressive play bottom, sometimes it's punished and sometimes it's not. And I would say range supports definitely deal with that a lot better since they can control how the pace of the lane goes. If you pick a counter for all the tank melee supports that these teams are picking that want to make the one big play as soon as everyone is ready. And then range supports can just fend that off easier than when you play melee versus melee.
Yeah, final 2 questions maybe. Afromu, you had a lot to say about Stixxay. You caught some flack for the things you said about him, praising him beforehand. Now it's turning out that he is doing amazing. How have you seen him grow specifically in this tournament?
How have I seen him grow? Well, he's just Trevor to me, and I'm proud of him for what he's doing, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't get to his head, of course.
Okay.
But when I said these things before and everyone wanted to flame on me for that, there's nothing else to say, so this is about it.
Playing on the Rift, Darshan, of course, you've always been very confident in international competition. Now you're bringing the goods with the team. You said from the beginning, top 2 is where it's at, but as the guy said, favorites going into the final. How do you expect your chances of winning? How high are they at this moment?
Well, I'm definitely not going to say 100% because it hasn't happened yet, but I feel like it's always good to have the mentality that you can win, your team can win, and to believe that you can beat your other opponents, and that's how I've won into this tournament. That's how I've won into every tournament. I believe that we can be the best. I believe that we can win, and we're going to do everything in our power to bring home the trophy for NA.
Well, fantastic, and fantastic group stage for you guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you in the semifinals versus Flash Wolves. And now back over to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Great to hear from those guys as they lock in the second seed going into the bracket stages. Afro Moose said that this has been an extraordinarily fun group stage to play. Well, it's been even more fun for us to watch all the way through. But CLG over G2 in a very quick game in what was a little scary right at the beginning with the early kill onto Huhi and then the return gank. There was one of those moments where at least I had a slight jump. My heart maybe skipped a beat thinking this could go the wrong way.
I mean, we knew CLG picked a bulldozer of a team fight composition, and I actually said to Spawn before, and it's like, I bet you Perks gets first blood on Huhi because he's going to be playing this lane so aggressively, and unless they're there for a counter gank or something, it's going to happen. And then it did happen, but then the second time it happened, they were actually there for the counter gank. And even though Huhi died because he didn't flash away, they were still able to pick up 2 kills and even it out.
And I just want to give even more credit to Afro. I mean, I've been praising his range support. He takes Braum into the LeBlanc matchup. I know supports don't match up against mid laners. I'm not that dumb, but like in every single team fight, he just always has like the most important, close to the target priorities back and shuts out what was a fed Perks. Like time and time again, this guy is just coming up massive for his team, and Darshan's right there behind him. So I really think that even though the carries on CLG are starting to step up and really shine, their support staff is getting better behind them, and it just even amplifies how good Stixxay looks in these games.
Yeah, and I just want to recap a little bit on the CLG style. Coming into this MSI, I think they're picking a lot of strong bottom lanes, and they're always going for the team fight compositions in this tournament. And like compare that to SKT, they said they don't really pick, they pick mainly comp for bot lane, but not for just to win the lane. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, that's a very stark contrast. As we look towards the bracket stage, I want to pull up our graphics since we have them now locked in. We've got RNG playing SKT. That'll be on Friday. The Saturday matchup is going to be that CLG versus Flash Wolves matchup. CLG holding that head-to-head. We heard Darshan say this is the team that they would have wanted to play out of the 3 in their semifinal. And
well, if you 2-0 them in the brackets in the group stage, like yes, that would be the logical answer since they're 1-1 against the other guys.
I would say that this is also the team Flash Wolves wants to face the most, probably out of the couple ones, because SKT coming into bracket stage, 4 days preparation, they're going to be scary as hell.
Yeah, if they kind of ramp back up to what we expect them to be, then that's a scary semifinal to be in RNG versus SKT.
Neither of those teams are happy about being there, I'd
Exactly,
imagine.
and we're going to get a preview of that, obviously, in our very final game of the group stage that's coming up soon. But just to kind of close out the point on CLG, Spawn, if we had to pick a weakness, I think, on CLG moving forward, a person that we're going to look at, Huhi, Jad already mentioned it, with those flashes, you're holding onto your flash twice and you die twice early game. Those are the kinds of advantages that G2 might not take advantage of, but you give that to SKT, you give that to RNG, you give that to Flash Wolves, they're going to run away with it.
Yeah, I think more importantly is that the mid laners for these teams are actually in form. Like, you cannot give Maple an advantage on LeBlanc because he's going to actually be able to execute on a couple more of these flanks. He's going to find your AD carry more often than not. So I do think that that is a big point. However, in saying that, I will say that CLG rally behind the members on the team that aren't playing well, incredibly well. I mean, the collapse out of Darshan, he pretty much gave up his lane. He was like, Kickers, I'm done with you. I'm already winning this lane. I'm going to go save the mid lane. I'm going to go snowball my bottom lane by teleporting in and getting that double kill. So I really think that even though Huhi is playing poorly, he's kind of like a sacrificial lamb because they're still getting advantages out of it. And it is a team game after all.
Yeah, I think Flash Wolves is really kind of like the reverse CLG. Like, CLG is using Hui to bait, Stixxay to do damage, and Flash Wolves are using NL to bait, Maple to do damage. So it's kind of interesting. I really think it's who's going to snowball the strong points of their team.
Well, although our bracket stages are still are decided, rather, don't worry, we've not had a League of Legends action yet. Coming up after the break, it's a playoff preview between China's RNG versus Korea's SKTelecom. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
CLG need to win this game here to guarantee that second place, avoiding RNG and facing Flash Wolves instead.
Casual movement to the side is going to get Emperor to relative safety, but he just gets destroyed. That's all they needed. Kick is going to make his way in, but the exhaust still there for Afromu, and Stix is just having a field day. Blocking people down. There's the exhaust, but it's not enough to stop Emperor from picking up the kill. Blade of the Ruined King comes down. This is massive for G2 as the heal comes out. There's the theory, but unfortunately didn't quite work. But Huhi going down very low. Darshan, massive, as there's the ultimate out of Trick, but saving the members of CLG a lot. Just turning it on against the Europeans. And that is going to lock up the second place for North America. Welcome back to the 2016 Mid-Season Invitational. We're going to keep the games rolling with our next and final match as China's Royal Never Give Up faces Korea's SKTelecom T1 in the preview of Friday's semi-final matchup. Our 1 seed versus our 4 seed. So my question to you gentlemen is, in a best of 1, what are these teams looking to prove to the other before they march into a best of 5 against each other next week?
And they might not even be trying to prove anything. There's a lot of different scenarios that they could be coming in here. You could have both teams trying to try hard, get in each other's heads. You have maybe leave a bunch of really OP picks and a strong composition up and try to counter it. Or you have both teams just trying to give nothing away and just playing whatever they want because the seeding implications are non-existent.
I think one good thing about this match is that neither of these teams have champion pool issues. When you think about the players on these rosters, they actually play a wide array of champions, and I think that both SKT and RNG have shown that. So I'm hoping for actually some of these funner compositions to come out. I mean, we haven't seen the Cassiopeia, the Vel'Koz. Maybe they take away the Twitch Kindred, as you were mentioning in the break. I think that there is a possibility for this to turn into like a psychological warfare between like Koma and Mata.
Yeah, the flip side of that, the contrasting argument is that both of these teams have been outspoken. SKT definitely across the board saying, hey, look, we clearly aren't at the top of our game, and we need to prove to ourselves, our fans, everyone here that we can get back to that point. And then on RNG's side, MLXG has been outspoken about the fact, hey, we need to make sure, we need to keep ourselves in check. Yes, we're playing hot at this tournament, but if we do underestimate somebody, if we do give them that edge, then it could all be taken away from us.
And if I had to make a pre-game prediction, which have been so accurate so far here, it's that both teams would do the try-hard thing. Basically, RNG's feeling the pain of not try-harding at the base push against COG when they had a 17,000 gold lead because now they play SKT. And SKT, they just want to prove that they can be dominant and get back to that level and get the mindset advantage before the semifinals.
And let's get like one thing straight. In all sport, momentum is important. And League of Legends is a sport. Like you need to have that confidence that going into a best of 5, you are better than this team. And this game is a first step in that direction.
Well, the teams are ready. Let's shoot it over to the casters for the final game of the MSI group stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dash. Really excited to be casting the final game here for the group stages of MSI 2016 in the wonderful Shanghai. Here joined by Deficio as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm just a side part of it?
No, not at all. You're the main part. Everyone knows. I was just the guy introducing you. You just didn't give me a chance. But
sorry.
Look, let's get into the team lineups. Of course, on the blue side, it is going to be the LPL's Royal Never Give Up. In the top lane, former champion Looper. In the jungle, it is going to be MLXG, the Spicy Hot Pot. Mid lane, Little Tiger of Xiaohu as Whoosh and Mata in the AD carry and support positions. Coach is Fly and also partially Mata at the same time.
Yeah, a bit of a mix on the other side though. It is Koma who is the coach, of course, representing Korea. As well, we have SKTelecom, Duke up in the top lane, Blank in the jungle, Faker in the mid lane, Bang, AD carry, Wolf support. And we talked about him, Koma as the coach there. Don't think he's taking the same approach as RNG, where Mata has a very big voice in what's happening in-game, pick and ban. He's the captain, he's the leader, everyone follows Mata.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, I want to go back to the first matchup that we saw between RNG and SKT, because this was the beginning of the fall of SKT, arguably one of Faker's worst games that we've seen in a very
the worst game.
Yeah, I was going to say honestly, in a long time, but that's non-committal. We are pretty sure it's the worst.
Yeah, I mean, he got camped with the Azir, early on into a LeBlanc Graves setup from RNG. He went down multiple times in lane, then did nothing in team fights as well. Poor game by Faker. New game though, and the big question is, of course, are you going to show anything? Are you going to say maybe we want to give you what we consider your strongest composition and we want to see how you played, what you do in the early game? Here's one thing I think RNG is doing right now. They're saying, we're going to test Wolf. You know, what can you play? We've seen Tam Kench, didn't do anything. We've seen Eternal Support, didn't do anything. They're looking at basically Wolfie and saying, we want to see what you can play.
Well, SKT, they're going to be banning away Whoosh first up here, and then Nidalee from MLXG played it twice yesterday and was ridiculous. They lost one of those games, but it was an MLXG that was eating people throughout the jungle until a 17,000 gold lead was turned around by CLG in what was the loudest I've ever heard Kobe in my entire life. Kindred going to be the final ban here for RNG, so the S-tier junglers have been removed. We'll see whether it is going to be MLXG's Graves that grabs the priority. Azir is going to be removed from Xiaohu, so
Graves
definite
is,
changes this time.
An option?
Oh, yes. That one's definitely one too.
So with the Azir being banned...
Oh, these teams know exactly what they're doing.
I mean, this again, it's very standard picks, but definitely they had a plan coming into this. Funny enough, they didn't just come in randomly and said, what are we doing? Azir ban on the side of SKT was kind of what forced RNG into picking that Ryze. With the two, what we consider the best mid laners, and then LeBlanc come in as a bit of a counter option, especially to the Azir, not to the Ryze, and that's why the Ryze first pick is so smart. Because a lot of people can take Ryze into that LeBlanc. Still think Faker can pick it if they want to try and bully that mid lane. Now that they got the Graves as well. We know MLXG can play Lee Sin, he can play Elise, he can play Kha'Zix.
He can play all sorts of things.
It didn't work out when he did play it though, back in the LPL, but still.
Oh, of course. I believe that was Insec. I don't know whether MLXG actually played the Kha'Zix.
Didn't he have a single game on it? Or?
Oh, no, yeah, I think you might be right. It was Master Yi that Insec decided to play on R&B. We're getting a little bit too deep into it though. MLXG is going to lock down the Sivir. I like it for enabling Ryze. Don't like it as much into the Maokai, but still going to be doing a lot of AoE damage in the late game. And Xiaohu going to take away the Echo for Lupa towards the top side of the map. So all of the carries now, or sort of the gold earners from RNG, are going to be locked in.
Sivir is an interesting one. This is RNG, I think, again, testing the waters a little bit and maybe trying to show a little bit to SKT, because it has actually been banned a few times against them in this tournament. But they've been preferring, you know, Lucian above it as an example for Whoosh, but now he gets the Sivir. So I like, you know, for these games that you show a bit, Mata gets a Bard here as well.
Yeah, Bard is going to be picked up. So Sivir Bard, the golden bottom lane for RNG. Mata's Bard is fantastic to watch.
Mata on everything.
Well, that's a good point. Mata's playing League of Legends. Pretty fantastic to watch. And MLXG back on the Lee Sin. We are going to be seeing some plays today, Deficio.
Faker or Cassiopeia incoming?
Oh, I want Vel'Koz, I want Karma.
There's a Zillion option as
there.
well if they want to go back to protecting Bang. Obviously, they ran the Zillion Sivir combination last time. We saw it against CLG.
Yeah.
And RNG, I mean, again, it's a very strong team fighting. Obviously, with Sivir, Echo, Ryze in there. A lot of pick potential as well when you have Lee Sin, when you have a Bard.
Oh, Faker
is looking
at the Lulu.
Towards there, still protect the Bang.
And I like this. Nullify the lane. Make sure that that can't be a lane that they just focus out. Not going to get Xiaohu snowballed. It's not necessarily about keeping Faker down, because this RNG squad have been revolving around Xiaohu so far this tournament, and it is going to be the Lulu locked in. See how this one is going to go. They are going to swap it up, so Ryze is going to head towards that mid lane, of course.
I think that's a very, very risky pick, honestly, on the side of SKT. When it comes to Lucian, obviously, we have seen this combo or combination so many times from SKT in the past, with Bang getting buffed up by Lulu. That was before some of the nerfs came in as well for Lulu, and Bang was just sitting in the front line killing everything. But Ryze into Lulu is a free laning phase for Ryze, especially because he's going to bring teleport and he can sit there and farm up. And at the same time, when you have Lucian in these late game fights, very low range AD carry, positioning has to be perfect from Bang.
Yeah.
Getting caught out by anything like a Ryze, then there's enough damage to go through the Lulu utility as well and take down Bang. But it's a combo we've seen before, the Lulu Lucian from SKT, and it's protect the Bang, something they've gone back to when they struggled in the past.
One thing that I do like about these two comps is it's sort of very region-specific here. You've got RNG, a team comp that can go forward like nobody's business. because they've got the Lee Sin, they've got the Bard, playmaking potential here, but the sort of defensive prowess of what SKT have put together is ridiculous. China is going to be owning the Rift here in the head-to-head as we head on. We'll see how these team comps are going to work, but I just really like the fact that everyone's playing their signature style.
Yeah, we're going to see an RNG team aggressive invades, creating picks, setting up these team fights. SKT, though, are looking to team fight as well with this comp. They're not going to split push or anything. They're going to react to your team fights, protect Bang as much as possible, set him up to be the big carry for your team.
Well, we'll see whether they can. We are on to Summoner's Rift here as RNG are going to be on our blue side for this matchup. MLXG will see what he can get done on this Lee Sin. The last time we saw it, he had some ludicrous scoreline. And SKT actually setting up here towards the top side of the map. Vision going to be put down by Looper. See whether he has the phase dive. He's looking to actually move forward. Does need to be very careful. Just throws down the ward. SKT going to back away.
And as you said, like this comp is something very specific to Korea in many ways. Also with the Trundle support in here. It's simple. If Echo dives towards you, you buff up your AD carry, you use your Trundle to steal away a lot of the stats from the Echo, and you can actually take him down much easier. Once you kill the first guy, you can then move on to the squishier targets in the back. But the teamfights are not going to be just Echo randomly running forward. It's going to be multiple people coming with teleports on flanks. It's going to be a Bard trying to CC, you know, maybe even engage, if you can, onto Bang with the ulti to then allow the rest of RNG to position around. And we get that same combo between a Bard and an Echo we saw in the last game, where G2 then didn't really manage to execute it, but like Bard ulti into an Echo W can set up some fantastic CC.
Well, we'll see exactly what is going to happen. MLXG taking Thunderlords here as well. The guy wants to get pretty hyphy earlier on in this one. It is going to be Strength of the Ages here from Xiaohu. I like it, the fact that he does have On the Hunt available from Whoosh in these team fights to close distance.
And we get standard lanes.
And how do you feel about the Ignite being picked up here by Faker as well on the Lulu?
So, a lot of people seem to think that Lulu is not a strong laner.
Oh, she's a lane. Ooh.
So, they're like, oh, why wouldn't you just bring teleport every time and just try and like farm up the lane and then have TP for later on in the game? And that is definitely an option, but Lulu is actually a very, very strong lane bully, as you said, if you can play aggressive with her. So when they have Blank here on this Graves, I wouldn't be surprised to see him hover around that mid lane fairly often, allowing Faker to actually play aggressive with the Ignite, see if he can push this Rise down towards the tower and deny some CS, and again, get the full lane pressure. You can see it here already.
Yeah.
Faker level 2, Xiaohu is level 1, still waiting for a few more minions, and he's at the tower. And it's very hard for Rise to teleport then to trade properly, because he has to respect that summoner spell. And also, he never want to get chunked out of lane.
Oh, the pillar is going to go down. Wolf just having his way with RNG right now. Level 2 has been hit by the bottom lane of RNG, but having to be very careful. The Lucian Trundle having a little bit of an edge earlier on.
And instantly, because Faker is pushing lane level 1, level 2, Blank knows he can invade an enemy jungle. Because now he has backup from mid lane. Faker can move first. Xiaohu is forced to take a longer route around towards their own Raptor camp. Also on bottom side, SKT, you can see how Wolf is hovering between bot lane and the jungle here, making sure Blank can take away this red buff. And if MLXG ever wanted to fight, not only would he jump into a red buff Graves already, but also then have the backup from SKT coming very, very fast, and MLXG could very easily be cornered and go down.
Well, MLXG is going to be able to take down his Raptor camp. He's too low, like he said. So he's going to have to back away, not going to be able to grab his red buff. And Blank able to start with the 3 buff.
Yeah, some of the things about Lee Sin and why he's not one of the S-tier junglers. Obviously, the early clear is not as good as the likes of Graves. We see here, so Blank could very quickly take away his 2 camps and then rush into enemy jungle. And MLXG knew, like as soon as he came in towards the jungle, he was like, okay, I can just take my Raptor here because I know he's stealing my red buff. Right now, I don't even need to check it. I know he's taking it. And there's very little Lee Sin could do pre-level 6 in these early skirmishes against a jungler like Graves.
Well, we can see Mata trying to get some harassment down on a Bang. He's going to throw some meeps at him, feeling good. And MLXG looking for an invade, but not going to be able to find any creeps in this jungle. This Graves has been ripping them apart. Oh, nice little respawn of the Popcorn Chicken there as the pink ward goes down. MLXG will start things off aggressively here. Still keeping his cool. Xiaohu can use his teleport to get back to lane if he wants to grab his tier and come home. But Faker just having his way with this lane right now, and he's always been a phenomenal Lulu player. It's showing that nothing has changed.
No.
Officio.
And again, that's the thing about the lane for Lulu early on, how aggressive she can play. The problem is more once Ryze gets towards that level 6 mark, not when it comes to trying to kill the Lulu 1v1, but when it comes to these skirmishes we're gonna get later on. If he's able to switch targets, if they're able to catch someone out without Lulu being nearby, we know how strong the Ryze can be. And again, it puts so much of the SKT's damage on the side of Bang in the late game fights. Blank is a guy who can step up and then become a bit of a second carry in these late game fights on a Graves. You can build it very aggressively with Infinity Edge as an example. But he's not been playing well in this tournament, so we are expecting it to be the Bang show.
Well, here's the exhaust down towards the bottom side. Wolf is just right in his face. Fantastic Cosmic Binding out of Mata, who's trying to control this one, but Wolf is just going so ham. Whoosh is probably going to be able to walk this one out, but SKT, yeah, we've received the message on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, very nice trade by Wolf here, simply just rushing against the AD carry. One of the good things about Trundle support is you're tanky enough and you have enough damage.
Just start the Undying as well.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Just start 1v1 in the enemy AD carry. He can't really stop and start hitting you because then your AD carry will catch up and you win that 2v1 trade. Mata did his job, landed some CC, stopped Bang from ever following. Therefore they can still stay in lane and use the potion. But SKT with a good start because they have that pushing mid lane. We talked about Blank hovering around the lane. Potentially set up a dive, or if MLXG is pulling off a gank.
Oh, Whoosh in trouble here as the pillar does go down. He does still have the flash if he needs to. The heal available at the same time. Doesn't use any. Eats himself some cocoa, and man, I would have flashed and healed and done everything I could in that situation. Keeps
Hates
his
to say
cool.
it, Atlas, but that's why you're standing here.
Yes,
right now,
it's a very good point.
not sitting on stage. But basically he was waiting to see if Bang would ever dash forward aggressively, and then he had a summoner spell. Blank though.
Yeah, now still has one available now, but has been pushed completely out of the way. This is going to be some dirty farming from SKT. Splank makes his way in. RNG still moving down. There's another fantastic use of the pillar, which is going to get the flash out, but MLXG's here. Blank in trouble. First blood goes down to the Chinese jungler, and Bang now trying to get past, but the damage has been done, and MLXG's on the board.
And we finally didn't curse anything. We actually said Blank had been underperforming, and here he's dashing forward, not realizing that more members from RNG could show up, and he gets taken down. Faker's here. Xiaohu's going to follow. SKT needs to just get away from this one.
MLXG, there's the kick flash, lands the Q at the same time, flash in, and Faker's dead one more time. MLXG picks up another one. Magical Journey, Mata delivering his team to another kill in the form of Wolf, and RNG, 3 quick ones.
We've seen this before. Last time these two teams faced each other, it was exactly the same. RNG played aggressive in the start. They punished SKT. This one here, it all starts with a good play.
Reactionary aggression.
It was actually. It's a good start by SKT, you know, trying to zone them off tower. We're winning mid lane, but then they overextend with Blank, and then they just need to get away, not stay around after, trying to see can we do anything. Instant reaction, MLXG sets up the big play. And this is why RNG is the best team at the moment, because every other region have been used to just hover around towers. We can take a bit of time before we decide to play. We don't really get punished. Against RNG, instantly, they will just go for you, they will flash forward, they don't care, they will set up the play, they will win the fight. And you just have to think so much faster. You can never just hover around if you are weaker.
Well, Magical Journey is going to be put down, but no blue buff steal going to come in from Blank. And MLXG deciding not to do anything just yet. Mata still here, no flash available. In goes Faker, flashes forward, there's the Cosmic Binding. Mata is ridiculous. Oh, but where did that even come from? Blank grabs it with the collateral damage. The range on that Glitter Lance was unbelievable from Faker.
The entire plan was Faker flashing in, getting a bit of early damage, and then Blank with his ulti just follow up instantly. Mata just delayed it with his stun. In the end, MLXG got taken down. And SKT showing, you know, they're not done yet.
Yeah, answering back.
It's Lulu with the early game damage. Mata being caught out a little bit.
Yeah, able to get past the trophy here as Bang wishes he could go into the wall so the culling would work out. Nice boomerang comes out of Whoosh.
Should be able to turn it in the air.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Can't really pivot with the old culling. But Bang, now with a longsword advantage. After all said and done, he's got a huge minion lead. Something understandable, just because the Lucian Sivir matchup difficult for the Sivir, as was discovered by CLG.
I mean, it's one of the issues with Sivir right now is that in the laning phase, she's not the strongest. So some of the teams move away from her because they want to have very, very strong 2v2 lanes. She's still a fine laner. She's mainly built around just pushing and pushing and pushing and forcing you to sit on the tower. RNG steals away blue up. That's very key. You deny it from Faker. He needs it when he's sitting there trying to spam abilities. Lulu does use quite a bit of mana in the early game, and you give it over to Xiaohu, so he can now match the push from Faker. Again, everything that happened in the start of the game came around Faker having pushed in his lane, open up for Blank to invade, already level 3, take away a red buff, keep the pressure going, starting with mid lane, and then followed by invades.
Yep.
And whenever Blank could sit in the jungle, he could then just move straight down to bottom lane and deny farm.
Yeah, more fighting here towards the bottom side of the map though, as Whoosh goes through the magical journey, but bang, what was that? Oh my goodness, a rare mechanical mistake out of SKT's AD carry. The Tempered Fate was there to
would have been
save
stunned.
Whoosh.
Would have been stunned anyway. So in the end, he actually doesn't really
Maybe it was just a frustrating headbutt into the wall, because I have a feeling Whoosh was going to be relatively safe.
I'm clicking. No, I'm actually just smacking my head into the wall.
Well, here we are, teleport actually coming in here. The Meep Slap is going to slow bang down as Whoosh standing right in the mid loop and gets the stun. See you later, bang, and RNG with 4 members going to lock them down.
RNG running double teleport. 5 members in the bottom lane, why not? The beauty of playing 2v2 bottom lanes in the current meta is it's never 2v2. Randomly the other team shows up at 5.
Yep.
And then you die very, very quickly. RNG though have to stop this push and mid from SKT.
And Duke is going to be very, very scared right now because he's the only one not to die. And RNG seem to be going around really sharing the love here. As far as taking people down, Cosmic Binding is going to miss there from Mata. He's actually going to use the magical journey through the trophy. I thought it was almost like it was part of the added terrain. That was interesting.
There are some of the walls there near the dragon where you can get a very, very long magical journey. So gank bottom lane. This is again RNG running double teleport against Faker running the offensive summoner. So he's not able to join in time. It's just a great setup. When one team is overextending and you have double global, you can always set up that play very, very freely. And gank it mid.
There's the flash twisted advantage. Who gets exhausted but flashes out. Collateral damage not going to be enough. But there's a glitter lance from Faker. Never counted out.
Second time we see that. We're like, oh, he's safe. He's away. And Little Lance coming in. Pixie sitting there on the target. Another kill for SKT. They're trying to say, okay, you want to play aggressive? You want to constantly try and punish what we're doing? Well, we're going to do the same. Xiaohu stayed on the tower to try and wave clear. 5-man dive.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure on the mid lane turret, and it's going to fall down. RNG lose a lot of map control here, and something that SKT has been able to do is definitely keep their vision up. Duke just knowing, I'm a big Maokai. I've got myself some health. I can just dive, point and click CC in the rise. Unable to do enough AoE under the turret.
And it's very, very important SKT doesn't start falling behind, because their composition will have a very hard time responding to 1-3-1 pushes when we have double TP on the side of RNG and a Sivir sitting in the mid lane. If you start fanning out as well to defend, it's very easy for RNG to make an aggressive play, you know, TP in, pop Sivir ulti on the opposite side of the map, and suddenly it's a 4v5, and SKT won't be able to do a whole lot. So they need to be ahead here from the early game so they can set up control in the river, so they can set up the dragons first and get these team fights where they know where RNG is flanking from, so they can always protect Bang.
Oh, Duke, really nice timing there on the twisted advance. Looper gonna lose out in that trade. Passive here from Duke doing work, keeping him sustained up, and MLXG gonna see what he can do. Parallel convergence comes in. Not gonna be spotted just yet. No stun comes down as the Z-Drive Resonance gonna speed up Looper for now. Pink Ward is gonna go with the auto attack reset. Whoosh gets caught, then just takes it again. All right. That was very scary. He's going to be safe for now.
Meanwhile, top lane, nothing ends up happening. Full HP Maokai is not exactly what you're looking to dive. RNG technically want to wait for the teleports to be back. Then they can set up a dive like this, 3v1, go for that 1 kill. But for now, they're trying to just wait out 1 or 2 more minutes. That means SKT can play aggressive. And look here, trying to do it on bottom side. 2 mana roaming down.
Yeah, On the Hunt has been popped here, but Wolf is going to get caught out of position. Oh, slightly off on the trophy there as the blade of the... Oh my gosh, there's a Tempered Fate. Gets rid of Blank. And Whoosh is going to survive for now. Baker, is he going to land a ridiculous Glitter Lance and kill 2 people?
The Baker?
And no, not this time.
Big misplay here by Wolf. Missing the trophy.
Yeah.
Not able to even force a flash out of Whoosh. And then a great response again by Mata with that ulti on the bot. He's really trying to save his AD carry so many times. That was a good opening by SKT, or for SKT here, because there were no teleports at the time. they are available in just a few more seconds, and suddenly that play, you can't really do it anymore because then they're gonna TP down instantly, you're gonna be overextended, and the big fight is on one more time.
Yeah, well, RNG now with 0 turrets to SKT's 2. The one dragon that has fallen does belong to RNG for now. Rift Herald now going to be looked at as well, but RNG losing as far as global gold is concerned, and that's meant a lead for SKT despite the 2-kill difference.
A little bit closer after Rift Herald goes down, but a great adaptation for RNG coming into this tournament is...
Oh, Mata flashing very early.
It's okay, Little Lance will probably hit him in the butt.
Yep, there it is.
A lot of
Gotta
damage
watch
from
out for
Faker
that.
at this point. Early magic penetration boots. He's looking to really carry, and he's looking to fight right now because, again, he still has high enough base damage
Yep, it's Battle
to be a
Lulu.
threat.
Battle Lulu right now is MLXG. We're going to try and get something down. Mata is still here. There's a magical journey as he misses the Q. Mata getting destroyed. Oh my goodness, the safeguard's enough to keep him alive. Whoosh comes down. There's the boomerang and Blank's gonna fall. MLXG grabs it. Meanwhile, more battles towards the top side. Looper able to get rid of Bang. Just eats the culling, takes the turret. No fear at all, and Wolf's gonna die at the same time. Double for Looper and just runs back and dies to the turret.
And MLXG just saved his support right there because he actually took the first hit of the Graves ulti, so it wasn't enough damage to take down Mata, and then suddenly RNG can set up a kill in top lane as well. SKT are just getting something on the bottom side, and that's about it. So look here, first engage, missing everything in the start from RNG, then the safeguard, only the AoE damage hitting from Blank. Not able to get an auto off or anything. Duke right now sitting bot lane, and then the dive on top. There's no teleport from Duke right now. Remember, Atlas, we just talked about how RNG wanted their TPs ready, then they could make a play, and they did.
Forgot that the turret wasn't dead yet.
Okay, he got a little bit overhyped. He was also running
brilliant.
very fast.
Yeah, Z-Drive Resonance. He's like, surely the tower will be dead by the time I get there, but no. Doesn't happen. RNG reclaim the gold lead. 1,000 here as they grab themselves a turret at the same time. Duke was unable to finish off the inner turret towards the bottom side of the map, but SKT still well and truly in this game. And they want to try and get to the point where they can 5 versus 5 with Bang at the front, smacking people in the head. Wild growth available from Faker.
But it's really hurt SKT that twice they've tried to make a play where we removed the teleports from RNG and they actually failed to do anything with it. The first one down the bottom lane where they had to give up an extra kill because they stayed too long.
Yep.
Did nothing after the early invades at red buff, and that was fine. Then now when RNG had no teleports after, SKT tried one more time, both missed the trophy. Whoosh didn't even have to flash out, they gained nothing. Instant as RNG have TPs ready. Boom, a few more kills.
Yeah, well, Looper does have a Sheen now as well picked up. Spectre's Cowl there available, but Duke does have the Spirit Visage done. Whoosh was able to take down that bottom outer turret. And SKT looking at their first dragon of the game. They're going to pull it out of the pit, but Vision is well and truly there for RNG. MLXG looking to try and come around, but not going to make it in time. Blank's going to be able to lock that one down.
Yeah, smart decision by RNG to not contest the dragon. That 2,000 gold on Looper. 1,800 sitting right now on Bush as well. So they're saying, you know, get that bot tower. It's a step away. Give him the dragon. Let's go back. Reset the whole map. And one more time, get our TPs ready.
Yeah.
Because we can react to what SKT is doing. If they're ever roaming with Faker once he's pushing his mid lane, Xiaohu can follow. And we take that big team fight. But we have multiple TP locations. We can flank them or we can run head first. Don't do that against Lulu. It's kind of bad.
Yeah, definitely don't. Faker though, 2 items complete. It's only the Rod of Ages done here for Xiaohu, but you could have a feeling that he is sitting on a little bit of money. Actually ahead in farm by just a bit. Feeling very, very comfortable right now on the Rise pickup.
Yeah, we got to see the early start where Lulu can pull out the Rise. It gave him that red buff. Should have given more to SKT. Now after, you just get a few items for Rise, get a few levels, and he can start wave clearing very, very easily and just match whatever Lulu is doing. Gets a blue buff as well for Xiaohu, and now we get to that point where SKT can't really force plays in side lanes very effectively because, again, the threat of the globals.
Yeah.
But as a unit of 5, if they can, you know, speed up Bang, try and catch out one target, they can still be strong. And you want a team that wants Bang get like 2 items completed because then Faker is still strong enough to deal damage. And at the same time, Bang has hit a point where he can start really becoming a carry. Later and later and later, it becomes harder though for SKT.
The thing that I'm really scared about here is the amount of playmaking ability Mata has for RNG. This Bard, very unpredictable. We've seen it in the hands of so many players at this tournament. And there's just so many options for starting fights. Bang, actually moving very far up here, but Wolf waiting in the wings. Iceborne Gauntlet actually completed here as Z-Drive Resonance procs. Loopy gonna run away very, very fast.
Yeah, RNG needs to move Whoosh away from this bottom lane. I'm not even sure why he's there in the first place. He needs to sit mid lane, and Ryze needs to go down and match the Maokai or the Echo has to do it. So you have TP versus TP. Now Xiaohu has to be a little bit careful.
Oh, teleport coming in. They're looking for Mata, who takes the magical journey. He's going to be alive.
Oh,
But there's the Cosmic Binding! Ridiculous from the support player of RNG.
Perfect timing there, because once you hit the first one with the Cosmic Binding, it's basically going to look for a wall instantly. So even if you flash, it will still stun you. Duke tried to flash over the Cosmic Binding at first, but the timing were perfect from Mata.
Mind-blowing. There's the former professional support coming out in Deficio as he's just losing his mind. He almost left.
I mean, I would have missed the skill shot anyway, even though he TP'd on a ward.
Ridiculously well played. And Mata, I mean, yesterday we were asking some questions about his Thresh. Didn't necessarily look in the same league to what he was doing earlier on the likes of Alistair, but today, this Bard looks brilliant.
Fantastic to watch.
Yeah.
Obviously mechanically very, very gifted, so Bard is his kind of champion.
Oh yeah,
Also
and look, so many options as well.
I mean, the thing is, when you talk to players about playing against Mata, they all say, for some reason this guy is in every single lane at the same time. He's just everywhere on the map. He's in my jungle, he's clearing vision, he's sitting down vision, he's catching my teammates. Obviously not catching the player we're talking to because they never make any mistakes, but teammate does get caught out quite a few times. And it's a fantastic ability to just read the map from a single player. And while he's doing that, he's also hitting almost every single skill shot.
Precisely, and then it's his teamfight navigation that we haven't even spoken about yet, which has led RNG to so many victories here in the late game teamfights, namely against SKT the first time around. It was that late game. It was Whoosh on the Jhin as well, doing so much damage.
And we can see the plan there from SKT. Notice how every single member had grouped together when they rushed down to try and create one pick. They know they can never split up against the globals, but one more time, it failed. So there's another teleport used by Duke, meaning whichever lane he's sitting in is technically an empty lane for SKT right now because he doesn't have any threat. He's not going to push in a tower. And RNG can just match the teleporter against him and then just TP away from him. So he's just kind of trying to push out what he can, apply a little bit of pressure, and then go back and try and join the team. Whoosh should still not be sitting bot lane. You need to have your TPs on the side so you can push up every single lane at once. And when SKT is then defending all the tier 2 towers, they're obviously going to be spread out as well. Then you just set up a tower dive. You set up the bot ulti on the tower, you go straight for them with TPs, and there's nothing SKT can do to respond.
Well, Xiaohu for now just going to blow the ultimate, clear out the whole minion wave. Going to secure that 3 CS lead. There's now, like you said, Whoosh heading back down towards the bottom side of the map. And Duke, see what he can do as he tries to stop Looper and his onslaught towards the top side. He's ahead in farm by just a little bit. Does have the distortion enchantment on those boots, so I like it. So he can get involved in these team fights a little bit more often. One thing I was going to say to Fisio is, this is a comp that RNG are very used to going up against. This is what Beachy runs almost every single time if they can.
And you can see right here, they're not afraid.
Yeah,
pushing straight up.
Brute force, but SKT with a lot of comfort holding it as well. So we'll see what the differences are and how confident RNG are going to be moving towards the end of this mid game.
Well, so far SKT have honestly failed to execute the plays they were setting up. And that's why RNG is ahead in gold at this point here.
Yeah.
They were better at reacting at first, and then once they had to be the aggressive team, SKT were not in a position to really do anything and had to surrender even more kills. Now with this mid tower gone, we probably are going to see Xiaohu go to that side lane. They grouped all 5 together, didn't even have to use a teleport. Now Dragon, this is again where SKT can do something. They can set up these dragons, clear out the vision, start the dragon, so you have 5 men together and you know behind you, you have a few pink wards as safety. So okay, they cannot TP here, this push is safe as well. You know how you can position Bang, so you won't get instantly caught out by like a Ryze flying in and killing him. You can see where RNG is engaging from, and then you can start kiting back with this Lulu here.
Well, both Ryze and Echo had gone back to base, but now the Dragon has been started up one more time. Double teleport is available here
give it up
from
again.
RNG.
Oh,
no,
going for it.
Teleport's coming in very deep towards the bottom side. RNG going for a pincer move. Tempered Fate is available. There's Parallel Convergence. Wild Growth on a Faker very early on in this one as Wolf right in the backline. Juke tries to get the flank. Vengeful Maelstrom is massive. Faker locks down Xiaohu. This could be SKT's team fight as now Whoosh is doing what he can, but it's not quite enough. MLXG still here. They're still fighting. Whoosh is going to fall, and Juke's going to lock that one down. Very low health bars, but SKT, they pull out the miracle fight. They're looking like gods as Looper's the last man standing. He's trying to clean up. He gets Faker. Bang, still looking powerful. Does get himself a bit of a shield here. And Looper's looking like he will survive, but 1 for 4 is fantastic for the Koreans.
It didn't look like a fight RNG were looking for at first because they actually didn't even sit in base with the Ryze for home guard. It was just Looper TPing in after the Dragon had already died. So see here, TP comes in, rest of RNG's running down. No one is sitting in base getting home guards at this point. We are past 20 minutes. So it's a great start by SKT because they know they have vision behind them and they can just move Bang off the ramp and then defend him. He almost dies. He goes very, very low after everyone has tried to dive onto it. Look here, Bang, he's so close to dying. Yeah. But because everyone focused on him, it bought enough time for the tanks here, both the Trundle and the Maokai, to sit in the back line, get everyone low. But really, RNG here, they didn't have to take this fight. You have double TP, you have home guards. Sit in base if you know you're gonna fight that Dragon, home guard in, or before you start the Dragon, have a few more wards placed a little bit deeper. Because that was a ward in the river, Looper TP, so it was very easy for SKT to just kite backwards. As we talked about, they had the safe vision behind them, so they could see, okay, RNG is engaging from this side, we can walk up the ramp now, no one is coming from that side, and we can now protect our AD carry.
And Juke just had a free pass into the backline as well. Vengeful Maelstrom is so incredibly important to have against this Sivir, against the Ryze, with all of this AoE damage that's going to be flying around, and he was perfectly positioned.
Yeah, and we had also that moment in the game where SKT was still sitting with a mid laner who could deal enough damage. We also had 2 items at least completed by Bang. Yeah. So they hit some very good mid-game power spikes. And again, that was,
CDR for Bang.
It was perfect timing for SKT, honestly, to take that fight. And that's where RNG still needs to learn a little bit and be like, guys, we actually don't have to opt into this one. We don't have the proper setup. TP is not in the right location.
Yep.
Bang just hit his 2-item spike here. Give him that 1 Dragon.
Let's just calm down.
And then we can take the next one, or we can start playing the map without double TP and not just opt into a pure 5-on-5.
They also only used one of their teleports here. Xiaohu still has his. Void Staff now completed as well for the Ryze, so he's monstrous. Whoosh gonna get delivered the red buff, calculated as the Brambleback falls down. Now RNG moving towards the top side of the map. Lots of vision for the Chinese squad. MLXG, yeah, still able to take down through the trophy.
Big achievement for him.
Oh yeah.
Getting the award, getting a trophy for it.
Congratulations.
Yeah, there you go. Well done.
Oh, that's another red buff. And I believe Looper was going to pick that one up as well, so stealing that one away. Faker was back in base. You've got to teleport towards the bottom side of the map. Juke is about to have his back up. Distortion was picked up, so Looper won't have his for the next few seconds. See whether they can utilize this as Looper is going to make his way through. Parallel Convergence doesn't find anything. Little Ants also sails past unnoticed.
Distortion is such a key pickup for Duke here. It's very, very important that he has the lower
cooldown.
Oh,
Locks down Faker. Yeah, the culling is over the top there. It's Xiaohu right in the back line. Parallel Convergence locks up Faker again. He's dead. Unable to use the ultimate. And well, it didn't do enough there. It's banked towards the backside of this one. Whoosh, he's not exhausted anymore. And Looper is being a monster towards the backside of this one. Xiaohu still going forward. They've locked down Juke, who's going to try and turn it back around. Does take down Xiaohu, but Wolf's going to get destroyed by Looper. Whoosh with the double buffs. Duke says, nope, not going to do it. And RNG turned that one around.
2 for 4 team fight here. RNG.
MLXG wasn't even there. Well, the last half.
The last half of it, that's true. He was out of that one, but RNG basically finds a pick. We mentioned they got the Bard, Mara, the shot call, the man always starting the fights. No flash for Faker. They have the timing of the cooldown. Land the ulti. Duke is trying to be annoying here. Even as a GA, just to be even more annoying.
Whoosh does have the spell shield, not going to get locked down by the Twisted Advance. Duke tries to get the Arcane Smash, but Parallel Convergence locks him up. They're able to take down the Tree's Guardian Angel, We'll see whether they'll be able to finish this one off. Another spell shield comes in. Whoosh is unstoppable. MLXG locks down the kill.
But Duke bought enough time. He stopped the Baron. So, RNG knows that Faker has no flash. So if they ulti straight onto him, he can't get out of it in time. And that's how they can start the fight. Ryze came in from the flank. Beautiful setup by RNG, and they get first kill. Blank is doing what he can at this point. MLXG is out of the fight. He's recalling now. But Looper is still sitting in that back line. As soon as Faker dies, Bang is no longer a threat. And Looper could just sit there, take him out. But that is just a great use of bot ulti, but also knowledge of summoner cooldowns.
Yes.
Oh, Faker has no flash. Okay, he's gonna be our target. Not Bang, who can dash out of it or flash out of it. No, Faker is the target. And they time it so well with Xiaohu coming around the ramp, setting up that flank, and then having enough damage to kill Faker.
And they managed to get that pick as well, like you were talking about. So Faker unable to get the damage down in the fight, as you can see right there. Now has the Rabbidan's death cap. Faker looking a lot stronger now, but Infinity Edge is done by Whoosh, and this is where things get so scary. Looper has the QSS and 3 items, one of which is a Randuin's Omen. MLXG has one of them as well. Bang's crit's not going to be hurting nearly as much.
At
We'll
the point where
RNG can close this one out.
Trundle support late game is great if people do not have QSS and he has a lot of targets to pick. But when you have QSS on Looper, obviously means they're trying to lose a bit of value there.
Yep.
Looper is now going to call.
Speaking of which, yeah, the trophy is delivered. Looper is going to use his ult. They're trying to start this fight. Tempered Fate comes down. Parallel Convergence going to give him a shot. He's alive! Survives this one for now. Sonic Wave is there. MLXG holds onto it for now. That is something I have never seen him do.
And Duke was just walking down from top lane. He had no teleport.
Teleport available for Looper as well.
Now SKT needs to be careful. They don't overextend. Faker is fairly low on mana. He's trying to recall, cancel it. TP coming in.
MLXG does take this one through. That was an interesting maneuver as he safeguards towards lane. Oh my goodness, looking for the flash, but doesn't get it. Holds onto his kick at the same time as RNG trying to find a fight. And SKT dancing around it.
And Bang right there, he knows. If he stays too close, MLXG will just kick flash him. That means there's no reaction time from Bang, and therefore he just has to flash early. Same if a Gragas is like body slamming towards you, you just have to flash, because if he flashes there, you cannot react in time. And therefore MLXG got everything he wanted. No flash now for the carry. 3 items though for Bang. Faker as well. SKT are still in this game.
Oh, they most certainly are. Of course, you can see that gold lead. Looks like it's large for RNG, but look at those numbers on the side. That's 1,000, 2,000 gold at most. Nothing here for 32 minutes in this game. Either team will be able to find their way out. Of course, you look at the likes of Ryze, the likes of Sivir, and think late game power. But Faker with the flexibility of Lulu, Bang with his ice skating ability on this Lucian pickup. See what they can do, whether they can get any potential picks.
RNG right now deciding to give up the red buff because they have the Looper sitting top lane without a teleport. Duke can go up and hold that wave, and it actually gives SKT then a chance to get some Baron control. Everyone seems to just recall, reset the map, allowing RNG now, if they do have more wards, they only have a pink ward on Mara. This is the point where every back you just get pink wards if you are on RNG's side, because you can get river control, set up around that Baron, you know, start baiting SKT in a little bit. You have TP still on Ryze, and again, remember, double home guard TP in the late game.
Yeah.
If people have to blindly walk into a jungle to try and stop an objective, you have so many locations you can TP to. And if either Bang or Faker gets caught out in the start of the fight, SKT will lose that fight.
Ryze as well, Xiaohu now with the Guardian Angel completed. That's 4 items done for this Ryze. Probably just wants like a casual Rabbidan's Death Cap as item number 6. But he's pretty much done for things that he needs.
Yeah, and this is just a funny thing, again, when we look at the comps. Like, RNG's comp is where each individual player can do a lot. Like, each individual player have a lot of value. On the side of SKT, the players only have value when you put them together. Like, when you put the Lulu and the Lucian together.
Yeah, and this is why it's so interesting in reference to both of these teams as well, because you think of the hive mind that is SKT when they're playing like you'd expect. And RNG, known for mechanical skill and maybe some strategical errors sometimes.
But that's something they've really worked on. Very clearly coming into this. We've seen better lane swaps from them. We have seen much better understanding of when to go aggressive and when not to go aggressive. like some of the ways they're starting fights here is very, very high level, and that's obviously why this team is sitting as the #1 in the group.
Only CLG being able to find a victory over RNG, and that was overcoming a 17,000 gold lead. The LPL's RNG are looking so, so strong. Sonic Wave not going to find the mark as MLXG is looking for a way in, but bang, right up the front of this one, Trophy comes in. There's the on the hunt pop. They don't want this fight on the side of RNG, but Juke makes his way in towards the back line. Looper caught out of position, can't get into the magical journey, uses the ult, and it's only Bang that's caught out. Wolf now very, very low. And Looper with the parallel convergence doesn't do any more. Bang once again in the front of this fight. He's fantastic at playing so far up with the trust in Faker. They back away.
And right now, RNG are allowing SKT to group up and have all these individual players combine into a monster. The team fighting from SKT, when they are together, we know how good it is. And because RNG is not playing on sidelines with teleports.
Double teleport coming in now, though. Xiaohu has used his at the same time. RNG looking to try and stop this Baron. Looper, the flash forward, Bang, has to use his QSS. Looper over the top, taking a lot of damage. MLXG is going to have difficulty making it back into the fight. And SKT now, bit of a standoff.
And what I love so much about these Lulu compositions is once you get to late game, yeah, there might be great scaling on the other side, but if you can't get down that one carry, the Lulu team comp can just keep kiting and kiting and kiting and buying time, and eventually they will take you down.
Yeah.
Every member from RNG have to be so, so careful when they do engage, but at the same time, they can never hesitate. Because once you hesitate, SKT gets out of their main engage, and then they can start picking targets left and right.
Well, at the moment, you can see RNG, they stopped the Baron. Looper used his teleport, as did Xiaohu. Juke used his one before. So now a little bit more stationary are both of these teams for the next little while. Distortion Enchantment was completed by Looper, and Xiaohu doesn't quite have his just yet.
And this game is so close.
So close.
2 dragons each side, so no one is going to rush a 5 dragon here. Baron is where some of the teams are looking, not able to take it down, however. And we just see these 5-on-5 teamfights now because RNG were just sitting around mid lane before. Now they used both teleports to stop the Baron. Didn't get anything extra. And you might have some of the individual champions outscaling, but at the same time, you also got to look at Blank on this Graves, like late game when he's full items, is another carry.
Oh, yeah.
On the side of SKT, and you tend to forget him, because you're like, no, we need the other AD carry. This is the wrong one.
But if MLXG kicks Juke into their whole team,
then you win.
That is going to do a hell of a lot of damage, because that man has so much health.
Oh, wait, Duke? No, don't kick him into a team.
No, kick him into the enemy team.
I like that.
Kill them
Yeah.
with the big tree. There it is, though, the engage coming out. Duke right into the backline. Xiaohu flashes out of the way. Tempered Fate to break up this one as MLXG looking for a kick. Trying to get over the top. He nails Faker with it. Oh, and Looper gets the stun. Cosmic binding over the top.
Faker's dead.
Massive plays from RNG as Duke still trying to lock them up, but he can't do it. Mata is so good at League of Legends.
Just RNG are creating so many zones in these fights here. The ulti from Mata, the stun from Looper as well, connecting onto Faker in the end. And instantly you see the team ignore everyone else, rush for Faker, and they take him down.
The Baron is now under fire. 3,000 gold is the lead from RNG. Still only 3 turrets to 3. The big purple worm. Nothing SKT can do about it. They'll try and take a Constellation Dragon on the side. That will be their 3rd. But there's the Baron. You can hear the crowd going nuts as it creeps out to a 5,000 gold lead for RNG.
This was one of the best team fights I've ever seen. Look at this here from RNG's side. They know whenever they dive in, if they can't get the key target, you just disengage. So notice MLXG at first is going in, trying to find the carry, gets knocked up, and now, okay, disengage if you're RNG, just re-engage, wait one more time. The stun from Looper, straight onto Faker and Wolf, and instantly RNG, they all change target onto Faker, they take him down. Xiaohu is just trying to be a bit annoying on the side as well and forcing Bang out. Like, you always gotta look at those small movements, like Xiaohu staying there near Bang just means Bang can't hit anyone but him. And even if he does get too close, he just gets stunned by the Rise, and he gets taken down because Faker is already dead. So all these small movements from RNG, and very few teams in the world can execute a comp like this against a protected AD carry composition where you gotta land those key CC abilities.
Yeah, not to mention MLXG, who's now just a kickbot, honestly, in these fights, doing a heck of a lot of work. We have found out as well that Mata was able to get down more damage than Faker that fight, so if you shut down this Lulu, doing good things for RNG, of course. Faker had no real opportunity to get any damage down with how RNG played that one.
But there was a misplay by Faker. Stepping into that
Parallel
stun
convergence
from Looper. It's hard to navigate in these fights, a lot of things going on. Faker always keeping track of where Bang is. He's almost playing two characters at once because he needs to always be close enough to Bang. And then he just steps into the stun and instantly he's the target. That's Baron for RNG.
Bang once again with a 0 lifesteal build out of this Lucian. Will be building the Mercurial Scimitar, so he'll grab some more in the end. But look at Whoosh, he's got a Bloodthirster, just ignoring the Mercurial Scimitar completely. His use of the spell shield has been fantastic, but he has no fear right now.
It's just Duke really going for Whoosh every time, and even then Duke can never just dive straight to the back line because he's trying to peel for his carry. I mean, as a Sivir here, you're free to hit every single one, and that's one of the very underrated things about Sivir, is the fact that in these late game fights, yeah, she might not take down the tank like really, really fast, but she's constantly hitting everyone behind the tank as well. So if the tank is trying to peel for his AD carry, he actually just sets up the Sivir, boomerangs and ricochets to move on and hit multiple targets. And if he moves away from that carry, well, then there's no front line. So it's very hard for Duke to position and stop Whoosh from dealing extra damage.
Well, you can see Bang actually still doing a fair bit of work. Looper takes about half of his health bar there, but the inner turret falls down. RNG get what they're looking for. 5 turrets to 3 now. The global gold advantage is starting to eke ahead. 7,000 now. Approximately the lead here for RNG.
And I really like this build from Xiaohu with the Garden Angel. I think it's such a good item on Rise. You're staying very, very close, and you need to be able to get multiple rotations off in these fights. It's not just go in and do one rotation, then run away and start recalling. No, you have to be able to stay close enough, and you constantly wait for that one CC to land. It might be Xiaohu flashing forward with a Rune Prism, then the rest of the team following up. As an example, Faker has no cleanse, no QSS, obviously, no Mikhails either from Wolf, so if they manage to get onto Faker, there's actually nothing that can save him.
Oh, Bang actually throwing out the culling here, just trying to get some damage down onto the RNG members. MLXG, of course, utilizing the safeguard, gets himself out of trouble there as Wolf is trying to lock him down with the pillar. Duke and Looper battling it out for now. 80 CS is the lead, approximately here for Duke towards the top side of the map. So Looper not being able to farm quite as much as this big old tree. As Bang dances over the wall. Mata actually has to flash out of the way. QSS used, gets rid of the stun. You can feel it, this game, despite the fact that there is a relatively large gold lead for RNG,
it's still
it means
close.
Basically nothing.
Yeah, it is still very close. One bad team by RNG are getting caught out and it can be lost.
Yeah, QSS actually already used here out of Looper. Mata, no flash. Looper, no flash. And pings down into the mid lane here for RNG. Baron still with a couple of seconds. Actually, no, I believe it's worn off.
Yeah.
So they got one inner turret.
SKT is gonna play for those 5 dragons here. Another one spawning soon. We talked and talked and talked about how important it is for SKT to always set up these objectives in advance so they know there's no ward behind them. Have a few key pink wards where you can always basically clear yourself a path you can run to when you are disengaging. And we see how confident Bang is diving forward now. Getting a few hits down, he knows the team is behind him, and if he's the target, well, he has QSS, he has Faker's ulti. So they actually want him almost to tank.
Yeah.
And Faker just has to stay safe in the back. He cannot get locked down one more time.
Whoosh. Now going to head back. We'll see whether he can finish that Mortal Reminder or Dominic's Regard, depending on what he wants to grab. Mortal Reminder is the choice here. I like that a lot if he's going to be fighting Duke, who has a lot of sustain in the passive and the Grasp of the Undying. That's 6 items for the Sivir. There's not much more terrifying than that if you can get into auto attack range.
How about a Lucian getting buffed by Lulu?
Oh, yeah.
No.
He doesn't have his Mercurial Scimitar just yet, though.
That's true.
We'll have that conversation when that happens.
Thanks.
And in a 1v1, I would definitely choose Bang at this stage in comparison to Whoosh. We've got to dance around, avoid the boomerangs, but SKT now setting up for this Dragon. 25 seconds and 1:21 on the Baron. The calm before the storm, Deficio. That's what I'm feeling. The air's getting heavy.
Yeah, SKT really needs to secure this Dragon here to get towards the 5. But RNG knows this. So you can already see now, look here. Just in the tri-bush near the bottom lane, there's a few walls being placed. The reason there's so many walls being placed in the same location is in case SKT puts down a pink ward in the tri-bush, it won't see the ward on the other side of the wall here. And if they put a pink ward, obviously, or sweep on the other side, they won't see the 2 across the wall here, down towards the river. So there are multiple walls basically being like we need to be able to TP here, no matter what. We have to be able to TP there, and SKT are saying we don't want to start the Dragon just yet, because they don't know how many wards are behind them, and you always have to respect it.
Well, Lupa's moving in. Not going to be quite there just yet. The culling comes down one more time as Cosmic Mighting tags Bang for now. RNG setting up to try and counter off this Dragon pickup. Base dive comes in. Lupa actually just sneaks past SKT. They do lock down the Dragon and immediately back away. SKT say, nope, not anymore.
Don't want to risk it. Again, they can wait.
9 seconds on the Baron.
RNG's just recalling here. Who's recalled it? Well, SKT can rush the Baron.
Well, it is up in 1 second.
Oh,
we'll
they
see
don't
whether
know.
they started immediately. RNG, they're pinging it furiously right now. SKT, they have started it off. This is going to melt at the hands of this team. Scrying orbs are going to need to be used. There it is, but it's down so incredibly low. They want to find the steal here. It's 10-bit bait, not quite enough. They've locked down the Baron, but what can happen now? RNG looking for more.
Bang!
They're all the way into the backline. Bang! Now getting caught up by Lupa. He does use the chrono break to get himself out. That's the kill. Rise there at the same time. Baker's dead. Lupa just stopping Blank from doing anything, and RNG, they want to get the 2-0 against Korea. Wolf's dead. Blank has to fall down now. What a team fight out of RNG.
And it all starts with SKT just rushing the Baron. Mara is chasing Duke. This fight is never gonna end. But he's just trying to stop some recalls. So the rest of the team, look at the minions here in the bottom lane.
Xiaohu just going to ignore the mid lane inhibitor turret. MLXG with a fair bit of damage now at the same time. Warrior Enchant, Black Cleaver. Sterix Gage there as well as a Hex Drinker, so he's going to be smacking this thing. As Xiaohu going to clean out the inhibitor at the same time. So 20 seconds on Faker. Bit less there for Bang. I don't think they'll be able to finish the game here, but the base is broken. SKT with only one Baron.
That was so scary though, because SKT got to pick up that Baron, just rushing it. Everyone from RNG recalled. We'll be able to take a mid tower as well with this massive wave. But Bang, he charged forward straight into another stun from Looper. Had to use early QSS, and then the rest of the team could chase him. So this is just the Baron going down, SKT gets it, and then look here. Bang gets stunned instantly. Lupa is still sitting on him, slowing him down, and now Vush finds an opening to actually go in as the AD carry. Multiple crits in a row, takes him down, and now the damage is gone by SKT.
Vush does die, but this is just cleanup, and you were talking about the fact that this is a team so reliant on having all of the pieces working together. When one of them falls down, it's just not quite enough. We do have a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. That mid inner turret is definitely going to fall down, but RNG now in the driver's seat, despite the fact that they cannot now go for that Baron buff. It's 3 dragons apiece. The gold is what, 5,000? And there's an inhibitor now down on the bottom side of the map. SKT still definitely not out of it.
And we keep seeing so much respect for each team composition. It's never like, okay, we're 5k gold ahead, we have what we need, just force a team fight. No, everything now. After RNG made that mistake at the Dragon early on in the game, they learned. They're like, okay, never rush into a fight without any vision beforehand.
Yeah.
This one here around the Baron, with Bang charging out of it, it's such a tough decision because you want to get out of the Baron pit as fast as possible so you don't get locked down in the Baron pit itself. But Bang then jumping out of it meant the rest of the team couldn't follow. So once he had to like flash away and try and kite away, it allowed Vush, another AD carry, to kill him. That should never happen, but it showed because it was such a crazy fight.
Yeah. This just in, we have found out Faker accidentally alt-tabbed. So we are going to be back onto the Rift ASAP. It happens. I do it all the time. I have it on full screen mode as well, so it takes forever.
Takes a long time to tap back into the game for Faker.
Yeah, well, as we can see, looking down at the items, I mean, there's barely anything to finish up here. Even Lupa has himself a Mercurial Scimitar, so it's looking so similar. This is going to be the longest best-of-5 series ever next weekend. Of course, this is a preview, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be one of the best.
Yeah, it's 47 minutes into this game. 6 items apiece for everyone, and it's sort of like, I don't know, you get to just, why don't we just put them into the game at this stage? Just get 6 items on everyone. You guys can just duke it out. We are going to see an unpause very, very soon.
Would be the play-by-play dream.
It would. It would. Just team fights everywhere, Deficio. You'd love it too. Don't you lie to me.
I'm getting very excited here. That is true. These fights are insane. Watching RNG set up the fights and SKT trying to kite their way out of it.
The blue buff used to be there for a second.
Yeah, we need to change that. We need the buffs to scale with the champions. Give them some items as well.
Yeah, exactly. Give him a Warmogs, please. Xiaohu looks too easy.
All right, so we're back one more time. Where
set the stage for us, Officio.
Well, SKT, again, are looking for an objective where they can, as we talked about, set up the vision, set up the correct fight for them, avoiding multiple flanks. And because they lost that last dragon, delayed them going towards 5, which was one of the openings for SKT to always force fights around that dragon. But honestly, they had to just give it up because they couldn't, like, SKT can never really rush straight at RNG without knowing where everyone is on the map. But one more time, one bad team fight, even though you're 5k gold ahead and the game is over.
And as you can see, MLXG sold his Hex Drinker. He wants a Guardian Angel himself. There's Bang running forward one more time. Whoosh actually tanking a lot of that culling. This Bang does so much damage now with 6 items. 6-item Lucian, one of the most devastating AD carries.
I mean, you can pick a lot of different hyper carries and say this guy will deal more damage.
For different reasons, right?
Different reasons, but what Lucian can do is he can play so aggressive because he has so much mobility with the 40% cooldown reduction. And when you then add in a Lulu to protect him, you almost make him hyper carry just like that, and he can sit there, dance around in the front line. But as we saw in that last fight at the Baron, Bang can never separate himself from Faker. That's what happened. It meant that SKT lost the fight. And Lupa has been landing some very, very key stunts in this game.
Well, teleport actually going to be used here. SKT going for a team fight. On the hunt has been popped. Xiaohu maybe caught out of position right now. Bang finally found his way in, but there's a tempered fate. Martin's locked them all down. Parallel convergence one more time as Faker better positioning this time around. Xiaohu is going to have that Guardian Angel pop, but Bang right in the front line. Has to be so careful. Chrono Break comes down. Wolf and Juke just 1v. Oh my God, Whoosh is going to fall down. Wolf did die, but Bang just kiting left, right, and center. Whoosh is the dead one. Wolf down as well, but now SKT. This is their team fight.
Such a good setup by SKT, TPing in with Duke. Everyone has to focus him, and then Bang. Suddenly, he's safe. He knows there's no one flanking him. He can still there. He can deal the damage. He can dance around. Had to use QSS. Had no flash for the fight, though, and SKT still managed to keep him alive.
Yeah, they've got so much turret damage here as well. SKT are going to be able to take down this inhibitor. Can they get more? Whoosh and Lupa both dead. Xiaohu, no Guardian Angel. And they're looking to try and finish the game. Blank is going to get stunned up. Xiaohu, look at it! Explodes the Graves as the kick out comes onto Bang. The Wild Growth is there as Duke tanking up this turret. There's the Tempered Fate, just making sure they keep the turret alive. Xiaohu in there as well. Is going down very, very low. Duke trying to stay alive. MLXG gets the kick onto Bang.
They defend it now. Bang going down was the last member SKT needed to take down the tower. Instead, they have to run.
MLXG trying to tank things up. Faker's damage not quite as high at this stage of the game. Teleport coming down. Xiaohu, he's going to teleport in. They want to find the kill onto the Lulu.
They're pinging the base right now. There's loads of minions. If you look at the top lane, Superman, Faker's hiding.
You cheeky devil.
This is huge for SKT if they get the recall off them. Nope, not finding it. But
Lupa's
SKT
gonna take down the turret.
Have to still defend now. The recalls, if that had been interrupted by Mata, RNG might have had a chance to finish the game.
Still, it's 6,000 gold. The inhibitor turret falls down, but the bottom lane inhibitor is going to respawn for SKT before that mid lane inhibitor does for RNG. Slight advantage here. And now 4th Dragon's available for both sides. RNG probably will be able to grab this one.
Yeah, no Bang alive for another 10 seconds. SKT in their protect AD carry comp is not looking to fight without AD carry.
No, Faker wants to be able to take down that blue buff, does so easily. Lupa says, damn it, not allowed to build damage anymore on this champion. As 4th Dragon goes down, RNG now holding the cards. As far as that 5th Dragon win condition is concerned, Whoosh grabs himself a red buff and we'll have another reset. Blank has sold an item and grabbed himself the Infinity Edge.
We like it.
Yeah, love it. MLXG is looking over and saying, oh, I love it when I do that.
Get the 10 bullets from the Graves. Very, very good for constantly resetting his cooldown as well. On his quick draw. And is constantly allowing him to build up more resistances and be more mobile in his fights. Because he's the guy who has to also rush in towards the backline. He was the guy who took down Bush in the last team fight. Because Bang, it's hard for him to be the man. reaching the enemy AD carry. Send in Blank instead.
Well, Phantom Dancer is now picked up for Whoosh as well, so a little bit more survivable here against the big tanks from SKT when they're trying to land on top of him. Zonya's Hourglass done for Xiaohu here as SKT steal away the blue buff. Was Faker that grabs his second in a very short amount of time. Parallel Convergence coming in here as Lupa looking to start something potentially. RNG going to have to be very, very careful. SKT showing that they can team fight with them at this stage of the game against some very powerful late game threats. It doesn't matter when you've got this sort of synergy, this sort of control, and MLXG has to safeguard its way out. Massive damage here lands onto Bang as just the tip of the boomerang is going to take away his shield.
Very hard for RNG to start a fight here because they have no teleport, so they can't really set up a proper flank. SKT, they know it, so that's why they're constantly hovering around the Baron. They have the control. You need to now face check towards them.
Waves as well in fantastic position here for SKT. Xiaohu just running at them. He's going to get slowed down by the pillar, and they're still holding on, not deciding to fully commit as SKT moves towards the Baron.
No flash for Bang and Faker.
Oh, Looper over the top, lots of damage on MLXG. And once again, playing footsies.
They got the Sivir ulti here by SKT moving forward one more time.
Yeah, another pillar comes down, Bang, caught for a second. Bang gets Blank, but not the priority targets. That's another miss on the stun from Looper. Wolf trying to get more done. Mata, Bale flashes over the top. Blank able to lock down the support. Wild Growth comes in and SKT, they look fantastic in this fight. Looper, Chrono breaks his way out, but cannot finish off the AD carry, and Blank as well doing so much work. Xiaohu's dead. Blank as well stays alive.
That's gonna be it.
And this will be game SKT. They finally find the team fight they're looking for.
Duke is just buying time here. Rest of SKT rushing straight into the base. They have minions on top side. I don't even think they need them. It's just one tower and Bang is straight on it.
Yep, already taking this one down. SKT in the 54-minute game are able to take out this one. Teleport comes down. Whoosh trying to clean up. Gets a crit towards the end there. That was a heck of a lot of damage, but SKT will be able to deal with him. And the Nexus falls. What an incredible game. Make sure you pencil in about 8 hours for that best of 5, because that is 2 of the longest games of this whole week.
But that could be one of the best of 5s you have ever seen.
So incredibly good.
Such a high-level game with team fighting. Both teams looking for the fights, but different kind of ways. You know, one team want to flank, want to get into the carry. The other team want to protect that carry. And Bang is just dancing around. He had no QSS in the last fight, and then Mata just missed the ulti. And suddenly SKT.
And then the parallel convergence as well, not quite there. It sort of relies on these abilities being layered.
And suddenly SKT kept the AD carry alive, managed to take down the key targets. Blank was just sitting in the backline of RNG every single time. But what a game.
So incredibly good. And look, it does mean that SKT might be holding a little bit of momentum moving in to that semi-final, but only evening things out with RNG. Both of these squads just looking so well matched moving into this semi for very different reasons to Fischio. And the picks and bans, the possibilities in these games is just going to be so incredible to watch. Kind of want them to stay on stage and start doing it now. We've got
just
some
play
time,
one more.
right?
Why not?
We're supposed to have tiebreakers today to Fischio. We just play one, right? Make it this a best of 3.
I mean, insane game.
So good.
Last, 30 minutes was just crazy team fights.
Yeah, and jockeying for position as well. Both teams trying to get the fight exactly where they want it to be. In the end, it was SKT, but honestly, even that could have gone either way based on where those skill shots are landing.
Yes.
Who's going to be picking up what? And look, it was an interesting comp out of RNG. They ran the lease in when there were other options available. It was definitely, they had a clear plan, but things were changed up. And we might see that things could be very different moving forward.
They definitely drafted a composition that could deal with the protect AD carry compositions, as we saw in some of the fights, but in the end, SKT pulls up a beautiful team fight and win the game.
Yeah, it was absolutely stunning. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down the SKT win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And can I just start by saying, 5 more games of that? Yes, please.
Another game would have been great. When we paused, I was like, maybe they get a remake.
Is anyone even mad? Yeah. If this doesn't get you excited about the bracket stages and particularly this matchup, I don't know what will. Let's get working through this because there was so much that was happening throughout this game. I mean, we start off with just the fact that these two teams did go to certain types of play styles. You're looking for MLXG on Lee Sin, looking to make a play. On the flip side, you've got Faker on Lulu, going back to what SKT does so well, putting Lulu behind Bang.
Yeah, I love this pick, Ben, because both teams are playing to their strength. I mean, RNG are just throwing the gauntlet. They're like, we are better than you mechanically, and we're going to prove it in this game. Give us Lee Sin, give us Bard. We're just going to take the fight to you. And in typical style, SKT are just like, we are reserved, we are consistent, and we're just going to protect the Bang AD carry comp like we have for the last year and a half.
And you and I kept saying during the game that Royal just, man, I think they're going to lose now because they can't win a team fight. They shouldn't be able to win these team fights because SKT got their creme de la creme team fight composition here, and they're up against a Lee Sin. And they kept actually almost losing.
They found ways. So let's start with the first blood into the first 3 kills. And this is exactly what it goes back to your point, Spawn, that you just made, how RNG can find ways to get these early kills and put the early pressure down. And they're in the right spot at the right times.
Yeah, this early game was actually a nightmare. But 2 lanes are losing, mid and bottom, quite hard. But what do RNG do? They say, we can make a play here. All of a sudden, they bait in the team fight. MLXG arrives just in time to save his AD carry. And by God, can the kid play Lee Sin?
This is only, wait until we're going to move forward.
Going because he hits level 6 throughout this engagement. There's a spectator bug right now showing him 1. He actually pings level 6. Then he's able to go up and catch Faker.
Yeah, he's going to hit 6 off these minions here.
As
Boom.
Xiaohu was roaming down from the lane. And by the way, Xiaohu was down about 20 CS in the mid lane, so they really needed this kill on a Faker. Kicked into a Bard stun. Like, this was, this early on in the game saving, because this play allowed all of the other series of events to happen.
All right, so this is just the setup for the game because it started to look good for RNG at this point. We are going to throw it down to Shox for an interview. We will come back and break down the rest of this crazy game as it happens. Shox, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dash. I'm joined here by Blank, jungler for SKT after that crazy, crazy game. Congratulations. The first thing I have to ask you about is in those late game team fights that were absolutely crazy, what was your win condition? What was your main focus in those fights?
우선 승리를 축하드리고요. 이제 후반 한타 때 정말 엄청나게 치열한 한타가 계속 벌어졌었는데 그때 SKT1 팀의 한타를 설계한 게 어떻게 설계하려고 했었는지 승부 포인트 어땠었는지 말씀해 주세요.
그때 라이즈랑 시비르 풀체크가 제일 중요했고요. 만약에 라이즈랑 시비르가 풀이 없다면 마오카이 뒤텔로 트런들 기둥이랑 이니시를 확 걸면서 딜러진으로 걸면서 한타를 계속 설계했던 것 같아요.
So we were focusing on checking whether Ryze or Sivir had flash or not. And when they didn't have flash, we would have Maokai teleport backwards and then start the fight with either Maokai or Trundle's like that skill, you know, that wall skill. Yeah.
The pillar?
Yeah. The pillar, yeah. And so yeah, we were just focusing on whether Sivir or Ryze had flash or not, and if not, just initiate the fight.
Sounds simple enough, but not as easy in practice. The game was very similar to the last time you played RNG, and it came down to a long game with a lot of team fights. That time you didn't win. What for you was different about this game that did allow you to come back?
이번 RNG와의 경기가 지난번 1차전과 비슷하게 후반 한타에 모든 게 갈린 듯한 그런 양상이 펼쳐졌었는데 지난번에는 졌지만 이번에는 결국 이겼습니다. 그래서 블랭 선수한테는 지난번 경기 때는 못했지만 이번 경기 때는 어떻게 그걸 가능하게 돼서 이긴 건지 좀 설명해 주세요.
그때는 조금 초반에 저도 실수를 많이 하고 그랬는데 저도 좀 초반에 이번 판도 실수하긴 했지만 좀 중후반 한타 쪽으로 많이 가도 저희가 마오카이 정말 후반 한타 때도 좋고 뭐 다른 챔프들도 저희 팀이 꿀리지 않는다고 생각해서 조금 후반 한타가 가도 집중력 발휘해서 이겼던 것 같아요.
So like for both games, the first and second game, I made a lot of mistakes during the early game, but I think the main difference was our champion composition. Like we had Maokai, who's very strong during late team fights, and also our all other champions, we had very good synergy. So I think we had faith in our team comp, and we thought if we could drag this to late game, we'd be able to win the game.
You mentioned your own mistakes in that particular game. Of course, there were a lot of eyes on your performance, especially during the kind of losing streak. I'd love to know how you reflect on your own performance in the group stage blank.
그 이제 본인이 이제 지금 경기 초반에 실수를 좀 했다고 말씀하셨는데 아무래도 지금 2일차랑 3일차에 좀 SKT 팀이 지면서 좀 많은 이제 좀 자책을 했을 것 같은데 그 이틀 동안에 본인의 그 경기를 어떻게 평가하시나요? 연패하는 동안에.
정말 그때는 제가 정신을 못 차렸던 것 같고요. 사실 그 4연패를 한 그 주차에 커뮤니티를 전혀 보지 않았어요. 좀 욕이 많을 것 같아서. 근데 응원해 주신 분들도 많았고 그래서 좀 더 힘이 나서 좀 잘했던 것 같습니다.
While we were on a very horrible losing streak, I think I was like out of my mind. I wasn't fully focused. And during that time, I didn't check any like internet forums or like Reddits or events because I was afraid of what might be in there. But there were a lot of people who were cheering for me, and I just put it back up, and I was able to play better.
Smart move, not checking all those things and focusing on the performance. Two more questions. First up, of course, the two games you've played already versus RNG were incredibly close, and now you get to play them in a best of 5. What are your expectations for the match?
그 RNG와 예선에서 붙은 두 경기 모두 다 정말 치열했는데요. 이번엔 4강에서 5판 3선승제로 이제 붙게 되었습니다. 그 준결승을 어떻게 예상하시나요?
저희가 다전제는 제가 주전으로 뛴 다전제는 다 이겼었거든요. 그래서 저희 팀이 정말 다전제 조금 강하다고 생각해서 저희 팀이 질 것 같지 않아요.
When I was playing as a starter for this team, we didn't lose. We won all of our best of 5 matches, best of 3, best of 5 matches. So I'm confident that our team is very strong in those best of 5 matches, and I think we can win it.
If anything, it's going to be a fantastic match quickly because this is the last match of the group stage. The other semifinal is the Flash Wolves versus CLG. Can I get a prediction from you and why each team will win?
그럼 반대편 4강 대진에서 이제 CLG랑 이제 플래시 롤스 팀이 붙는데 그쪽에서는 누가 이길 것 같은지 참 조심스레 예측을 좀 해주세요.
그 두 팀 다 엄청나게 잘하는 팀이고 그래서 예측이 좀 힘들긴 하겠지만 아무래도 지금 제가 생각하기에는 CLG의 원딜인 스틱스인가요? 네, 그 선수가 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 조금 CLG가 이기지 않을까 생각합니다.
It's really hard to predict because both teams are really strong. But if I had to choose, I think CLG's ADC, Stixay, he's really good. So CLG might have an upper hand at this point, and they will win.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Blank, on making it to the semifinal with SKT as well up against RNG. And it will be the Flash Wolves versus CLG. And according to Blank, 6A is going to be the deciding factor. More praise for the AD carry for CLG. Now you guys go ahead and talk more about that crazy game.
They're talking about confidence, right? Confidence in their best of 5s as a team, that they have won every best of 3 and best of 5 that he has played in. Well, confidence, more of that's going to come from winning this game over RNG, the team that you're going to have to win this best of 5 to move along in the playoff series.
And I think the way they went back on a team composition that was very successful for them in the LCK, rather than the team composition they played at the start of the day that had a Soraka support, that actually, even though they had a convincing win, wasn't as convincing for me for their chances in a best of 5. But when they can win and play well, playing their style that they've played all year, that's more promising for them in the bracket stage.
Well, let's talk about something quickly. You have the best assassin player of all time in the mid lane, and you say, you are that good that you can play utility around a superstar AD carry, and we're going to out-team fight a team-fighting team that I have not seen the likes of ever in League of Legends. That was honestly a beautiful performance from SKT's entire team. Every single cog in that machine has to work, otherwise Lee Sin's getting picked. I mean, the Civ is three-shotting your AD carry if they're ever out of position. That is super impressive.
Absolutely no small feat to have taken this victory off of RNG. Now I want to hop back into some clips and watch these team fights. You talk about out-team fighting, a team-fighting team, but they went both ways. Let's jump right back into it. 25 minutes into the game, we saw a fight around the Dragon Pit. This one does go in the way of SKT, but it was close.
I thought this was the last team fight we were going to have, because 25 minutes is generally when Lee Sin comps start falling off, but SKT are able to pick this one up.
Yeah, and when the initiation wasn't clean for RNG, this is what looked tragic. They couldn't quite kill Bang with all the damage they threw at him. Look at how low he gets. But when that didn't happen and RNG pretty much all died for this fight, I believe Faker died at the very end, it felt like, oh, okay, they have the death ball composition with Lucian now, it's over. But that actually wasn't the case.
No, not at all. But this, this
Looper
fight
was a
here,
monster in this entire game.
He really was. He really was picking up an extra kill here and managing to get out on the back end of it, of all things. It was some great echo plays we saw as well. And we don't have a replay of this, but we saw that one situation where he almost got caught out in the mid lane. And he used his ultimate back into a Bard ult, into a parallel convergence to get out and live while the rest of the team took the dragon. I mean, just wildly impressive individual play from that player.
Yeah, and the funny thing is people never used to rate Looper. Like, he's just a team fighting player. They tell him what to do. He's got no individual talent.
He did team fight well this game. Although, you know what's really funny?
What? What's really funny?
He died to the turret before that.
That was so painful to watch.
I wonder if the experience that Bang got, because Bang got credit for that kill, was enough to keep him alive in that fight. It could have happened.
We will go back and watch that tonight, I'm sure. We'll ruminate over it. Now let's fast forward. Let's move ahead, because this is where things kind of swing back into RNG's favor. In the mid lane, a fight, plus the Baron on the back end of this one.
Yeah, and let's just see exactly what we're talking about here, because
this fight was amazing to me.
Like, Bang is just playing this so well, but Looper dives onto him. And honestly, that zone created from the
Focus
Bard
on Bang in the back, because I was expecting him to kind of wreck this fight, especially when you consider that Whoosh wasn't really in the mess of things, but...
Looper, the one-man front line, like zoning, it's just incredible control of the fight.
Yeah, like, essentially the Bard ultimate into the Echo stun is what bought them a front line, right? That they didn't necessarily, that SKT would have greatly outclassed them in, and it allowed Whoosh safety in the back of the fight to get all of his damage out.
So the way I think about it, right, is Lucian actually hits the closest target, and with that zone in front of him of the Bard ult versus the parallel convergence, he can't hit anyone. Whereas Siva hits the nearest target, and then it hits the back line, which is why we value Ricochet so high in this team fight. So even though there's a big zone for both of the AD carries, one of them can hit no one for like 3 seconds, and Whoosh can just lay into Duke, and it chunks out everyone else still.
Yeah, and when these fights have like really long sustained damage, a lot of times the Lucian and Lulu comps just work because, you can't burst a Lucian. Lucian kills you so quickly, but they had enough sustained damage that they were able to kind of cycle through the Lulu shields and still win the fights.
Right, so at this point, RNG've got the Baron. They managed to get an inhibitor. Things are starting to look like maybe we can close it out, but we know we're still gonna have to fight SKT at least one more time. They end up having to fight him a couple more times. Let's take a look at the very, very final fight here that SKT manages to pick up the victory off of.
Oh boy, trying to pull back in my memory what the critical moments for this one were, because Whoosh almost manages to carry this fight, but the big thing is RNG doesn't get the right zones in this one, and Bang is actually able to do a bunch of damage on its side of the fight. I think that's the biggest difference.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bang gets good positioning. And
another flash in by Whoosh.
Yeah. Whoosh is like playing an assassin kind of role, and people are just flashing away from him everywhere. Looper and Whoosh, live through the entirety of this. Actually even get a couple of kills for himself, I think, on the back end, but it's just not enough.
The margin of error on this fight is so slim. If Echo would have landed a few more shots, if Lee Sin Kick would have hit a few more people, those people that walked away from Whoosh with one hit left would have been an ace on the other side, but because SKT was able to outplay that final fight, they win the game.
And my praise of the SKT lineup the whole time, we took it back because they weren't burning summoner spells, but Bang, as soon as he sees Whoosh flashes as well, because he gets an auto attack, ricochet reset that crits both times, and would have killed him if one more auto attack comes through. So once again, you just got to credit the SKT lineup. In these high pressure situations, they generally do not make the mistakes that cost you games.
All right, so we've worked our way through this best of one game. Now let's imagine, we don't have to imagine the world. We are living in the world where we're going to get a best of 5 of these same two teams.
Yep, I can't wait.
I mean, looking ahead though, we imagined that both these teams would try hard, and that's exactly what they did in this situation, Jat. So coming away from this game, what new information, if any, have we learned from this game moving ahead to that best of 5?
I learned that if RNG gets to late game team fights with an inferior composition, they can match SKT. So if they prioritize their drafts more heavily around just getting to team fights, that I think is their window to beat SKT in, because they went for the early game, it got neutralized by SKT, and then they still almost won. So I think they would kind of drop the target bans on Wolf, then just put both supports on big team fighting supports, both junglers on team fighting junglers, and just go for it.
Yeah, I think that what I've learned is that someone has to throw a curveball because both of these games have gone to 55 minutes, and even though SKT won one and RNG won the other, neither team was very solid in their victory as much as you want to talk about it. So someone has to, at least for one of these games, say, let's go early game, or, let's play a siege comp, because playing 5v5 team fighting comps at 55 minutes are way too close to call.
And there's also the X factor that SKT, the longer the tournament goes on, the better they get throughout history. So even though they are the number 4 seed, I don't even think they're the underdog coming into the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this game was close, but you bring up a good point. Let's remember the first game between these two teams was close as well. So I am more than excited to see them play. But we're going to take a step back and look at the week overall. We've polled our analysts to get their take and have put together our all-tourney team of the Midseason Invitational group stage. So starting in the top lane, we have RNG's Looper.
Yeah, so this was really just trying to decide who played the best in the group stage. And if that last game was an example, obviously both top laners played great, but Looper just seemed to be making some incredible plays. His TP timings this entire tournament were very good. In a tournament where top laners were having trouble getting to the team fights in the right time, and his laning was strong too.
Yeah, that's what it was for me. So many top laners, Darshan, Duke, have team fought relatively well, but Looper's got the laning phase to go along with it, and for me, has been the all-star.
This was really close. Darshan, for me, was incredibly close to getting this, but I had to give it to Looper.
All right, we move to the jungle. No surprise, we're going to find MLXG. This guy,
spicy hot pot. This guy plays everything. So many champions, and this is a worry because his Graves was great in Italy and Kindred, but he also has Elise in the Elise. He just plays everything at such a high level.
Yeah, he's able to make the right decision in an early game almost all the time. So that's his biggest strength, as well as being able to team fight on Lee Sin, which is a little bit impressive.
Yeah, I think the most incredible thing for me regarding him is how he has separated himself from the rest of the Nidalees in the tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to move to the mid lane. Xiaohu, more RNG.
Yeah, no surprises. They did go 8-2 in the group stage, almost 9-1, and both of those games that they lost were winnable. And Xiaohu was very close to me with Maple because they both played tremendously, but I had to give the edge to Xiaohu because he just seemed to have that extra gear, both on the Blanc and on Azir.
Yeah, and that's what it was to me, the Azir. I mean, we've seen so many Azirs picked up and it's won so many games, but Xiaohu just does things with that champions that are absolutely disgusting, to be honest. And we've seen him team fight, we see him generate picks. He's just a good young player.
In the ADC role, it's not just the analysts who think it, the players think it too. Stixxay.
Yeah, and I have to admit I was wrong, because I would not have called this beforehand. In fact, Stixxay, I probably would have put you towards the bottom half of this group. However, Stixxay has silenced all critics worldwide, not North America, not in China, just everyone in the world has to acknowledge that this guy is legit.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd be a liability, but I didn't think he'd have the performance he had here. Obviously, Stixxay himself credits the rest of his team, which is very true. Aphromoo plays range supports to give him advantages in the laning phase, and they TP very aggressively to protect the bottom lane, which other teams were attacking. But especially in that last G2 game, attacking him doesn't work very well, and they were ready for it every step of the way, so well-deserved on Stixxay to get this spot.
Yeah, the team makes the man. However, in our final position, the support, perhaps the man makes the team. Mata.
Yeah, this was another one that was really close between Aphromoo, but it's depending on what you value the most in the support role. And Mata was the initiator for a lot of these things, whereas Aphro was reacting to the initiations. And Mata was just world-class this entire time.
And that's what I'm going to say. Aphro will save you a game, Mata will win you a game. He is just so damn aggressive on every support pick he plays. And Aphro had some great plays against Faker with that Janna. He's got this deep range champion pool, but Mata for me, even without crediting, shot calling, all of that, just the individual play this guy brings to the Rift is so good.
Now that's just the alternate team for the group stage. Do you guys have a dark horse, an individual for the bracket stage that you think might be able to step up, challenge one of these guys in a role, and make a case for being the best in his position?
I've got a dark horse for you. A young man named Faker. He might be able to step up in a best of 5
who
against
is not
RNG.
on this list? There could be a really good player.
Yeah, there might be
actually,
one.
that's a good point. Faker and Bang are suddenly an underdog story, which is a little bit peculiar, but that was obviously, I will defend every single one of those choices for who played best in the bracket stage, but that is not a list of who is the best players in the tournament.
Yeah.
And Faker and Bang can absolutely come back. And when we do list our series MVP for the finals, there's a good chance it could still be Faker or Bang.
What about Maple? Someone on the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I think Maple will show up regardless. I think the difference will be Karsa.
Okay.
Because I was expecting those guys to be a two-headed monster, and it's basically been Maple, and Karsa just kind of supporting him. I want Karsa to do his own thing and capitalize on Maple's pressure.
And I also think that if on the opposite end of that, if Xmithie beats Karsa out in the jungle and is able to make a deep push into the finals, that guy just needs so much credit. The evolution of Xmithy in the jungle role for CLG, I think, is like one of the most interesting stories of the last year.
Specifically in team fights, Xmithy is really showing up. Like, we only have so much time here, even though, thank goodness, we get to have a long analyst test segment here.
Do.
Every member on CLG actually deserves a whole ton of credit. Xmithy is one, but I also really do have to credit Darshan, because I thought he was actually the reason CLG was going to finish 5th, more than Huhi in a sense, because I did not expect him to be able to play tanks to the level that he has. He's lost the Poppy versus Echo matchup, which everyone has, but he's been able to come back in team fights. And the fact that he can now play Maokai, we have to remember, this guy didn't play tanks at all in the regular season. So I'm so impressed that he played tanks and CLG placed as the 2nd best team in the world here.
Yeah, well, without a doubt, this tournament has been littered with tremendous players. But now, with the group stages complete, let's see how the teams are arranged in the bracket one more time. China's RNG claimed the #1 seed and will battle Korea's SKTelecom T1 in our first best-of-5 semifinal clash. And on the other side of the bracket, it's North America's CounterLogic Gaming versus the LMS's Flash Wolves. We've done plenty of talking about these matchups, so moving forward, we will be bringing you those matches on Friday at 1:30 p.m. local time. That's 7:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time, or Thursday evening at 10:30 p.m. for our friends in the Pacific Daylight Time Zone. Before we close out the book on the round robin, let's check in with you guys and look at your favorite moments from the MSI 2016 group stage. First up, Vi Axis wrote in, CLG beating SKT and the undefeated RNG. They put NA on the map for international events with those 2 wins.
Making North America great again, CLG at international stage. We'll see how they end up go.
I don't know how this one's gonna turn out, and that's insane. Looper, he's going low, but he chrono breaks back. A double kill for Huhi. A kill for Huhi. Oh, I can't believe it. A triple kill. That's gonna be the ace. Looper is down. CLG, do you believe, Kobe?
Are you kidding me? They're gonna take down the undefeated team here at MSI.
That's also why Kobe can't be here. He's recovering from his call. No, he could have been. He can handle it. He was empowered by CLG.
We're just gonna have to funnel water down his throat
Yeah.
for the next 3 days so that he can recover for the bracket stages.
The power in that call.
It was great. No, I mean, it's tremendous. You could tell the emotion, and that was the energy of the building. I mean, everybody.
All the excitement for RNG when it lost in that team fight just went into Kobe's voice for like 15 seconds.
I honestly,
the crowd
that's
was
what
silent after that play.
That's what I love about MSI. Like, you have me here talking about Chinese team fighting and the journey of RNG, but that call out of Kobe, like, that is a beautiful. Like, that's a historical moment of League of Legends there.
All right. Well, next up from @Angel Heaven, the solo kill on Faker by RNG's mid laner Zhao Hu on day 2.
Flash WE might just get the kill. Faker's running an automatic flash. Shane's gonna land. There's the Q. There's the kill. Xiaohu takes down Faker.
I think that's a moment where everyone in the world went, Xiaohu is not a 17-year-old kid that used to play for a team that wore pandas on their jerseys. He's a legit superstar mid laner that is smashing the best player in the world.
Yeah. And that whole game, like, that was a preview of many great plays that he ended up making. There were so many times before the fight where he just instantly killed Faker, and then SKT would have to disengage straight off away.
Yeah, I mean, earlier today we saw things like the Azir, just amazing control with that champion, never missing a beat on the ultimates. I mean, when you talk about playing a champion with consistency, that's the player I'm looking at least in this tournament so far.
Yeah, Xiaohu definitely looks like a superstar in the making with how young he is, with how this is his first glimpse at the international stage and the way he's stepping up, as well as having Matcha to kind of, he's taught him how to think about League of Legends in a critical way and improve his play every single game, and he's doing it.
And that's the thing. To be able to play control mages in team fights, that's a good skill to have. To be able to play assassins in team fights, as well as not lose the ability to snowball lanes and things like that, it's a very difficult feat to be able to pull off on a consistent basis. Sure, you can have 1 or 2 great games, but he's had pretty much a solid 8
all the
games.
way through.
Yeah.
All right, well, finally, @Obscurica tweeted, Flash Wolves beating SKT twice.
Yeah, this was a surprise as well. I love this. Maple was so hyped because he just died prior to this, and this was his ability to get one back. Really, Flash Wolves had the most controlled victories over SKT. Like, if anyone was their kryptonite in this tournament, it wasn't RNG, it wasn't CLG, it was Flash Wolves.
Yeah, and there's logic behind it, right? They're the best of the East and the West, I feel, the LMS region. They play the macro game like better than what the LPL does at least, and then they still have the capability to be able to teamfight if they do set up those deep flanks. So I think that when LMS plays at 100%, they're a very scary region to go up against.
I think that's the thing I was going to turn to you for, Jat, was that, I mean, the LMS, the Flash Wolves that beat SKT, they're a scary team. But the last day or two, especially the games today, don't necessarily point to that same kind of team showing up against CLG.
I think they looked a little shaky, mainly because NL needed to step up, and I also want Karsa to step up. But to Spawn's point, like, they also can play great on the day. And I think I've been doing this for a while, that I still think Korea is going to win the international event. But you switch it up. This is as coin flippy as it's been in a really long time.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we can only hope the bracket stage brings just as much action. Now, on behalf of the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching week 1 of the 2016 Midseason Invitational with us, and we'll see you next week.
On the final day of the group stage, Royal Never Give Up here to secure a #1 seed heading into the playoffs. To the front line he goes, can't kill off Wuxi. Qs off the ultimate. Achu goes down as well. Stomage forced to run. Looper gonna run away through the Ignite. Stomage will be next off. Falls down out of the turret.
Just keep playing slow, wait for them to mess up in team fights, in my opinion, and we got it. Play confidently as a team, and we got it. Good luck, boys.
Afro sticks a dangerously low, and Nedell! He gets into the backline, he picks up 1, he picks up 2! What a great Lancers fight by Karsa!
Look at Jay, they're coming to Jay, they're coming to Jay!
Watch me, watch me, watch me!
I got shielded, back up. Yeah, you're fine, you're fine. We go. Yeah, I'll be there soon.
Come on, boys! The game-winning play, CLG will be 2-0 against Flash Wolves. And we're getting ourselves into the third game of the day, a battle for who will make it into the playoffs, the final spot on the line. Trick is here, already a kill picked up for 1, but Blank will be next up. A big Echo Stun, and somehow they're not dying! Blank is alive, walking away, are you serious? Work on as well, and Perks is alone. A nice knockback, she delivers Faker to Perks, scumbag Kickus!
We are onto the rift, so SuperMassive starting off on our blue side, and we'll see whether they can get it done in their final match of MSI 2016. Naru just gets exploded, and L looks for it as well. He's underneath the enemy turret, but SuperMassive need to try and do something. Doldrin's gonna fall down as well, and Flash Wolves, this is all about them. There's the resets. This is the last chance for Europe, the last chance for G2.
And CLG need to win this game.
A casual movement to the side's gonna get Emperor to relative safety, but he just gets destroyed. That's all they needed. Kick is gonna make his way in, but the exhaust still there for Afro and Styx is just having a field day. There's the theory, but unfortunately didn't quite work. But Huhi going down very low. Darshan, massive, as there's the ultimate out of Trick, but saving the members of CLG a lot. CLG just turning it on against the Europeans, and that is going to lock up the second place for North America. China is going to be owning the rift here in the head-to-head as we head on. XG still here, they're still fighting, Whoosh is gonna fall, and Juke's gonna lock that one down, very low health bars, but SKT, they pull out the miracle fight, they're looking like gods. Oh, and Looper gets the stun, Cosmic finding over the top, massive play from RNG as Juke still trying to lock them up, but he can't do it. They're all the way into the backline, bang, now getting caught up by Loop. He does use the Chrono Break to get himself out. Woosh grabs the kill. Rise there at the same time. Baker's dead. That's another miss on the stun from Looper. Wolf trying to get more done. Marta fail. Flashes over the top. Blank able to lock down the support. Wild Growth comes in and SKT. They look fantastic in this fight. And the Nexus falls. What an incredible game. Make sure you pencil in about 8 hours for that best of 5.